Before we get to the Départ Real today, and they are packed together. This is suggestive, Sean, of an extraordinarily lively start to the day.
Well, you would expect it. After the dust has settled from yesterday, a lot of riders losing a lot of time in the overall standings gives an opportunity for the breakaway today, and I'm sure there will be some guys thinking this could be the day where the breakaway is allowed to take a nice advantage and then go all the way to the finish. Who will control? Will Jumbo-Visma want to control? That's also a little bit of a question there. So because of all of that, I think it will be an active start, and I'm hoping there'll be a lot of riders wanting to make the breakaway today.
Oh, breathless times. And after yesterday and all of those trials and tribulations, and our thoughts with Jack Haig, with Dan Oss and Michael Gogol, who has not started this morning as well. In fact, Stanley Oss, who's not started this morning. Vertebra damage for him and off to hospital, so we wish him the very, very best. Oh, well, amazing day yesterday in so many different ways, and I guess for many, an unfortunate day. Time to reboot ourselves for another day of combat. 1,200 metres to go before we get underway, the longest stage of this year's race. 220 kilometres, just shy. Starting off in Belgium, rolling terrain, and it gets ever more difficult. You know what it's like when you're in the Ardennes. You have lots of up and down, rises and falls. There is a plateau in the middle of today's stage, and if the wind blows up at that point, if anyone's holding on to get to that, they're going to be in trouble. With the wind potentially. Let's see. Potential for some gusts. We're looking at the trees here, the branches of which are already bobbing. And look how serious everyone is, Sean, to take on a day. Apart from Tim Veldhuis having a smile. A few others as well here within this group. I guess if this is your kind of stage, you're going to be relishing the prospect, Sean.
Well, some riders are really focused there. I think other riders are pretty relaxed, and they're just hoping that this breakaway will get away in the earlier kilometres of the stage, and then it will settle down. What you do not want as a GC man after yesterday's hectic stage, trying to fight, stay up there all day. Some of the riders not liking that sort of parcours we had yesterday with all the cobblestones. So, they will be hoping that, the breakaway will get away out of the peloton very, very quickly and will settle down. But it depends on how many teams want to get into the breakaway and how many riders. And this could go on for a long time. And yes, there's all so many different objectives, different teams have different tactics here for this stage.
Oh, I'm always nervous at a moment such as this, and I think this will possibly be one of our liveliest, Sean, as far as the breakaway is concerned. After seeing Simon Clarke deliver yesterday, those who are minded to take on such a task as this kind of distance, this is a golden opportunity for them.
Well, it's an opportunity, and it's a day where, some of the teams will be saying, well, if this is a day where the breakaway goes, let's not miss this one. We have to be in it because, the days where you get an opportunity to go for the stage, first of all, get into the breakaway, then you make the breakaway. Well, and if the break is going to go all the way, it's a day where there's many teams wanting to take this opportunity and not slip up on it.
Christian Prudhomme just about to get us off and underway. Looks pensive. I'm not surprised. There will have been a few questions yesterday and views expressed as to the viability of having a stage like Arenberg in there. And away we go. Finally, we are off on our long distance run to Longwy. And how lively is this already? Well, no surprise, I guess there'll be a few that want to make a statement, especially if you've got some of your riders who've not exactly shone brightly so far. We saw Pierre Rolland just almost determined to be at least part of proceedings. He's been there before, shown a busy start, and this is going to take a while to settle down, I think.
Well, we can see here that there's a number of teams wanting to get into this breakaway, and that's a good thing. It will be a contested start to make the breakaway, and let's hope it goes on, because today is a long day, 219.9 kilometres, the longest stage of the tour. So we needed to be active in the start, and the longer the better it lasts.
Viamos, I don't think so. Let's have a quick look through. In fact, it is, yes. And looking elsewhere, Sean, we've got plenty of options here. Quinn Simmons always he installed himself at the front, expecting a lot from him. Goodness me. Let's see. Just seeing who is going to make it up for EF Education. I think Bissiger's having another go. Wouldn't be surprised if Bettiol was one of those who was told to get his backside up the road. If he does get up the road, Sean, is his team going to chase him down?
Well, that is a one yesterday. It was amazing the way he was riding on the front, and with two riders out in the breakaway, riding for general classification, let's not forget, and for the stage. And we were asking ourselves, why is he riding? What's he doing there? And you can understand the rider do it once, because on the cobblestones you're nervous, the adrenaline flow, all of that. But he did it on a number of times, and we see yesterday on a lot of the social medias, people were asking the question as we were asking that question yesterday on the live. But we can see here, there is a lot of teams wanting to make it here. We can see Taco van der Hoorn there was up front again out of the break. He was in the breakaway yesterday. He got a taste of it, got so close, but yes, just Simon Clark working it very well, tactically reading it very well in the final, having that little bit more to pip him on the line. But we can see here that this is going to take a lot of investment to get into the breakaway today.
Oh, they're rolling with the punches just for the time being. We welcome Adam Blythe into the commentary position. And before we come to Adam, yet another Bergado just finds himself on the deck. Just so little space to play with out there, Adam.
There is not a lot of space at all, and these things happen. We can see how stressful it is at the front. All the riders trying to move up, get in the breakaway, keep their GC riders safe. You see Van der Poel there slamming in on the brakes at the back, leaning over the saddle, but it's bike racing. These things happen, sadly.
Yeah, we had too much of it yesterday. Lots of questions and indeed a lot of views expressed that the Arenberg stage should have no place in the Tour de France. But a few others, Killian Kenner saying, well, you've got to ride all. If it's a Grand Tour, it should include all surfaces and all scenario. Well, this man will be thinking otherwise, but this is a benign piece of asphalt that we're dealing with, albeit dusty, and that was a big factor yesterday. Meanwhile, they're still wrestling with it, Adam. They're not settling. One of the liveliest teams out front, Trek Segafredo, of course, and Alpecin de Koenig also want to be part of proceedings. But Bike Exchange looking extremely lively, thinking perhaps today about the likes of Michael Matthews, Luke Durbridge, a good man to have in a situation like this. So many options, though, Adam. Too many, maybe, for some.
Yeah, well, you've just nailed them all down to a T, Carlton. What I was going to say, you've just said. But yeah, Trek Segafredo, you see Mads Pedersen on the left there. I think that's Brent Van Moor, the man that got caught right on the line last year for Mark Cavendish's first stage win. Jack Bauer as well, so there's some big engines in there. I think that was Christoph just behind as well from Wanty Group Gobert. So there is a lot of big riders trying to get in the breakaways, a lot of riders trying to take this opportunity, a lot of teams, riders. We heard from Rod Ellingworth this morning predicting it probably would be a breakaway, so the riders are aware of it, and that's why we're seeing this big fight.
Well, it's a huge fight, but when do you do too much? That's the point. We've seen Bike Exchange make that mistake time and time again, usually in the defence of Dylan Groenewegen. Won't be him today, I wouldn't have thought, but somebody like Michael Matthews, and they're determined to take on the burden. A quartet just rolling off the front at the moment. A little bit of a gap, not too much of one. And with Trek up front, Alpecin not wanting to miss out at all. They've got Van der Poel, who's been lingering at the back today. Jasper Philipsen, Sylvain Dillier, Ed Plancard as well. Might actually think about just investing a little bit today, at least in the longer part of the run. And here is a man who is torn but unbowed, already wearing some gauze. An early visit to the medical car, Sean. Not what you want at the top of a very, very long day. In fact, the longest of this year's Tour.
No, not what you want at all. After yesterday's, really killer of a stage, and you start out like this and you go down. We could see Bergado. He just got caught out, oil into the middle of the road, braked in front of him, and just wasn't maybe alert enough and not getting on his brakes quick enough, and probably touching a wheel, and down you go. And you can see the damage he's done. And, this is for the morale. This really wrecks your head at the start. But he has to get back in there, and hopefully he will make it in the cars and, just hang in hanging the peloton, and he'll be hoping more than anybody else that the breakaway gets away and will settle earlier.
Well, we just passed a church that looked like it was braced against collapse. I've never seen so much protection, but today the riders have very little, as we saw yesterday, and the attrition rate can be very, very high. This is going to take a while to settle down, and that's what we love, especially on a long stage such as this. The wind will blow as well today, Adam, and that could be a major factor too, especially on the open plain in the middle of this stage.
Luckily for them, though, Carlton, they have a tailwind for most of today. Tailwind, a little bit of crosswind, but mainly tailwind, so it's going to make it equally more difficult for the riders to get in the breakaway. You know, it's fast, it's furious, you can get the recovery on the wheels, but this is not going to go quickly. It's going to be hard fought to get in the break. Wout van Aert, though, third place.
Yeah, Wout van Aert carrying that yellow jersey. Sean, he was called to duty yesterday to look after others. Why isn't he looking after himself? Might he get that opportunity today?
Well, I think the best way is just, you know, to be aggressive in the earlier part and follow the moves. And we know Wout van Aert, the type of bike rider he is, he can do this, you know, pretty easy. You know, yesterday was an amazing performance by him again for the team, because it looked like he was struggling, having difficulty following the main contenders, that main, what was left of the main peloton, and then what a job he done, you know, for one of his leaders, Vingegaard, yesterday, and again up here to start today. But as we have forecasted, it looks like that there's a lot of teams wanting to filter into this breakaway, and yeah, that always makes it difficult and drags it out until the breakaway does get formed, until, as they say in cycling terms, onto the elastic snap.
Gosh, just past an enormous seminary. There was a five-a-side football pitch there. There was a boating lake as well, so plenty for the monks to keep themselves alert with. What sort of game are we going to play today, though? Here, that is the question. It's going to be a battle. Looking at the mud on the road as well. Goodness me, you're going to need tiger feet if you're going to have some fun today. Let's wait and see. Looking further back down within this group, Wout van Aert is extremely well placed, unlike Mathieu van der Poel. What's going on, Sean?
Well, we did hear from yesterday. You know, he doesn't know really what's the problem. He doesn't feel well at all, and we have been hearing from him some of the interviews, like he's just not at the race at all, he said. And yeah, here we are, riders already having difficulty. And when you really suffer yesterday, you dig deep in that final, you finish, you know, totally empty to recover for today and this hectic start. And we can see here, you know, this is not a difficult place to sit in the peloton, stay in the wheels. Adam will know those roads very well. He won one of his races here in Banch, so you know, he's well aware of what these roads are like. But when you're really suffering, you haven't got the legs, as we can see Burgundy here, another man who is suffering big time at the start of this stage.
Gosh, he's Superman down the road here, hasn't he? Leading with the left hand by the looks of things. Not nice at all. Adam, is it a Giro hangover that we are witnessing for Van der Poel?
It's hard to say what it is, really. I think mentally more than anything he'll be struggling at the minute. I think the rider that he is, the rider that he's used to being, we'd see him up at the front now normally on any day. It doesn't matter what, you will look him at the Giro any day, every day. He was in the Bronx. So I think mentally for him, this will be the most challenging, just not feeling like Mathieu van der Poel and sort of looking around and just be like, I haven't got the legs to do this, and mentally almost saying, come on, just keep going, you never know what might happen. But for a big rider like that, that's so used to being at the pointy end of the bike race, can be very, very difficult indeed. He's probably never been in this situation before in his life where he's been like this.
Is this Valence? Just having a look through the trees, can't quite see it at the moment. No. Oh, goodness me. Well,
Brent Van Moor,
he's close at hand, though. They want to get to up the road, and he's tracing the wheel at the moment of Wout van Aert. Here is Bradley Wiggins for his thoughts.
Wow, you join me. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. We're back at the back of the peloton here. You can see this lone Astana rider here. It is splitting to pieces at the back. So little riders going off the back, ones and twos. No real echelons at this stage, but the sheer pace of the race and the lefts and the rights, and that wind coming from the left, off the right, I should say. This Astana rider, I don't know his name, we'll call him Dave for the benefit of the TV. So Dave's got a long ride ahead of him, unless he can get back. That convoy is racing past him, and he's now into the second part of the convoy. So tough start for the riders. I'll keep my eye on it, and I'll hand it back to the commentary team.
Thanks, Brad. It is a tough start, and Sean, they often say if it looks fast, it probably is fast. I can't remember such a hectic start.
Well, this is the day where we were all thinking when it settles the dust after the horrible conditions and horrible roads for a lot of the riders yesterday who had to suffer big time, who do not like that sort of racing, very nervous. We see it all from the start, and that just takes a lot of energy. Mentally and physically, there's a lot of riders, marked here from yesterday's stage, and that's what we're seeing here at the tail end of the peloton. And the riders who are still feeling good, they are trying to get out of the peloton here, trying to make the breakaway of the day, and because of that, it is difficult. We can see here it kicks up a bit. Those roads here are difficult at the start. Luckily, we haven't the wind blowing, a gale force wind, which could be the case. If that was blowing, sometimes it does here, well, this would be a nightmare for a lot of the riders here at the start of this race. They have a little tailwind, it's a little bit behind them, so that makes it fast as well. It doesn't make it easy. If you were to, a full-on headwind, well, then that would, calm things down for anybody sitting in the peloton. Would be much easier. But we can see it's full-on racing.
Look as well what Wout van Aert is doing. He's just taking the stress completely off his team, putting himself into that position, putting himself into that mood. You can see him on the far left there. None of his riders have actually come to the front yet. One of the AG2R riders said, just slip of the thing, I think. As Ben O'Connor had some problems yesterday, but Wout van Aert doing a brilliant job of just giving his team a little bit of a rest, giving his leaders a little bit of rest. They had a hard day yesterday, so just putting himself in that position, following the wheels and, well, getting on the front and driving it away.
Phenomenal. Adam,
I think Matthews is in that group as well there. Michael Matthews, Lewis Leon. Sorry there, Carlton.
No worries.
Shackman.
Adam, you know the roads here better than anybody. You've won into Binche. It very much looked like a roller coaster, doesn't it?
Carlton. Tadej Pogacar back of that split there. So Tadej Pogacar is at the back of that split. Max Shackman is there as well. So Tadej Pogacar, you can see the stress through this peloton, a slight cross tailwind, but Pogacar, the last man during that split. So this is panic mode. You see the Ineos Grenadiers riders, two of them down the bottom of the screen. They're wearing yellow helmets today, best in the team. This is the point where this could start to get stressful for a lot of riders. The people in that group will not drive it away with Pogacar in there, but they don't know that he's there at the minute.
Well, you've just told them. Thanks, Adam. That was great. Equally, you've got Luke Rowe, who's been doing a phenomenal amount of police duty at the moment. A little bit of a split opened up there. You can see Pogacar just pushing on. This is going to be phenomenal. The roller coaster roads, almost arrow straight here, Adam. They look absolutely beautiful, but can be hellish if it's not your thing.
Yeah, it definitely is. This is a classic situation now, and it's such a big fight to get in the breakaway. And the roads like this, a tailwind, up a slight little incline as we're seeing now. That just enables riders to push on the pedals a little bit more, try and open gaps, string things out a bit. Filippo Ganna there, he must not know that Pogacar is in this back group. He's still in fourth wheel there. Peter Sagan within that group as well. There is some great riders in that group that they can't let go near. Vingegaard now responding to get across to that group. That's how big of a panic it is for these riders now.
Good Lord, what a start, Sean.
Yes, well, this has proven to be a real killer of a start, a leg breaker, and you can see, that panic setting in there when Pogacar is filtered into this group. Vingegaard, he has to react, and to react there when it's only 30-40 meters, the pace they're going here, that really stings the legs, but you have to try and do it. And yeah, this is going to make it nervous now, because everybody who needs to watch in the GC standings, they'll know from the director sportifs that the race is very aggressive out front, so you have to be up there. But we can see again slowing down, and it's going to have to start all over again.
It is. Niels Pollitt was busy calling it Vlasov to try and get him up into the right place as well for Bora. You see Marco Haller as well, just trying to disturb matters out front. Oh my goodness, what a start we've had, and it's absolutely relentless, and nothing's gone yet, Sean, which means we're going to go through the process all over again.
Yes, well, we can see just that little bit of a look around here. Tim Wellens on the front, and a lot of the riders, candidates for the breakaway, are just hovering here, waiting for the next move.
Yeah, Matthews just tucked in, bouncing on the pedals in the treble blue over towards the left-hand side of your screen.
Taco
and here it comes. Why not? Anytime you like. It's going to be spicy, whatever, Adam.
It is going to be spicy. This is going to be the kick up the bum that those GC riders needed now as well. All the riders, the domestics, you need to be aware. We can't let that happen again. We don't want to be in a situation where a big group goes up the road like that. So this will be the point now where all the GC teams come to the front and they almost neutralise it, because they're watching each rider that goes and making sure it's not a main rider that they can't let go of the road, and that will calm things down a little bit, because they'll be more aware, as I said, of each and every rider that goes up the road. Mads Pedersen from Trek Segafredo, they're the third rider in that little group. A guy from Movistar trying to jump across as well, I think that was.
Yeah, Mads Pedersen's been lively right from the very beginning, and you can see Bike Exchange here just wondering as to whether this is the verifiable one that's going to go up the road. It's a real gift, Adam, just being able to pick the right brake at the right time and know what's going to stick, but you daren't miss out on too much, especially in a situation like this. Three strong riders up the front, just somebody coming over from DSM, can't quite see who it is. I thought Bardet might have some options a little bit later on. I don't think it is he, though. 10 seconds they have at the moment. Very modest with 204.4 still remaining, Adam. It's a long old day, the longest of this year's tour.
Yeah, and that is not Mads Pedersen. Thomas Squeens there, so that is not Mads Pedersen. Just trying to look who this DSM rider might be there trying to come across, but you can see there just in the background riders trying to respond to it. We saw Wout van Aert up at the front again. So many of the riders now, as I said, will be aware of each and every rider going up the road. They don't want a big group going off the front like that again, but you have to take your hat off to Taco van der Hoorn there. Second yesterday by a quarter of a wheel, back in the break again today. It's fair to say he's probably taken the crown off of Thomas de Gendt for the breakaway king, maybe.
Possibly. I mean, big that's
call,
a long story.
big call.
That is a big call. I remember when de Gendt almost had a one-man protest. He nearly didn't ride the 21st stage of the Tour because he hadn't been given the overall combativity award. And Christian Prudhomme came up and tried to put some balm on the situation. We're rocking and rolling, but the man who is leading the band at the moment, it seems, Sean, Wout van Aert, he can't help but police the day in yellow.
Yes, well, if you're a rider that can do that, and you can, keep yourself on the front and just be in a position when there's a dangerous moves going. And when I say danger ones, we have the three riders out here in front, but we can see there's a lot of action back in the peloton, and we can see Wout van Aert here, very much in the front of the peloton, and that's what you've got to do here. And as Adam said, just that takes the pressure off the team here. And yeah, he's even having to go here.
He is. Philippe Gilbert's just looking over, wondering whether he should do it or not. He decides to re-engage. Sander Wulf is straight onto the back wheel as well of that trio that's going to try and get up the road. If Wout van Aert gets up the road today, and should he go on to win this, honestly, I just don't know what more you'll be left. There will be left to say that man. He's been up Von 2. We know he can time trial. He's a stage winner already, despite being called back to be super domestique duties yesterday. He still leads this race, Adam. What can't he do? Crochet?
He can't go in this breakaway. If he gets in this breakaway, any rider that rides with him is just going to be half-witted. If Wout van Aert comes across to you, you know he will probably win the sprint. So why take him with you?
Phenomenal. Sean, he is a phenomenon, but it kind of signalled to us yesterday, probably a bit early, that he's in the service of others.
Well, yesterday was in the services of others, and that was always going to be expected. And we did hear the interviews in the earlier part of this race. He was going for the green jersey, going for stages, of course, and the GC, he was always going to be there in the background if it was needed. And yesterday was the time when they had to make that decision and use him.
When I looked at the course, Adam, of this year's course, I thought it's been built for Alaphilippe. Sadly, not going to be here, the course design. But if it suits someone like Alaphilippe, it's going to suit someone, of course, like Wout van Aert. You look at where the time trials are placed as well. He would have had chance in any other team to be going for everything.
There will be. Sorry, Carlton. That was Peter Sagan just on the left-hand side responding to jump across that. You've got Tim Wellens in that front group with Wout van Aert there. Quinn Simmons as well. Another Trek Segafredo is Quinn Simmons, but Sagan, Tim Wellens, Dylan Teuns, the winner on Planche de Belfi last year, I believe it was. That stage is tomorrow. But the amount of stress in that peloton, Peter Sagan's having to shut that gaps down now. A lot of riders, I think, in this stage today, it's one of those stages where until it goes and it's got a big gap, it's going to be like this for quite a while. And the way that Wout van Aert is riding, look at him on the left-hand side going again. Peter Sagan on his wheel. Looks like Fred Fries on following him as well, or Brent Van Moor. It's just absolutely on.
And look at this select group as well. What we've got, about 30, 35 riders, just a modest gap opening up. We haven't really got any wind either. This is just all about power. Sean, a remarkable scenario with still over 200 kilometres to go. These opening, 18 kilometres have been absolutely breathless.
Yes, and the riders we have out in front, of course, you know, those are the ones who want to make the breakaway. But Van Aert there riding up front, I can understand why he's doing that and follow. But when he starts riding on the front, I'm saying, you know, what is his tactic here? What's the tactic of Jumbo-Visma? Because you know, when you've got the yellow jersey, it's like a flag there. You know, everybody's going to be looking at the yellow jersey. And as Adam said, if he's up there, who's going to ride with you? So what you've got to do, if you're a rider of the class and the talent of Wout van Aert, you just stay in that top 15, 20. And when there's moves going with number of riders, then you follow. And if you find yourself in that split or in that group out front of, say, 15 or 20, we could see that happening because it's not settled at all yet. You know, that's what you've got to do. But the tactics of some of the riders nowadays, I suppose I'm old style. I just have difficulty reading them.
Well, it's all hell for leather at the moment, Alan. Oh, here we go. Just thought for a moment, we've got a little bit of a compression. We saw Peter Sagan take a tumble yesterday, a rare one, I think you might say, just misjudging a corner, Adam. The dust, which still bedevils some of the road surfaces here, they're very, very sheer, and we've got a few that are very much out of position, maybe due to worriment apart from anything else.
I think so, and the difficulty of it as well, Carl, and that's the main thing today. Tailwind, there's not as much draft you get on the back of the wheels as sitting on the back. We've seen Van der Poel out the back. We saw, just to note there, Edvald Boasson-Hagen in that breakaway yesterday as well with Taco van der Hoorn. He was the rider that was trying to jump across to them solo from Total Direct Energy, but sitting on the wheels today, you're not going to get as much recovery. It is very, very difficult just to follow the wheel, the same as it'll be riding on the front. Almost, it'll still be more difficult riding on the front, but that makes it hard all the way down the peloton, and that's when you get the tired legs, the legs of yesterday's riders with injuries, just opening those gaps up, and that's what can cause the splits.
Well, we're seeing a few, Sean, but as we've said, it's largely down to power and the energy that's still within the peloton. We remind ourselves we're still only stage 6. We've had some very, very tough days, but I guess if you're going to impose yourself, it's a wise chance. Great opportunity for you today as we just nudge under the 200 kilometres to go marker. It's mayhem back there.
Yes, well, today was a day where we were, you know, forecasting there could be a lot of people and a lot of teams wanting to be in the breakaway, and that's what we're seeing here. But as Adam said, you know, in the wheels, it's not that easy. I think there's a nice comfort, you know, just being behind the riders and follow where you have to ride in front. When you're riding at 50k an hour, it does take extra energy. But yeah, you know, it's a one where, depending on what you've got to do here, if you've got to make the breakaway, well, then you have to get very aggressive and try and, you know, watch what's happening and go in the moves. But if you're a team who just want to, you know, control things, then you sit in the front of the peloton in that top 20, 30 places and wait and watch.
I suggested a few moments ago that somebody's brought themselves a laser pen. Never liked that. Just saw some green flashes. It's not funny. Oh, gosh, the Tour de Salamandre. John, you've got a moment to tell us about this edifice.
Well, this is a former keep that was enlarged into a fortress in the Ont Valley, which is exactly where we are at the moment. Used to be part of the town of Beaumont that we just went through. It's the most important remnant of the old walls, as you could probably see. Also, a reminder of Napoleon's visit to Beaumont, which he did on the night of the 14th to the 15th of June, which was just before the Battle of Waterloo.
Thank you, mate. Well, lots of skirmishes have gone on in this part of the world, not least, of course, for the Great Wars, which have washed over this part of the world. Yes, thankfully, it's Sporting Endeavour that is beguiling us today, and we've got 3 up the roads. We've had a selection of different chasers. Gap's just moderated. It's pulled out towards 20 seconds now, Sean. Still don't see this entirely settled, but it may well be that I guess riders and teams are starting to think about energy preservation and maybe just going again later on today.
Well, when the breakaway gets that 30 seconds advantage, then there's a lot of riders thinking, well, this is going to be an impossible one to jump across. So to get out of the peloton, and it's more difficult, of course, to get across to the breakaway. But if we have other attacks with number of riders, that's where it becomes dangerous. The sole rider is going to be difficult for them to make it across, but they're going to try. And when you put in an attack, as we can see here, you're hoping that other riders will follow, and you get 2 or 3, 4 riders with you, and you can work your way across that 20-second gap. But the moment it goes to that 30 seconds, then there's a lot of riders saying, well, this is going to be difficult now, and they're not as aggressive, and then that's the time the breakaway could pull out further advantage.
Well, this a quartet with Cosnefroid, Van der Horn, Squinch and Tim Wellens, that would be a fighting force, Adam.
I mean, if he can get there, 21 seconds at these speeds, they must be going 55, 60 k's an hour on these roads, maybe even more. So for Tim to jump across to those 3 riders, they are not happy with just 23 seconds. They're going to be riding very, very hard for the next 20, 30 minutes still, just to get that gap open still. So for Tim to jump across this is going to be one major effort. And if he does get across there, he's got a long way to recover. But this effort it will take is massive.
It's the nature of the beast, and today it'll take a few bites out of some. We've already seen some getting bitten. No cobbles, of course, but this man looks very second-hand, or at least his kit does, Sean. Not nice.
No, not nice at all, and he has taken a pretty heavy tumble there. We can see his kit very damaged, but at least he's back in the tail end of the peloton here, and get through today. Sometimes when you see the jersey shots just ripped off of riders, it looks much worse than it actually is. But we can see there he has got quite a few wounds, road rash there, and that is not going to be nice. And he is going to suffer. And especially tonight when you have those falls, sleep, and that is it's not easy to do that when you have those injuries.
Adam, it's all very well having a battle plan, isn't it? But if you've missed it, and it was part of the team's strategy for the day, then it almost feels like a short straw if you're somebody from Bike Exchange that's got to go for it now.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a big effort. I'm not sure that he'll succeed with that effort, but look, you've got to try. He's missed it, had the space. We saw the peloton spread across the road, so very difficult to move up. The team's almost blocking the road because they're happy with that situation. So he's having a go, but as we mentioned with Tim Wellens, it's exactly the same thing, just sort of dribbling in around no man's land at the minute. So this is going to be a very big effort. The breakaway, if he gets close enough, might wait for him, but you never know.
I mean, Jens, it is that's having a dig here. Well, it doesn't look quite as committed as Tim Wellens, to be fair, but look at the pace that he's going as well, so hard to read the gearing. You know these roads very well, Adam. What was your secret to your success here?
There wasn't a secret, Carlton. I very much sat at the back because I wasn't feeling great on the day of the race, and then I just kept getting better and better and better. It was the only race I won solo, but sadly the pictures didn't do it justice because I got caught right on the line, but I'm still claiming it as a solo victory, even though it looks like I won a bunch sprint. But I'll take it. I'll take it.
Either way, fantastic effort.
Did it cost you much?
Oh, it cost a lot, Sean, yeah. It cost a lot.
Proper riders baiting you there.
Good job you're not in this room, Sean. Tell you.
194. Speaking of which, not casting any aspersions, but there's some strange strategies went on yesterday. Were there not, Adam? EF Education, a lot of us asking, what on earth was Bettiol doing? Still haven't got an answer to that. Any inside, Noel?
Yeah, I spoke to Tom Southern this morning and just asked a general question. That team will have had questions day and night about that. Every question will have been about Bettiol, which is a shame because Magnus Nielsen, the other rider, the American rider, I've had a mind blank. But I spoke to, again, we're off at the front, but I spoke to Tom Southern and he just said he just got a little bit overexcited, and we heard an interview with Jonathan Vaughters and he basically said the same thing. It was a stupid move, but forget about that. We've got this man once again on the front. Niels Pollitt, second in Roubaix, winner of the Tour de France stage last year out of a very strong breakaway. he is just a machine, isn't he?
He's fabulous.
And you can see there, as you said, Adam, not a lot of riders wanting to contribute with him. He just looking over his shoulder, looking for the other riders, to take a really strong pull, but, okay, they're just following here and they're not prepared to ride with the yellow jersey.
Well, suggestion I'm just looking at the reeds here. I'm just trying to read the wind just a little bit. The road does meander a little bit. I'm just wondering if it's going to open up some opportunities once we get out of the screen of the trees, Sean, when we do take these turns, whether we're going to see a bit more action and indeed some splits out there.
Well, I think direction we're going is pretty much the same direction, most of the day. We do turn in the final as we get closer to the finish in Longwy. So I don't think there's anything more than we've seen already. We've seen here in the open sections the wind conditions. It's not a side-on wind because, my God, if this was a side-on wind and it was blowing here, this would be, a real killer, and there'd be so many groups on the road. But with that little, wind is there, it's a bit on the favourable. It's a tail side wind. That is a danger one as well, because when they do start pushing on in front, it can go at such a fast rate. But we can see there's a little bit of a calm now for the moment, and this is going to be opportunity for the breakaway to try and pull out the advantage a bit more.
Wout written on this concrete laid road, one of my least favourite surfaces. It was extremely cheap post-war, and that's where it came from. To be honest, you get that constant jarring. You might well see it through the forearms of the riders here as you hit each one of the little gaps where each concrete slab was laid next to the other.
This can also, Halton, be a dangerous point. You see how much the road's narrow. They've got that cross tail. When you can see the riders the way, they're just on the left of each of the wheels, a little left and right. We've not had many turns so far where the guys have really had to break for a corner. It's not been strung out, let's say, so much in the peloton. For the peloton, this will start to be a get into the corner first, get into the corner first, get into the corner first.
And it's quite a sheer surface as well. It doesn't have great grip levels, suggesting that it has a dusty top. Meanwhile, Van Aert wants to be first of the rest into this corner, keeping himself nice and safe. Almost a beacon to everybody else. They need to give it a wide berth. It's all cut up on the inside. Danger of punctures there. Geraint Thomas just coming through that position, and they're all just about safely through. Fabio Jakobsen still nursing green here, but Wout van Aert out front. Absolutely amazing. Oh, it just keeps going, Sean.
Yes, he's very active here, and again, as I said earlier, the tactic here,
I just think, Sean, he wants to go for a stage win.
Well,
I think the team must have given him free rein and just said, look, you're free today, you're free to go for a stage win, do whatever you want to do.
Yes, but when you're in the yellow jersey, you have to, just read the race a bit better and just follow. But he's putting in the effort there, attacking, and the riders are following him and sitting in his wheel. And, when you start doing that, they say, oh, careful, Wout van Aert is on a real good day today. He's even attacking, so just follow and stay in the front end of the race. That's what you've got to do here. And, for Wout van Aert to get into the breakaway, it's a lot more difficult for him than a lot of the other riders that want to do that on this stage.
Well, the yellow jersey now in arrears by a minute and two. You see the chase. Don't know if it's formed into a duo just yet. Wellens and Armin Janssen at the 49-second margin. I think it may well have done. That's wisdom from Tim Wellens. Adam, if you've got somebody that's coming over and they get reasonably near, wait up and at least get a change.
I mean, they get a change, but this gap, 48 seconds, I think, if anyone's going to get across to these guys, it's going to have to be a group of probably 4 or 5 riders. So I think they're hoping attacking here, it's just the momentum of the peloton, other riders attacking, feeling good, saying, look, I'm going to try again. But ultimately, I just think this is, as Sean sort of said about Wout van Aert, thinking about the way to do it. And it's the same with these riders in the front. You need to think about the way you're going to try to pick the moment and, try and make a few friends that you've seen go in the breakaway and say, look, let's give it a go. Out of this corner, along this straight, let's go together, because you're not going to do it on your own.
It's a long reach before we get to our first categorised climb, Sean, but it feels like we've done plenty of altitude already.
Yes, well, I don't think they're thinking about that. The first climb, there are the riders that have a tactic plan to get into the breakaway. They're trying to give it everything, but as we can see, it's such a fast start here. The conditions, the way the wind is blowing, is not, it's not making it easy. Riders are following in the wheels with a bit of ease. Where if you had that side winds, well, then you could blow this race apart very, very quickly, and you would find a breakaway or a Nichelon going ahead. And now there's teams getting the call. Okay, it's getting a bit out of control here. Let's try something, and they are the riders we see, trying once again to get out of the peloton.
As you can see as well, just as Adam predicted, Tim Wellens and Amund Janssen have got themselves a bit of trouble here. They're just about to be swallowed up. It looks like a group of, 6 or 8. The chops and changes in the road direction, Adam, may well have an impact as well with the wind that's blowing here. But so far...
Tom Pidcock's in there, Carlton. Sorry,
it's about
just
bravery, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Sorry to interrupt you there, Carlton. Just Tom Pidcock, 17 seconds behind Tadej Pogačar, I think it is. So not too far back. I'm not too sure on the GC, but that is someone that you can't really let go. Ineos will be happy with that. Put the pressure on Jumbo-Visma, put it on UAE, which now I'm mentioning UAE, we have not really seen them up at the front very active at all.
Just looking at Niels Pollitt, he's doing a lot of policing out there today. As if to say, if you want your chance, then now is the chance. You kind of wonder whether this entire thing is going to be a concert managed by Wout van Aert. He draws the eye because of the yellow, but worthily so, I guess, because of the amount of effort he's put in so far. 187.8 kilometres, 51 seconds, 52. I'm beginning to believe in this break, Sean, at least for a goodly part of the next hour or so. 52 seconds.
Yes, well, it's a nice advantage, and when you get to that, 30 seconds plus, a lot of the teams and riders that's thinking, well, yeah, this is going to be a difficult one to bridge across. But if you have still the teams with numbers of riders from different teams wanting to continue on pushing, well then this 50 seconds is not going to grow out, and that's what they need to do. They need to grow it out quite a lot, and at the moment 50 seconds with the effort they've put in, if it continues on the peloton the way it's riding, different riders just putting that push on pace all the time, it's not a guarantee that this one is going to be the break of the day.
Another surface change, just slightly heavier. And what's the issue back here for Jack Bauer? Can't quite see. Can you hear it, Adam?
Yeah, I think it's just got some problems with the gears there. Just the electronic stuff. If it moves slightly, it can sort of just not sit properly along the block. But Filippo Ganna, time trial world champion, now having a go. It's all like the GC team starting to have a play as well now. It's starting to...
Adam, what's happening?
Honestly, Carl, Sean, sorry, I'm not sure. It's brilliant, but I'm not sure.
Coming up to another crest on this roller coaster. Love the roads round here. It's so beautifully flowing, and right now Filippo Ganna is doing a fantastic job for us, but he looks behind as if to say, oh, I thought I'd got some teammates with me. Is Pidcock still up towards the 4? I think he was possibly actually looking for him there as a drift back. So many cards to play, I guess you might say. They had a quietish day yesterday, Ineos Grenadiers, Adam. I was wondering about their strategy. They really lent on Jumbo-Visma, didn't they?
Well, yeah, they had the look of that man on the right once again coming to the front, being able to help, but Castroviejo here just having a few problems with the bike out the back. But Ineos had a fantastic day yesterday, I think. of the situation we're in, Geraint Thomas crashing, a few mechanicals. We see Jack Bauer sorting that problem with a spare bike. It's going to be a long road back to get on the back of that peloton. But I think it's fair to say Ineos had quite a good day yesterday in terms of, they lost a little bit of time to Pogačar, but getting through safely, getting through without losing hardly any time at all. It's fair to say that's a success for them. I forgot about these guys at the front. Yeah,
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? And the gap's down to just over half a minute. That was Pippo Ganna that really pushed into that gap. He's backed out of that chase just momentarily as you come past this hydro facility. It's the Barrage de la Platte Taille. Don't ask, I've no idea. So let's ask John briefly.
It's the biggest dam in Belgium, Carlton. I can't believe you didn't know that. The Plateau Dam, built in 1977.
Yeah,
damn, that is nice, isn't it?
With a viewing tower as well. And you see the wind's blowing. We've got the sailors are out. Some lasers, if I'm not mistaken, busy doing their thing. Indeed, the only boat I've ever owned. Meanwhile,
Here we
Oh,
go.
it's him again, Sean. What's going on?
Well, he wants to, really make this race. I don't know what. Difficult,
I think
maybe.
with him, he's just got to have a free rein today. He's just trying to find himself in a group. He's trying to
Well,
push
that's
it
a
away.
guarantee.
Yeah, but he's got to be just given that free rein to say, look, if you want to win this stage today, you've got to do it. You're not going to get any team assistance. So he's just trying to use Wout van Aert brute force almost. You've got Fred right behind him there. Can't even follow the wheel. Michael Matthews. Tim Wellens once again. The big riders. Tom Pidcock responding
Wow,
to that
look
now.
at this. This is phenomenal. Well, if Primož Roglic now, because of the time loss that he had yesterday, notwithstanding popping his own shoulder back in as well after it was dislocated, apparently it's been dislocated on a few occasions during his previous incarnation as a ski jumper, but nonetheless, he popped it back in. I'm just wondering whether Primož Roglic now has got super domestic duties for Jonas Vingegaard, and Wout van Aert means he can try and find the time that he lost yesterday, Adam.
I mean, I don't think he's looking to find some time. I think he's just looking to stage win. I think with Planche de Belfi tomorrow, they know that probably Wout will lose the jersey. We never know. We don't know how that's going to be ridden. We know how capable he is at climbing. But I think that Primus, the situation he's in, will probably, be quite fair with it, honest with it, and, just try to race his own race. Pogacar's not really going to be too bothered about him on the climbs now, so he might let him get a few seconds here and there. He might let him get 30 seconds because he has to watch Vingegaard. But he's in a great situation where he might be able to get back some time, but also boost team morale within the team and get a stage win along the way.
Yeah, I think so. Well, he's a man who's been over Von too, let's remind you, Wout van Aert. So he can climb. We'll find out tomorrow, I guess. That's going to be the acid test. But at the moment, who's going to sting this one, eh? Wellens having another go. I'm absolutely loving this, Sean.
Well, yeah, could not but love it. This is, exceptional racing here. We can see it's still, the fight to get up the road here, and the advantage for our three leaders coming down. And we can see, the men that are coming to the front here, those powerful riders, they are going to really, cause problems for a lot of the riders who are suffering here. And we can see there on the rear of the peloton, we could see Bourgadeau really having problems just to stay in the peloton. Van der Poel just going around him because he was losing a couple of bike lengths in that corner. And it just gives you an idea of the speed they're going here. And up front, it's just all action on the front of the peloton still going on here. And, Wout van Aert still just, as aggressive as ever as he's been from the very start, trying to get into the breakaway. And yeah, this, as we said, the breakaway, I think they were hoping that this was going to be the one where they were going to get a number of minutes, but now they are going to be concerned that it's coming down all the time.
I tell you what, Colton,
Yep.
sorry, I can't believe I won a race around here. Unbelievable.
You did,
You see how fast
Adam.
they're going?
Believe it. It was a fantastic day. I remember it. 18 seconds is all they've got, though. That is a hard thing to swallow, I guess, because they've put an awful lot of effort into this, Adam. And if they get tagged now, that is going to be a hard thing to respond to.
It is, but still that 18 seconds, that is a long, long way. We've seen Tim Wellens when it was around 25, 30 seconds try to get across, couldn't do it. And here's, I think it's Robbie's pick or Dan's pick for today, Mohoric. He's got a habit of winning on the longest stages of the Tour de France. So on the attack, the man in the red jersey there, Luke Durbridge and Michael Matthews, trying to snap that elastic again. We've seen these two very, very active so far on, but it's just getting the right combination. And with so many riders wanting to be in this breakaway today, I just can't see the stop point where they just suddenly say, right, that's enough. And if there is enough, Wout van Aert will probably say, you're all right, I'll probably go with that.
It's hard to call, Sean, and it looks like this, the heart may well be broken here. The hounds can see the hares.
Yes, well, there's certainly the hearts will be broken for the three men here, because it looked like it was going to be a good possibility to get a further advantage, a bigger advantage, and pull that out to a number of minutes. But unfortunately, too many teams and riders still very active on the front of the peloton, and all the time just when it slowed down, another attack coming back again, and then another attack over the top. And when it continues on doing that back in the peloton, well, then we can see it's the death of the breakaway.
Just look at Van Aert here. Still very much part of proceedings. Geske just brings his luxury beard to the front. run barefoot through that. We have 180 kilometres remaining, just about to join our friends on linear as our breakaway looks like it is done for. Well, those of you who've been away, honestly, you almost daren't look away from the screen at the moment. So many things change, and the drive that's been gone on in Aria here with well, modest margin in arrears, only 3 seconds now. Wout van Aert is the man who's had his hand, he's controlled the whip hand, and Andy
Pogačar, sorry, Pogačar, look at the little splits happening as well. Just sat behind Wout van Aert there in the white jersey. I think that's Vingegaard just behind him, so you can tell how hard it's getting. Geraint Thomas, even in the background in the yellow helmet, trying to come across to this. This is how hard those riders are going. There's Geraint Thomas, I think that's Gaudu behind him. This is a dangerous part of the race. If these guys, they will not stay away, but it's always just adding pressure on. And just look again, Tadej Pogačar, never ever in the wrong position.
Well, this is a big statement as well, as we look back at Primož Roglič, a man who's popped his own shoulder back in yesterday. Yeah, it's Vingegaard and Wout van Aert, and this is almost a statement apart from anything else. Let's see from this front group. Tadej Pogačar tucked in here, shoulder to shoulder. He wants everyone to know what he's up to, and indeed, this is a question that. Well, how do you answer it, Sean, on a day like this?
Well, he's so difficult to control, and we did see him yesterday, you know, so impressive over the cobblestones. And here we go again. Wout van Aert putting in another dig here, and you know, when you have the conditions like this, we can see there's a little bit of a side wind there coming from the right hand side, because the riders are, you know, riding over the left totally. That tells that there is the little bit of a wind. What little bit is there is coming from the side. And again, Wout van Aert continuing on to, you know, just all the time put in these sucker punches.
Vingegaard just locked onto the back wheel of Tadej Pogačar here as you look further back through this group. Sénéchal, the French champion from Quick Step, looking for more Quick Step riders. There are a couple at the back of this as well. Wout van Aert just controlling all proceeding. He's the composer, isn't he? At the moment, everyone dancing to his tune, the conductor, I should say. Sean, he's relentless.
Well, I don't understand what's happening here, and you know, this race is magnificent racing here. Is it the Belgian coffee they had before the start? And yeah, Pogačar is up there all the time. He's just, you know, real out in the front of the race and just watching, and that is the place to do it. And you know, if you're riding comfortably here, and that's the problem, you know, Pogačar, he is you know, at another level here, and we did see yesterday and again today, he's just following here, doesn't need any teammates around him, doing it all on his own, as he did for a lot of the time yesterday.
I think as well in this situation, there's a small split in the group there. You think for Wout van Aert, you look around, you see Pogačar, you think, oh, I'm not going to ride if he's there. But in this situation, we don't know who's in this back group, and if you're in that group in the front, you've got two things. If you're trying to get the stage win, you've got a massive group to work with, and then you've also got Wout van Aert in there who will keep riding on the front for the stage win, but also just for the time gaps as well. There might be riders in that peloton they want to distance, so if you're in that breakaway, just start to help now, because you've got the best of both worlds. The riders on GC that will push on to try and get more time, and then you've got riders in the stage win wanting to push on as well to get the stage win. So if you're in that group there, you're in a very, very good position. You just see the panic start to settle in. You've got Tom Pidcock in there, you've got Geraint Thomas in there, I think Adam Yates is in there, you've got Pogačar in there, you've got Vingegaard in there as well. It's the other riders behind. You see Movistar, they've missed it on the front immediately, trying to close it down.
Just looking to see if Vlasov's there. Schachmann's definitely there. I haven't quite spotted him. We shall wait in a few moments' time. Here's Fabio Jakobsen just drawing the eye at the moment in green. But the man who owns that green jersey is off in the front group. He also owns yellow, of course, and he's been dictating matters. Still, how busy has Quinn Simmons been today? Looking back through this group, Vlasov
is there, yeah.
He is. So we've got a situation here, Sean, where we've got a lot of team principals who are very well placed overall, who happen to be in the front group. I'm just wondering whether this is going to be a bit of settlement.
McNulty was there, sorry Sean, McNulty was there driving the pace as well on the right for Pogačar.
The problem is when you have so many GC men up there, you know, the riders are going to say, well, there's no point in riding here because, you know, they are going to ride back in the peloton. There's going to be some teams will push on, and, you know, you get that riders just saying, well, you know, I'm just going to sit here, and if they want to ride, leave them ride, but I am going to, you know, just get carried along. We can see, you know, that's what's happening in the front of the peloton, all coming back together again.
176.9 kilometres. Adam, it kind of feels like we've had a stage already.
I mean, this is more exciting than a finish of some stages. This
Incredible.
is absolutely brilliant. And this, I think this is one of those stages that shows what means to win a stage in the Tour de France. They know that it might be a breakaway today, so all the riders just trying to be in there, making sure they follow moves, because these times where it could be a breakaway is so limited. So if you have the chance to win a stage, you have to grab it and try and take it. And I think that's why we're seeing this phenomenal fight to be in the breakaway.
Fred Wright just tucked in here. He's on the nose, wearing the red, number 88. Looking back further through this group, and they're all kind of recalibrating what this day is going to mean. Magnus Cort with the polka dot jersey, never that far off the nose, hasn't been throughout this entire race, missed a breakaway, and indeed they are stamping on the pedals right now to try and reform some kind of well, travelling band of brothers. But the way that this day has panned out, it's so difficult to extricate yourself from a highly motivated chase, Sean.
Yes, well, we can see here, you know, they're giving a little bit of effort on the front, but a lot of looking over shoulders at the moment. We can see Andres Kron there just coming to the front and, yeah, knocking off the effort and waiting for the next big move. And, yeah, that's what you've got to do. You have to, you know, wait here, just see who's in the moves, and when there's a group of, you know, 5-7 riders going, then if you have to be in the break, or if you're a team that has targeted the breakaway today, bang, out of the saddle and follow those 5 or 7 riders.
Standard Wolf it is that's just joined up front here. AG2R Citroën, Magnus Cort just doing his job as well. Intermarché Wanty have made some big statements over the last couple of days. It was so close yesterday for Taco van der Hoorn. Niels Pollitt has been busy almost guiding in a jumbo jet, it seems. His arms have been so all over the place today. He's been trying to encourage Bora Hansgrohe to get themselves into position as they continue to just flake off the front here. Well, 4 up front. Adam, it's I kind of feel like saying the usual suspects.
Yeah, I mean, Christophe Laporte, that was a shock to me. He's just gone past Geschke there from Cofidis. You've got Connor Swift chasing him, Asgreen behind him. So I'm surprised that Jumbo-Visma, Wout van Aert, I think he's been given free rein today, but I'm surprised that Laporte has gone off the front there to try and bridge across this group. Mats Pedersen there in the navy colours of Trek. It is non-stop.
Zimmerman, it is for Intermarché Wanty this time. It is non-stop. We've got 10 riders now, just on the borders of being too much with some hiders. If you take all of those, Lacknesson making it over for DSM as well. As I don't know whether this is a hiatus in hostilities, Sean, or whether this is now everyone just getting fed up with the task at hand.
Well, I think it's still continuing on the front of the peloton. We can see there's still riders and wanting to push on here. And, you know, this is the move now. What have we got? Maybe 10 riders. If you need to be in the breakaway, you have to react immediately, and you have to try and shut this one down. You have to sacrifice yourself for the other teammates, and if you can close that very quickly, but that is a big ask when you have the riders of, you know, the strengths we have up here to close this one. We can see the distance they've got already. Yeah,
and also there's representation in this front group, Adam, by, I don't think there's any teammates here, are there? So it's a lot of teams represented.
Yeah, I think it was in the background there that Lotto Soudal, I think it was Florian Vermeersch, the rider that finished second in Roubaix, trying to bridge across to it. But as soon as it gets to that 100, 150 metres with the speeds that these guys are going, it becomes so difficult. We saw the speed there, 54 k's an hour. I'd love to get the average speed of what we've been riding at so far.
Magnus Cort has made it up there. Mats Pedersen is here. Simon Geschke, of course. I don't think I'm seeing some declarations that Vlasov is here. I can't see him.
But not in there,
no. Langen is there. Some other very, very handy riders to have up the road as well. Some big engines here, Adam.
Very big engines. I mean, you've got Casper Asgreen there, Tour of Flanders, Magnus Cort. We know how well he's going. Starke Langen, as you mentioned there. Mads Pedersen, previous world champion, third on stage 2. On stage 2 in this Tour de France. So you've got some big engines. And Christophe Laporte, I mean, he's been leading Wout van Aert out. He's riding on the front yesterday. He's arguably one of the best riders in the world at sort of this sort of terrain at the minute. So there is some big firepower in that front group.
It's looking very good, Sean. They've only got a modest margin of 7 seconds, and with so many teams represented up here, there's very few that are going to be left to have to chase to get into this.
Well, yeah, there is a lot of teams represented, and you know, but still there's teams, yeah, who are getting the call now. You have to try and do something, you know, try and get out of the peloton, push on here, and not allow this breakaway to get away, because if it gets that 20-30 seconds with the power we have up here, then it's going to be a difficult one to close down. So guarantee there is some teams where will there be a team that have missed, that need to close it? Are they good enough? Have they riders strong enough to do that? As we can see, the gap is growing out.
I see Connor Swift up here as well. Magnus Cort, of course, Zimmerman, Leknesund, Pedersen. We have De Wolf, Casper Asgreen as well. This is quality, and I know it's only 12 seconds, but it feels like a band of travelling brothers here that may well make a trip. Let's see who's got the wherewithal. It looks like a lockdown behind them. 13 seconds only, 170 kilometres to go. I think there's a lot of teams who'll be quite happy with this, and it's Astana. It's Bike Exchange. They were so busy at the top, Adam, they haven't got anyone up here.
No, that's the second try they've tried to go solo across to a break that is already formed. There's still a little bit of time to try and get across, but you can just see the riders in the front. I think it's not Tim Wellens again on the front of there trying to get things going. One of the Lotto Soudal riders, but you can still see teams that have missed it. The likes of Lotto Soudal, Adam Yates moving up on the left-hand side for Ineos Grenadiers, getting up to his teammate Luke Rowe. It is still, I think, going to be a fight from a few number of riders, but the size of this group in front, 10 riders, all working well together, all realising this is probably the opportunity. Asgreen looks to be suffering grit in his teeth, but this could be the one, a big enough group, I'd say, to get away.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Just got over 200 metres of advantage. John, a bit of respite, time to bend a knee and have a think.
You wanting me to pray? is that what you're inferring?
Well, you
there?
did theology, John. I imagine it's part of your makeup.
Well, it's an interesting fact about those who study theology. I would say that not all of them necessarily emerge the other side with a fervent belief in organised religion. I'm not going to speculate on which way I've gone. I was confirmed a Methodist, and Methodists don't drink. You can draw your own conclusions. I mean, what a start! What a start! That has just been utterly bonkers. It's been brilliant to watch. I've loved it.
Yeah, it's been fabulous. We may even, when we get to a little bit of settlement, once this has been achieved, we may even get to your recipe today, John. A spectacular one yesterday that had to exist only as detailed information as opposed to being delivered by your good self. What about delivery today, Sean? I mean, it's so difficult to even begin to assess how this one might pan out. I didn't think it would be this brutal at the top. I knew it was going to be partially so, but it's been action stations from the very start.
Well, it's been a real killer of a stage. You know, if you're a rider who is still carrying maybe the fatigue from yesterday, some bruises from crashes, it's not the start you would be hoping for, but you could see today was a day that there could be a lot of riders wanting to get the breakaway, and for that's the reason it's just, you know, full-on racing right from the kilometre zero, and it's continued on. And this is the first break that looks like it could be the one that could stick here. But again, there's other teams wanting to continue on pushing the pace here, and only just the 21 seconds. So we'll have to wait and see. And you know, with this terrain where it's, you know, very undulating, if you have a rider who goes to the front here and really just gives it all, he could close down a lot of this advantage of 20 seconds.
It's modest at the moment, and you can see the efforts that are being displayed on the faces here. It's just no easy task. Nobody ever suspected it would be, and such a long distance as well. They can't surely sprint all the way. Gosh, we're speculating as to whether this might turn out to be a 220-kilometre sprint. has been a brutal experience so far. If the wind blows a little bit later on, it's going to be a storm for many. And it's raining on some parades. Axel Kirch does not look at all pleased. I'm not sure whether he's got a technical issue here. Sean, fatigue already perhaps being displayed on what has been a frantic start to the day.
Yes, well, you know, riders that had really a difficult day yesterday. You can see Walschild here as well in difficulty. So, you know, if you had a crash yesterday, you really suffered and you had to fight, you know, to stay in the race yesterday, well, then you're going to pay the price today.
Gosh, we're going to hear from Bradley Wiggins in a short while. Peter Sagan just offering up some slaps of encouragement here at Valbosenhagen. Well done, mate, he says, and immediately that sound echoes in the ears of these guys. Others pushing on here.
Salut Fred. Ouais. Okay, so yes, I mean, that's a hell of a start to the race today. It was on like Donkey Kong for most of it. 50 kilometres in the first hour, and Anthony Tergis from Direct Energy. He actually had quite a bad fall in Denmark. He crashed yesterday as well. After 5 kilometres, he was out the back and in the cars. He spent 45 kilometres in the cars, and gladly he's back on now. So clearly suffering from his injuries. As another surprise, there was Mathieu van der Poel was sat in the first back, the last 5 riders of the whole peloton for that first 50 kilometres of the race. So lots happening, lots of riders, you know, getting dropped out the back, but just in 1s and 2s really, and choosing to sit in the cars, because sometimes it's easier to sit in the cars and in the convoy than it is on the back of the peloton, where it's splitting and constantly coming back together. So yeah, finally that breakaway's gone, although I look up now and it looks like the racing started again, so we never know. Tough stage, up and down all day, very windy, and it's not that warm either. I will hand you back to the commentary team.
Thank you, Bradley. I'm going to go and put my larynx in a hammock for a little while, because this has been absolutely brutal and it is far from over, so I'm going to back out rather swiftly. Rob, it's been amazing, and it looks like we got potentially a 220-kilometre sprint. It kind of feels that way.
Does Wout van Aert have the red number secured already, maybe, for this stage? This has been mesmerising. A little like watching a different sport, I'd say. They are on another planet, some of these guys. Kisper Asgreen is one of them. He's up the road with Magnus Cort here, but just 16 seconds, even though Christophe Laporte is following well. Mads Pedersen too. And there's Georg Zimmermann in the breakaway for the moment, on a day where you think that they have to be in a breakaway in this particular team, given the fact that Intermarché are based where we started today in Banche, also known to Adam Blythe, as we heard earlier on.
Thanks, Rob.
10 years. 10 years since that moment, Adam.
Oh, I've aged terribly. Aged terribly, I tell you. This is, to me, this star is not even as aggressive as a star like Paris-Roubaix trying to get in the breakaway. We know how important that is. If you get in a breakaway, we've seen it over many, many years where riders in that breakaway might get a result, but this is just like another level.
52.5 kilometres per hour. I think that has been one of the most riveting first hours of racing that I have ever seen. Sean, you've been watching for a lot longer than I have. Where's it rank for you?
Well, it's just certainly up there with one, you know, the most aggressive, fastest starts of a stage in a big tour. And let's not forget, you know, when you say over 52 kilometres per hour, we've seen, you know, the undulating roads they've been over. And if you're out training there, you know, you suffer on those sort of inclines, but the speed they're coming off the descents and up to the climb, they're getting up with a lot of momentum, but still it does knock your average speed down. But what a race they're having here. And, you know, after yesterday's stage, you would expect, you know, a lot of riders, you know, wanting the breakaway to get away, teams saying, OK, you know, let's try a bit in the beginning. But the moment a number of riders get away, you'd expect some of the teams to say, OK, let's forget it for today. And it's not been the case at all. We had that 3-man break there, and it looked like it was a one which could stick, but, you know, more teams wanted to get in here and, you know, just attacking over the top again, keeping the pace real high, and it all comes back together. And this one we have here, you know, it looked like it was going to be a break where it would pull an advantage out very quickly, but it's not the case. Still real active on the front of the peloton.
And here we go again. We've seen Lotto Soudal active. Bahrain have been trying as well. Arkea have had a rider up the front, and this is one of the riders from Bahrain. B&B Hotels missed. They've got 3 riders in there behind. And this is what's at the front of the race right now. Kasper Asgreen with a face like thunder there. He's been giving everything.
Well put, Rob. Well put indeed. I was just about to say, this seems the point now where if you're trying to get on the front with 10 riders up at the front, it's almost one of those no-go efforts unless there's a little climb, and then lo and behold, there's a little climb for the riders to go at. But it wouldn't surprise me if we saw the likes of Wout van Aert just before the top of it try and spring across to it. There's one rider on the left-hand side already trying. Wout van Aert just looking over his shoulder, checking what's going on. But Mathieu van der Poel, other end of things, last man in that peloton. But we've seen riders go out at the back already. It's been a difficult stage so far, and it's, you know, the break's not even gone yet, and they've not even got to the first climb.
I think it's very easy to get carried away with what we've seen so far and just take it all in our stride, because we're lucky to see so much fantastic racing, particularly in the last few years as the sport and the way of racing has changed, and again it's changing at the front once more. But almost 60 Ks have gone here, and still we've got very big names trying to close the gap at the front, and it looks as though this latest move might come together again with more splits and more big names at the front.
Yeah, that's Dylan Teuns right on the front there, right in the Bahrain kit, looking across, trying to just get on the gas, bridge that gap a little bit, bring it down, hoping another rider would go over the top. But there we are, the Lotto Soudal rider straight over the top of it. Wout van Aert following it straight away. I mean, I think if you're in this peloton now and Wout van Aert's in there, you're probably getting fairly fed up with him now and just being like, can you just pack it in, mate? Come on.
And why is
And here
Petty
he
not
is
ready?
again.
Why is Betsy all not riding? Because Pogacar's safe, Sean. He's fine.
I expected a little more to come out maybe in the wash on that front yesterday. I think we'll have time over the course of this tour to talk about what happened there and what might happen. This is the front at the moment. Stakelangen, Laporte, De Wolf, Asgreen and Geske. There's Zimmerman, Magnus Cort, a gap as well with Connor Swift in there, Mats Pedersen to Frank Bonamour, who had that really good tour last year. But even in the front, they can't stick together. They're almost too strong for each other.
Well, I think there's riders here trying to, just get an easier ride and just follow and ride a little bit, but not wanting to push on. And that's the reason that maybe the stronger riders out of that 10-man group want to try and split it and, get a smaller group that can work well together. That is their chance maybe to be able to stay away here.
Thomas Pidcock following yet again. It's very, very clear that Ineos Grenadiers want to be active today. One of several GC teams. I think, Adam, you remarked quite early on that a lot of the GC teams were getting in the mix. We've seen Wout van Aert, the leader of the race. There's yesterday's winner, still celebrating, able to smile that he might be swinging a bit today and paying for what he did yesterday.
That's a cry.
But he's still got the residual happiness inside. It was his first Tour de France win after almost 20 years of racing in Europe. 36 on the next rest day. First Tour de France stage win as well to Israel Premier Tech. So congratulations to them after a win at the Giro and a couple down the years at the Vuelta as well. It's still not settled down. It's the way we like it. It's the way we love it, really. Come on.
Can you imagine if this went like this all the way to the finish? I mean, it would be brilliant because we'd have a great day commentating on it. This is very different to what we normally get at the start of the bike race, so I'm very happy it has. But it just seems never ending. And you think when this group of 10 goes off the front, you think, right, that's 10 riders. We're not going to bring this back. But it's so close to being brought back already. It's fascinating to see, as you mentioned, Rob, the GC teams getting up in there. We've got a rider from, is that Filippo Ganna just on the front? It's just
Pidcock
incredible.
was there last time we looked at it. In the meantime, look at this, two of the biggest names in the sport. Miguel Marco, Olympic champion, world champion. Mathieu van der Poel, Mr. Entertainment, paying for their efforts in the first week of this tour.
I feel sorry for Van der Poel. It's just so opposite to what he is. We've seen him sit at the back, but we've seen a day each side of that, or on that day where he suddenly comes to the front and does Van der Poel things. We're not used to seeing him like that, and for sure he's not used to riding like this either, feeling like this. So I have got sympathy for him. But
and look
also
even further out the back here, because there's a couple of key domestiques for Tadej Pogacar right out the back. George Bennett wearing number 2 is one of them. Mark Hirschi is another here. They're with the Burgodos of this world. Let's just make sure there's nobody up there in the GC. That's André Zeitz. This is number 174, who's Alex Kirsch. And Jack Bauer in there as well for Bike Exchange. Max Walscheid on the left-hand side. A lot of riders in this group, Sean, have already been down in the last few days.
Yes, and is that Hirschi there in that group also? So
yep, 2 riders from U8.
Yes, and yeah, there's a lot of riders suffering. And as I have mentioned a number of times, if you had a bad day yesterday, if you were in crashes, and some of the riders, have been down, and also if you were, struggling yesterday and you had to dig deep because it was a day where you had to dig really into the reserves if you were suffering on the earlier part to the first section of cobbles. So it would be a nightmare of a day, and you finish totally empty, and then you have a start like this one. But going back to Van der Poel, he's got to learn a little bit more how to bike race, because in the Giro we did see the way he was racing. He was just up the road on days, and I think he will just take a lot from that, because when you do that, then you go on to your second tour, you're going to suffer a bit, and I think it's the consequences of the efforts he put in during Giro. That's how Mathieu van der Poel is not at his best in this one.
Well, just 12 seconds. A lot of tired faces attacking the race at the front. It's not sure the elastic snapping yet. Keep it here with us on the Tour de France. ...159 kilometres from the line. We have had 61 kilometres of racing at an average of nigh on 53 k's an hour. We're still in Belgium. We're not too far from passing into France now. It's in the next 10 kilometres or so. Bauke Mollema trying to get some food down when he can. That's another thing that's happening today, Sean. I mean, there's not been time to pause, eat, drink, get bidons, get food yet. It's all stressful, and it's all a bit of a change and a shock to the system, I guess.
Yes, it is, and it will be a major shock to some of the riders. If you're coming in, to a 3-week race or the first time in the Tour of France, and you get this sort of racing, well, then you'll say, "Oh my God, what is this going to be like for the next almost 3 weeks?" But you have to try and get the food down. When you start in the stage, you have a certain amount of food in your pocket, and you have to try and get that in. But not easy, as you said. But to get the bottles from the team car and to hydrate well, that is going to be a problem here, because to go back to the cars, get back up to the front of the peloton with those bottles to your leaders, it's a major task here to do it, and that's where you have to be careful. And it's always difficult to get the riders to come back when it's racing like this. And the ones that are on the rear of the peloton, they are there because of a reason. They are struggling. And, when you give them the bottles for them to get up to the front to the men, you need to give those fresh bottles too. It's always going to be a major task for those guys.
Well, Sean, it's tough logistics for us to get food down into the commentators today. We're going to let you go and do just that. Go and pick up a musette. Adam Blythe's gone to do the same, and we'll see you later on. There might still be no breakaway when you come back, Sean. Who knows?
Yes, it is very possible, and I'm looking forward to the musette.
You'll tell us later on what's in it. It's my pleasure to welcome along Daniel Lloyd to the commentary box. And Dan, any words that are going to do justice to what we've seen in the last hour and a bit?
Not really, no. And I don't think I completely got my head around everything that happened on yesterday's stage, even 24 hours later. And I'm still struggling to get my head around what's happening so far today. It's been a long time since I've seen something like this on this type of stage. I'm talking about the parcours that they've got today. It's not one that we thought this is going to be general classification day. It's not one where there's a lot of King of the Mountains points up for grabs. You do see this sometimes in the last week of the race, specifically of a Grand Tour, where there's so many teams that are still looking to get something out of the race, so many of the competitions that have still got places to be decided, maybe even the win. But to have this much attacking, and it's all coming back together again, Rob.
Incredible. Welcome back, everybody. Rob Hatch with Daniel Lloyd here on stage 6. I think it's stage 6 of the Tour de France. We've had several stages in one, it seems, today so far. We left Binche in Belgium, heading towards Longueuil in France, but very close to the Belgian and Luxembourg border. And the riders, well, some of them don't know where they are. our latest attempt of a breakaway. The umpteenth attempt today has come back. In each and every one of the attempts so far, we've seen Wout van Aert attacking. I think he's already done enough to get the most combative rider prize. And as the latest attempt comes back, it's a local boy, Philippe Gilbert, at his last Tour de France on Belgian roads, on home roads, makes the move, and he's one of these guys who'll have been waiting, watching. He will know better than anybody, Dan, when to pick the moment.
Yeah. Very, very experienced rider, Philippe Gilbert. Not seen too much of him so far, but if he's managed to be hiding himself and saving energy as much as you possibly can do at these sorts of speeds in the peloton, you know, he knows when is the good moment to go. It's often when it's already been hard. I mean, you could say that for the last 30 or 40 kilometres, though, couldn't you? It's been incredibly hard from start to this point so far, but absolutely fantastic racing. I think we might get an early evening, Rob, today. The speeds they're going, they'll be well ahead of the fastest predicted schedule for the day.
Well, it's your shout down the pub, then. And by the way, 30 or 40 kilometres, it seems like that, doesn't it? But, Dan, we've had 100... So not quite yet. We've got 154 Ks to go. We've had 66 kilometres of racing already.
Just over an hour. Yeah, like you said, 52.6 kilometres per hour averaged over the first hour of the race. Mads Pedersen is very motivated for very obvious reasons today. He's got his teammate Jasper Stuyven here. But I was noticing on that the group that had been trying to go up the road that was just caught, he was the best placed on the general classification. It's a real opportunity for Mads Pedersen to go into the yellow jersey today. And I was looking at that group thinking, well, Laporte will stop working at some point, and that might upset the apple cart slightly in that group, because, of course, his teammate Wout van Aert is in the yellow jersey. And whilst I think they'd be reasonably content to give it away, I think that Van Aert would like to be in it for one more day at least. So, but clearly Mads Pedersen, a Trek Segafredo, he wants to go up the road. There's a stage went up for grabs, but I think for him and in his mind, he's thinking, I could potentially have a day in yellow tomorrow.
Talked about the local boy Philippe Gilbert. On the last shot we had, just before we saw the pairing of Pedersen and Stuyven, we had a brief glimpse of Bob Jongels, and he's almost at home today as well. One of the several riders born within a good few kilometres of the route. Something I saw thanks to our friends at Pro Cycling Stats. Second day running for Edvald Boasson-Hagen. Little look behind, and guess who's there again? You can't fail to spot him. The yellow jersey, Wout van Aert. Adrien Petit not far away. I mentioned briefly when I took over the commentary duties just a few kilometres back that today we began in Binche, which is the hometown of the Intermarché team. So it was always going to be a main strong word on the bus from their sports directors that they should be trying to get in the bunch and the break today. There's Bob Jongels again on the right-hand side. Lost a little bit of time yesterday, but he's been looking good, he's been looking better. Bahrain also very active. I mean, which team hasn't been active today? There haven't been many, Dan.
No, pretty much every single team has had riders trying to go up the road and nothing stuck as yet. It's always difficult going on the attack on a slight descent like they're on at the moment, though. If you're doing 60 kilometres per hour slightly downhill, then in the bunch you're still freewheeling behind the riders that are in front of you, and it always just means that there's somebody there that's going to have the energy to give it some real punch for 10, 30, 40 seconds to bridge that gap. So I never like seeing riders going on the attack on a slight descent, because it's a lot of energy. I mean, the power needed is exponential. The faster you go, the more of a power increase you need to go 1 kilometre per hour extra. So when you're going on a descent like Bob Jongels did a few moments ago, it's incredibly difficult to get away.
The man in the white followed eagerly by our cameras as Luis Leon Sanchez seems to have a mechanical issue. That man in the white is Tadej Pogačar, yet again gliding over the cobbles, more difficult cobbles of the old Hell of the North, rather than the Tour of Flanders where he excelled in the spring. But today he's been just as impressive for me, Dan. Every time there's been the slightest of threat, he's been up there to the front. I mean, to play devil's advocate a little bit and maybe pour a little bit of cold water on all this fantastic riding we're seeing him do, he's not had hardly anybody from his team around him over the last couple of days.
No.
Is he expending a little bit too much energy?
I think so far, no. And I say that because he's so good at positioning himself that although, yes, he went off the front with Stuyven yesterday and used a bit of energy, it wouldn't have been that much more by that point in the race than some of his key rivals behind him. And if you look at Vingegaard and the chase that he had to make to get the gap down to what it was by the time they got to the finish line. Same for the Ineos Grenadiers, general classification leaders. They would have had to do a reasonable amount themselves. I just think he's been so clever with where he's positioned himself, and he is so good in handling his bike that actually he's probably not used that much energy. We spoke about that on the opening days in Denmark, didn't we, where we saw Jumbo-Visma eating a lot of wind on the front of the bunch, and even though Roglic and Vingegaard were protected, they still would have been having to push out more power than Pogačar, who was sat a bit further back in the main peloton. There's a risk to that, but I would say that there's not been much energy expended from Pogačar so far.
Over the bridge the bunch goes. 150 kilometres remain. We have left Belgium. We're into France. We're 3 countries down and still one more to visit yet. Switzerland coming up at the weekend. And it's the former Swiss champion now, Sylvain Dillier, who's on the attack ahead of yet again Mars Pedersen. B&B Hotels only represented in a couple of breaks so far. And look at this. Strong out, snaking left and right. The threat of the wind to blow later on. Plenty more kilometres still to ride. And we're back into France in the Grand Est, the Great East. Tomorrow we will move down to La Planche des Belles Filles in the Vosges. We may get a little time to build up to that later on. For now, we're concentrating on events on our screen. It's interesting, Dan, you and I do a lot of prep and homework and notes, sort of trying to predict what we're going to have to talk about on each day. I've not touched a single bit of the prep yet today.
That's always a good
incredible
thing, isn't it? It's always a good thing if you've got enough action on screen that you don't have to sift through your notes to find something to talk about, and that's certainly the case today. What could well end up happening today, though, Rob, is that after everything that we've seen, a group of 3 or 4 sails up the road. It might be that a couple of teams then chase it, but what I'm getting to is that in years gone by when we didn't have live coverage from kilometre zero, we'd often turn our TV screens on when live coverage started. It would look really calm, you know, breakaway up the road, somebody in the peloton controlling things, and you'd missed all of this stuff that had come before it. And had we not got live coverage today, we would have been keeping our eye on social media, trying to get updates. We would have seen the speed. We wouldn't have seen all the action that we've had on our screen so far today. So, you know, there are days when you think we don't really need live coverage for this entire stage because nothing's happening at all. But it's great on days like today that we get to watch it firsthand, see all of the different evolutions of the breakaway and the different rides that are trying to go up the road. I'm absolutely loving it.
It has been an enthralling watch to now, and we're creeping up towards 80 kilometres ridden. Still no breakaway. And we still haven't got anywhere near the roller coaster Big Dipper finale yet. And that is a special run in itself. 4 back-to-back climbs. And finishing up the Côte des Religieuses. If you're lighting a candle before they get there. So Bonamor, the latest to be caught. Not having the same Tour de France as he had so far last year. Now
Kruijswijk with Van Aert on his wheel.
A lead-out man. Steven Kruijswijk has been very versatile in this latter part of his career. And split here, there are 6 riders, and the rest in this latter part of his career. And split here, there are 6 riders, and the rest must chase. But we've seen Pogačar himself, the likes of Thomas and Yates, filtering themselves into moves. They'll have to be very, very careful to check. There'll be a bit of looking around here. Who's up the road? Are they dangerous? Will we have to follow? That seems to be what's happening right now. And let's see who's here. Guillaume van Kersbroek, Quinn Simmons, Wout van Aert. Is that Jakob Fuglsang? There's certainly a rider towards the back there in an Israel Premier Tech jersey. And there's also a rider in there in Intermarché colours, which looks like it's Taco for the Horn again. And the rider involved is Jakob Fuglsang. Now then, this is interesting. How long before everybody has to react? Fuglsang at 1 minute and 20 at the moment from the yellow jersey. And who chases here? Very, very interesting indeed that Fuglsang's managed to infiltrate himself. Now, Taco Fodohorn's on the radio, can't follow. Has he killed it off because he knows they're going to chase anyway because Van Aert and Fuglsang are there?
Might well do. I mean, he's very, very clever, Taco van der Hoorn, in selecting the breakaways that he goes in. And it might well be that he looked at Fuglsang and thought, well, the GC teams are going to chase that because Fuglsang's a man with history in terms of good GC results, but also with a good recent history in terms of his form in the mountainous races that we've seen recently in Tour de Suisse, not Route d'Occitanie, but one of the other races that he was doing pretty well at. This is why I'm quite surprised at how much freedom Van Aert has been given today, because we saw Steven Kruijswijk giving a lead out there, which is a better way to do it, because I agree with Sean that Van Aert's just put far too much energy into trying to get up the road today. But in doing that, they've now pulled a GC rival clear, who could, it's a long shot. It's probably not going to be Jakob Fuglsang who wins this year's Tour de France, but he's a dangerous person to give some time early on in the race, and in the end they might end up chasing themselves down.
Team that's going to be buoyed and confident as well in the Israel Premier Tech. Fuglsang was in fine form in the Tour of Switzerland. It was only on the final day that he was unable to be up there and win the race. Second 2 years running there. Now, number 43 here doing the chasing is Marco Haller. He's been really active today. He's got a teammate here in Leonard Kemner. Still, it's Wout van Aert. I think we could have recorded that phrase before the commentary today. Wout van Aert, Quinn Simmons, Jakob Fuglsang. Van Aert is the leader. Fuglsang is one of the GC contenders. Currently at 1 minute and 20 from the overall lead held by the other man in this break here. Left-hand side. And Quinn Simmons, well, he's no threat to the overall, but he's in the form of his life at the minute. He was excellent at the Tour de Suisse, where he was king of the mountains and almost won a mountain stage. The wind blowing across the road and just behind them at the minute. A few changes of direction. We aren't far now from our first categorised climb either. It's a third category climb, the Côte des Mazures. It's going to be the first third cat of the whole race, actually. The longest climb so far, 2 kilometres at 7.6%. But not too much to sort out in terms of King of the Mountains today. Magnus Cort will hold on to the jersey. This is all about the breakaway, and it's having implications in the general classification. Just see the way the direction of the wind is blowing, the way that they are riding on the road now.
Yeah, it's generally in their favour today, in that it's a tailwind for the vast majority of the stage. But of course, the road snakes about, so there'll be bits like they're on at the moment where the wind is coming over their left shoulders. It's still a cross tailwind at that point. 11 seconds though, back to this jersey that's now been given the white jersey group, because of course we've got the yellow jersey on the attack up the road. Yeah, another day to forget really for UAE Team Emirates so far. I mean, for Bennett, he was on the back foot right from the beginning. He was involved in some sort of incident, so he was behind the team car and in the convoy for a long time as that attacking was going on. Hirschi's much more of a worry. I'm not sure quite how he ended up in this back group. We saw that the guy on the front in the red colours of Cofidis there, Max Walscheid, was just distanced on one of the climbs, and I was with Orla and Robbie McEwen watching on and saying, that's going to be a long, long old day for the likes of Max Walscheid. If you get dropped with, 170, 175 kilometres still remaining, and it carries on like this, I mean, you're just hoping that it goes, the breakaway goes, the bunch settles down, you get yourselves back on. As things have happened and evolved, it hasn't really settled down at all, and they must be quite a long way off the back of the main peloton now.
UAE will be worried facing tomorrow's main mountain stage as well, because these are the days certainly when George Bennett is going to have to work. He's been signed as the main mountain domestique now. They brought him over from the rivals Jumbo-Visma to ride for Tadej Pogacar. Of course, you've got Maika and Bennett as those two big mountain domestiques. Marc Soler will be there as well. But Marc Hirschi was close to not being selected anyway for the Tour de France. He only came in as a late replacement to Matteo Trentin. So they can't be that confident about his form even coming into the race if he wasn't in the initial 8.
Was it not because did he have a COVID positive not that long before this, or at least was a close contact? Is that right?
He was on the waiting list because of that, but I mean, yeah, they'd picked Trentin anyway. and then he was brought back in at the end. I know there was a lot of confusion, particularly with the riders who are in the Tour de Suisse, of which Mark Hirschi was one. And I'll just pause there a minute because I've just looked at that time gap.
Yeah.
2 minutes and 56 back to that group that we just saw a moment ago. That's almost 3 minutes also to the white jersey group. And the white jersey group, the main group, is exploding again. Another rider from Jumbo-Visma trying to come across. Or has that all come back together again? I think it might have come back together again, and this is the next attack now.
I don't think it's come back together, but I might be wrong on that. But again, I just don't understand what was going on. Why would Marc Soler of UAE Team Emirates be on the attack? I mean, he's already down a few domestiques, Pogacar, isn't he?
Well, it hasn't come back together again. You're right. There's no yellow jersey in this group. Last gap was around 20 seconds, and yet lots and lots of questions to ask between yesterday and today. I mean, I was like you. You and I had a conversation off air last night, both of us, saying, well, there are so many things we didn't understand about what happened yesterday, and not even a time to try and process those while we see this all unfolding in front of us. And I echo Sean's comments without even a little smidgen of his experience, but I don't understand it anymore.
I think it's not that we didn't understand what happened yesterday, is it? Just to assure people that are watching, it's more that so much happens. It takes a long time after a day like yesterday to find out what happened off screen and why it happened, and all of the social media stuff these days gives you an insight into why this rider wasn't at the front, why they got dropped, etc. A little bit easier to keep your eye on what's going on today, but again, not that easy to decipher. I just don't know what UAE Team Emirates would get out of Marc Soler or any of Pogacar's teammates going up the road, particularly when they've got 2 riders behind. So there's already only 5 guys in this bunch with Tadej Pogacar, who's the big favourite, let's not forget, for this race. But they're still sending riders up the road.
More moves at the front. That Bennett group now at 3:23 from this group. More than 3 minutes now from the peloton. That'll start to be a little bit of a worry. 141 Ks to go as Van Aert continues to press on. 22 seconds is the gap. And here's the latest reaction. Kruijswijk chasing down. Michael Woods to the right-hand side in the same job for Israel Premier Tech. On the left-hand side now it's Magnus Cort yet again, looking to make it 5 days out of 5. What a rider at the start of this Tour de France. The Magnus Cort show. $80 kilometers ridden. And we still have not had a proper moment where everybody sat up and said, OK, this is the breaker of the day. Not sure we're going to get it at all. 5K to the start of our first classified climbs. There's a little bit of a descent coming up. Got to get over this little lip there climbing right now. And this is the second group on the road now with Cort and Sénéchal. Max Schachmann's in there. And another rider from UAE trying to get across. Looks like it might be Mikkel Bjerg. Reinhard Janssen van Rensburg. Simon Clark at the back here too. Schachmann it was. Bjerg it is coming across. Michael Woods here. Tell you what, that wind, Dan, must have done wonders for the confidence in Israel Premier Tech. They're everywhere today.
Yeah, they've been riding really well. And sometimes I say just in inverted commas, you only need that Tour de France stage win for that buoyancy within a team. It would have been incredibly motivating for them to take their first ever Tour de France stage victory. They've now got Fuglsang up the road. We've seen Woods marshalling behind, trying to disrupt the chase slightly. Just trying to get my head around why we've seen the start that we have today. I mean, equally, it could have gone after 5 kilometres if the break had gone to a certain gap and everybody had given up. I guess really it's because often in the first week of the race, there's not a stage where you're all thinking this is almost guaranteed to be a potential stage victory for the people in the breakaway. It's always either cobbles like we had yesterday or it's sprint stages, and you have to wait for that first summit finish, etc. Whereas today, I think if Van der Poel was on top form, we might have seen Alpecin Fenix really trying to control things. We can see that Jumbo-Visma aren't going to control things. They've given Van Aert a free hand today. And so every team's thinking, actually, this is another opportunity. It's probably not going to be chased back. It's a long stage for anyone to control it. On the flip side of that, because we've had so much attacking for so long, there will be teams starting to think, well, it's not that we've got to chase for 200 kilometres. We're only going to have to chase for 130 to bring it back for our riders to go for the stage victory. And because it's Van Aert up the road, there'll be more riders hopeful of that stage victory. If he was in the bunch, any team that thought to themselves, let's start chasing, we've got a chance at the finish, because he's gone up the road and he's using his own energy, he probably won't win if it is brought back. I mean, I wouldn't put anything past him, but it's less likely. Let's put it like that. So if you've got a bike exchange with Michael Matthews, they might be thinking, actually, if we do control this now, Michael Matthews against Van Aert doesn't have that much chance. Michael Matthews against those that are left might well have a chance of stage victory.
Michael Matthews, who knows the finish very well here, having finished second to Sagan 5 years ago in Longwy. Now then, do we dare say it? 43 seconds and growing. And calm at the front of the peloton. They might just have had enough. Ineos Grenadiers send a few lieutenants to the front. Alpecin de Koenig left-hand side. UAE obviously keen to let this calm down. And left-hand side, Bora Hansgrohe, instead of chasing like they have for most of the day, are relaxed. 52 seconds and growing with Wout van Aert, Quinn Simmons, Jakob Fuglsang up the road. A few decisions to be made, both in the breakaway. Does Fuglsang continue riding with a mountain stage to come tomorrow? Or, also behind, who's going to do the chasing? And how long do they give Fuglsang and Wout van Aert?
It's a real conundrum, isn't it, for so many of the teams here? Like, how dangerous do they view Jakob Fuglsang in the overall general classification of this race? I would be thinking that he is a danger, just like I said before, purely based on his climbing form coming into this race. We know that the time trial is a weakness for him. We've got that 40-kilometre time trial at the end, but I don't think that they'll want to give him 5-6 minutes. I mean, there'll be some teams that might even think, well, Van Aert probably isn't going to be on GC, but you just never know with him. You know, in my mind, he's definitely not a rider at this point on this edition of the race that's capable of going for the general classification, particularly given the altitude of the climbs and the length of the climbs that we've got coming up next week. But yeah, two riders that are very big names up the road, and it'll be very interesting to see who does the chasing behind and how big of a gap they allow them.
1 minute 4 seconds. So he's tried and tried and tried. The man in the yellow jersey, already the most combative rider of the stage today. I think we can safely say that, whatever happens from here to the finish. But after 85 kilometres, Wout van Aert has finally made it into what looks like the break of the day. He's with Quinn Simmons and Jakob Fuglsang, one of the general classification contenders. The second day in a row. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Has he made it into the break of the day? Because he's now got a mechanical issue right at the foot of the first climb. And just when you thought things were over, they might be over as far as him staying in the break. Let's see. A little bit of a thing that might save the day there. And he now needs a sprint 135k from the finish just to stay in the break. Is there anything that's not going to happen today, Daniel Lloyd?
He'll get back on. It's, what, 20 seconds? You can see them just in front of that red car. And it's Van Aert. You know, this is a perfect length climb for him. Shake of the head, like he could have done without that, obviously. But he'll get back on. And in part, he'll get back on because those two up front will want his strength for the rest of today's stage. I think if it's just two men, you might think, well, I've got more chance of winning the stage if Van Aert's not here. But at the same time, if there's only two riders up the road, more teams behind are thinking, well, we definitely might as well chase this because we've only got two riders to try and catch. We've got a chance of the stage victory. But yes, bad luck indeed for Wout van Aert.
Wow. Here he comes. You can see them again. And again, it's come at a moment where they had sat up behind. It wasn't the 20 seconds or so that we've had for most of the day. So 1 minute 20 and growing. Our next question is who rides? And what do they ride for? Is it going to be a general classification team who are worried about Jakob Fuglsang principally, maybe even Wout van Aert? Or is it going to be a team that basically says we want to win the stage? The latter category, you can see Trek Segafredo on the right-hand side. They have a few options for that. Here is Wout van Aert. Panic over. He must be thinking, there's nothing that'll let me go today. He is here. He sits on. And I think I was about to get to a point, just before we had that panic moment of a mechanical there, that it's the second day in a row, Dan, that on a stage where you wouldn't expect GC riders to be anywhere near the front of the race until the end of the race. Obviously, the cobbles accepted, being protected and all that sort of stuff, but actually attacking the race. 2 days in a row, we've had GC guys in the breakaway on the relative flat.
It's brilliant to watch, isn't it? I mean, I'm absolutely loving it. I mean, I don't think, certainly Jakob Fuglsang at the start of today's stage would not have had it in his head, I'll go on the attack today, in the sort of early break, if you can call it that, after about 80 kilometres of attacking. It was just that there were so many riders from the general classification that were going after moves. The others started thinking, well, if they're going to go after them, then I'll probably need to follow stuff as well. I can't be left behind. It just so happened that the one that Fuglsang went with ended up going away after, you know, probably 100 different attacks over the course of the start of today's stage. And it has gone away, 1 minute and 38 seconds, and that will continue to grow because as we look down on this main peloton, they really have sat up now. This is their chance to eat and drink and collect themselves and ultimately, I guess, decide which teams are going to chase. Now, just looking down the start list to have a look at who might want to put the energy into chasing today. There aren't that many teams who I really think would bet on a stage win today. I think definitely Team Bike Exchange for Michael Matthews. You mentioned Trek Segafredo. You know, Mads Pedersen is very strong, but he's already put a lot of energy into today's race. My pick on the breakaway was Benoit Cosnefroid of AG2R, but again, you know, he was in that breakaway with Taco van der Hoorn at the start of the day.
I'm going to interrupt you as well, because I've just had a massive brain fade there, because Quinn Simmons is in the break, isn't he? Trek Segafredo aren't going to chase.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
I'm looking at
me both, Rob. You and me both.
Well, they in our defence, they're one of the million teams who have changed jersey before this particular Tour de France. But Quinn Simmons is in the break, so we can take them straight out of the equation. The other thing I'm wondering as well is that, and one of the positive things for UAE, this is going to be an opportunity to try and get those riders who were distanced early right back in the bunch before they try to do anything.
Also wondering about Bahrain Victorious. They came in here with 2 GC ambitions in Jack Haig, who unfortunately had to leave the race with a broken wrist yesterday. The other one being Damiano Caruso. I mean, even with what we saw last year of Caruso, who was flying, you wouldn't expect him to finish on the podium at the end. They've got Dylan Teuns. I mean, this finish suits Dylan Teuns down to the ground, so it might well be that they start to think maybe we should chase this down and give Dylan Teuns a chance of stage victory. We'll wait and see, but it's creeping up the gap, isn't it?
Quinn Simmons gets his King of the Mountains bid underway. First few points on the first third category climb of this tour, the Côte des Mazures. And we look to see what's happening with the sorting out behind. The gap has grown on this climb to 2 minutes and 8 seconds. DSM with a couple of riders up the front. Of course, Romain Bardet might like this finish. I'm looking back at what sort of finish it was last time as Bora Hansgrohe start to move to the front.
It's just for a musette or a bottle.
It is for a musette. But yeah, you're wondering, we're at that point where we're waiting, wondering to see who's going to take up the reins, and nobody's doing so yet. UAE, I mean, they've got their rider at the front here, Biel, but they've also got the 2 riders still at the back by a good 2.5 minutes.
Yes. I was just thinking about that group, Rob. We've got it on our screen now. This is Alex Kirsch really struggling for Trek Segafredo today. Bourgadeau, who crashed not far from the start of the race after kilometre 0, so he's been struggling all day as well. But I was thinking that group will be just hoping and praying that the chase from this group doesn't start before they get themselves back on. you imagine you get it down to 30 seconds and all of a sudden the team starts chasing behind the breakaway to go for the stage victory. You'd be like, oh no, because that's going to be a very long, very hard day for that group that's at 4 minutes and 46 seconds.
Looking at Chris Jensen moving up on the right-hand side. Maybe Bike Exchange will be planning that. And it is Biel here at the moment. You can't imagine that UAE will want to ride before they got their riders back, or at least back into the cars to give them the chance. Then again, they do have to think about the presence of Jakob Fuglsang. It's not an easy thing to do. You really don't want to give the Dane a head start. We've talked him up as a potential Grand Tour winner for years. And this is potentially a crucial moment in the Tour de France. And you can't imagine that the likes of UAE or Ineos, but Bora Hansgrohe behind them as well, will want to play with fire and give even a whiff of an opportunity to Jakob Fuglsang.
I was just looking back at the race that I'd forgot. I said Route Doc sitting here. That was, of course, Mike Woods. But Fuglsang took his first win in quite some time at the Mercantour Classic Alpes Maritimes back on the right at the end of May. Yes, it wasn't the best field in the world. Mike Woods was behind him and David Gaudu in third place on the day, but he was also third overall at the Tour de Suisse. And you can also say, well, half the field went home at the Tour de Suisse. How much can you really look into it? But he's clearly on decent form. You know, even as I said before, if you don't think he might finish on the podium at the end of this race, he is a danger man to allow 2.5 minutes.
I was commentating the Tour de Suisse with our colleague Magnus Begstedt, and Maggie was really impressed with Fuglsang. He said it was the strongest he thought he'd looked for many years. And here is in today's breakaway, wearing 194 on the right-hand side. Breathe in, everybody. 91 kilometres ridden, and the race has only just settled down. But there's a hint of excitement in the air with Jakob Fuglsang and Wout van Aert up the road. Not taking anything away from Quinn Simmons, who's a mighty talent, but is here for a very different reason. Of course, Wout van Aert is the yellow jersey. And even if you aren't one of those people who think that one day he could have a go at the general classification, he's still the leader of the race. And he rides for a team that has two of the big favourites. We know that one lost a couple of minutes yesterday in Primož Roglic, but Jonas Vingegaard, second last year, still looks mightily good. And we're now seeing our first bit of a reaction from UAE. And we wondered whether they would want to get George Bennett and Mark Hirschi back in. The immediate answer is no, because the threat up the front, to what I was just talking about, again, we'll excuse Quinn Simmons from this conversation because he's not a GC contender, but we've got a serious GC contender in the blue there in Jakob Fuglsang. We have the current leader of the race in Wout van Aert, and it looks as though Tadej Pogacar's team don't want to play with fire, don't want to give these guys too much time, Dan.
No, it looks that way. They're slightly hobbled, aren't they, without George Bennett and Mark Hirschi in that group. It means that they've only got 4 riders left to do the chasing behind, but it's a chase again in inverted commas, because I don't think they'll necessarily wants to bring this back or look to bring it back. They'll peg it, and in doing that they will hope that in pegging it, other teams suddenly start thinking, well, it's only 2.5 minutes still, we'll add our firepower to the front and try and bring this back before the finish to go for a stage victory. So yeah, taking the responsibility for the first time in this year's race, UAE Team Emirates.
They have the white jersey at the moment in Tadej Pogacar, and you have to say that he's the, again, if you're not one of those who believes in Wout van Aert over 3 weeks, he is the magnetic north as far as the general classification is concerned. He's the first series contender and the defending champion. He's in 4th place at 19 seconds.
Well, I mean, Van Aert doesn't believe in himself over 3 weeks. If he did, he wouldn't be doing what he's been doing over the last couple of days. I know he's on team duties yesterday, but he used an awful lot of energy. He's used an awful lot more energy today to get into this breakaway. He was making the moves as opposed to just following them. If he was really in his head thinking, I've got a chance of a podium at the end of the Tour, or a top 10 or whatever it might be, he wouldn't be doing what he's doing now.
He's trying to win another stage in the yellow jersey. Tailwind at the moment. After giving so much yesterday and today, he's at the front of the race. He's about to get some sustenance. We've had almost 100 kilometres of racing on the longest stage of the Tour de France. Began in Belgium, in Binche, and we're heading into France, where we crossed the border around 25 kilometres ago now. For 85 of those 95 kilometres, we had multiple attempts, but no serious breakaway. We finally have one, and it's a rather special one. Not particularly numerous, just 3 riders, but a terrific trio. In the yellow jersey there, talking to his sports director, that's Wout van Aert, a stage winner already. A hero yesterday, trying to save the day for Jonas Vingegaard and Primož Roglic, and a leader of the Tour de France. He's with Quinn Simmons, who's now moved into positive. Started the day on -1 points in the King of the Mountains.
Got himself out of debt.
He now has 1. He's out of debt, and he started his proper King of the Mountains challenge today. And the most intriguing name in this breakaway is Jakob Fuglsang, general classification contender. Now in the autumn of his career, it's safe to say, at 37 years of age. Racing for a team who got their first ever Tour de France stage victory yesterday in Israel Premier Tech. And at a group now with 3 minutes 20 seconds of an advantage over a peloton being led by UAE Emirates. There's a group at 5 minutes and 1 from this, you can see. They're at 1.5 minutes now from the peloton, which is the closest they have got so far. But that group includes 2 of Tadej Pogacar's teammates, Mark Hirschi and George Bennett. An intriguing situation as we head to Longwy for the first time in 5 years on the Tour de France. And you might remember the Longwy stage. It was very early on in the 2017 Tour, uphill finish, and you remember that Peter Sagan was able to win the stage even though his foot came out of his pedal in the finale. He beat Michael Matthews on the day, and it was one of those finishes that if this eventually does come back together, the minute we can't see a team riding to bring it back together, but if it does, we had a real mix, Dan, of sprinters with a bit of punch, sprinters who can climb, and GC riders as well. Looking down at the top 11, Sagan won the stage in front of Matthews, but also there were Thomas, Froome, Fuglsang himself, Rafał Majka and Nairo Quintana in 11th place. It was a real weird and wonderful mix on the day. So we've had a tremendous story so far today, but there's plenty more to be told.
There's a couple more chapters to go yet, isn't there? And we don't know the ending. It's always good. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Yeah, it's hovering around that 3-minute mark, but there's not a real concerted chase here from UAE. They just decided to ride in the front, to take responsibility of the race, and to see whether they're helped and joined by any of the other teams. But yeah, there's a number of riders that you can look at, isn't there, in terms of suiting today's finish. Just to go back to what I was saying before, I mean, it suits Van Aert down to the ground, but given the energy he's put into it, I just think it opens things up more, him being at the road, because so many more teams will think, actually, do you know what? Since he's been up the road all day, he's going to have lost a lot of energy. Hopefully he won't have the legs at the finish if we catch him, and therefore we've got a really good chance to take a stage win today.
Fabio Jakobsen here in the green jersey. Intermediate sprint comes rather late in the stage today. With around 74 Ks to go after 150 Ks of racing. Here is Sagan, who won the stage last time we were here. Little chat with Michael Biel. Marc Soler is the man he's having a little brief conversation with. Biel is the man just alongside Soler. And it's as calm as it's been all day. Steven Kruijswijk there, the man who did the lead out for the latest Wout van Aert attempt, the one that stuck. And Biel is riding, but as you said, Dan, it's not a concerted chase this. Maybe they are just trying to get those riders in who were distanced. They're giving them a chance, but they're still at 1 minute and 35, 1 minute and 45 seconds even.
I think it's still a half-decent pace that Michael Biel is setting there for UAE at the front. It's just that the nervousness that's been created from the opening 80 kilometres of attacking means that so many riders still want to be hovering around towards the front just in case anything happens. You know, they're going pretty hard now, 3-up group up the road, and the gap's not changed an awful lot over the last 10 kilometres or so. As I said before, they're not there to chase this back. They're not concerned about Van Aert for the overall classification. They will just want to make sure that Jakob Fuglsang doesn't get a stupid amount of time. And from that point of view, it's much better to start chasing before the gap gets big, and just peg it where it is, than it is to allow it to balloon and then think, oh, that's a bit too much time to give Fuglsang, and then have to bring it back and therefore produce more power on the front than they are in the breakaway.
Well, if that is the situation that's going to develop and continue to develop today, there could be a little bit of thinking and daydreaming going on in Israel Premier Tech right now. Because think what's coming tomorrow. Just think what's coming tomorrow. As we see Quinn Simmons, 21 years of age, second Grand Tour start, pro since 2020, 2 wins in his career so far. The point I'm making about Israel Premier Tech is that Jakob Fuglsang today could lay the foundations to move into the yellow jersey tomorrow, Dan.
Yeah, distinct possibility. Again, I'm not expecting Van Aert to be right up there at the end of La Super Planche de Belleville tomorrow. And so Fuglsang does take a chunk of time on his rivals, and just to remind everyone of where he started on the stage today, 1 minute and 20 seconds behind Van Aert in the general classification. So yeah, that will be going through the heads of Jakob Fuglsang and his team management and staff behind that. You know, for them, a stage win today, it's going to be very difficult, isn't it? If you've got Van Aert in a group, and Simmons is a very punchy rider on these types of climbs as well. You know, as good as Fuglsang is at climbing, he's probably not going to, he's not very good at sprinting. So against those two riders in particular, his chances of a stage victory, I would say, are at best slim. Alpecin Fenix, or Alpecin de Koning, should I say, renamed for the Tour de France, and now riding on the front as well with Guillaume van Kielsbroek.
Here is Van Kerspoek, grandson of a former world champion, Benoni Behet. We're getting a little bit of information being passed on by our producer Joss in Paris. He's listening to the race radio. He said there's a few riders complaining at the moment about the TV helicopter being too close to the riders. Not sure in what sense he means, whether it's a safety issue or whether it's helping a particular group or not. But that apparently is a conversation that's ongoing in the background. If we get any update, we'll let you know. Well, on George Bennett and Mark Hirschi watch, there has been an update. They're getting closer. They're at 1 minute and 20 seconds now. This is Fuglsang. And what a night it must have been last night for Israel Premier Tech. First ever Tour de France stage win for them, and it was taken by Simon Clarke, and a lovely, lovely story, given he didn't have a contract in the winter. He might have to retire. Handed a lifeline. He said, this has taught me you need to make most of every opportunity. Never leave a stone unturned, and every race needs to be ridden as though it's your last. Well, an absolutely superb result yesterday for Simon Clarke and Israel Premier Tech, adding to stage wins picked up in the Giro 2020. Alex Dowsett, remember, was their first Grand Tour stage winner. Dan Martin then did it in the Vuelta a week or so later, didn't he, in that October-November Vuelta España that we had. Yeah. With Dan Martin winning at the Giro last year and Simon Clarke this year. Now then, George Bennett being followed by Andrei Zeitz, and this is Gianni Moscon, actually, the other of the Astana Kazakhstan riders in this group. And if you're watching for the first time, I know plenty of you watch on the Tour de France, maybe just getting into the sport. Again, these guys are having to work so hard, given the fact that there aren't too many of them, Dan. They're sharing the work each other. If they're not feeling that great, the likes of George Bennett, Mark Hirschi, whatever, or if they've been distanced because of mechanical issues, if they can get back to the bunch, it'll be so much easier for them for the rest of the day, won't it?
It will be, yeah. They'll desperately want to get back onto the coattails of the bunch. It'll be interesting to see whether they form that barrage that we keep talking about, where we saw it on the bridge, didn't we, on day 2, where it didn't happen for Lampard, but for Rigoberto Urán and his teammates. They kept stopping the cars, so they didn't have the advantage of slipstreaming behind them on their way back to the main peloton. So it'll be interesting to see if they do the same thing for that group, because a lot of them in that group have been dropped fair and square. They just didn't have the legs. And in that situation is normally when they do form a barrage. They're sometimes a bit more lenient if you've had a crash or if you've had a mechanical issue. They weren't on stage 2. Yeah, they're not too far away, 1 minute and 18 seconds.
OK, 119 kilometres to go. Let's get some of the view from inside the race. Yes, Brad.
We're just going through the peloton here. Look, the riders have started riding already, so not much time for the riders to just drop back and refuel and stock up on bottles and things like that, because it has been on today. And this road surface, you can't really see it on the TV, but it's very bitumen-like. So it's heavy roads, constantly up and down, but we are in the forest now, so it's subsided a little bit, that wind that was blowing the riders for the first 100k. We're just coming up to the first 100k now covered, so but just short of 120 for the riders left to go now. It's been a brutal day here in the Tour de France, especially after yesterday, and I can tell you at the back of the peloton, lots of riders yo-yoing in off the back. So a lot of respite now for some guys that have managed to just get on. As soon as they've got on and collected their bottles for their various teammates, the tempo has started again now. And as I say, there is no flat road today. So tough day. I'm going to keep my eye on, shoot up to that breakaway and see how they're getting on, and come back to you later on.
Thank you, Bradley. Just gone through that peloton there that's being led by Guillaume van Kersbulk on his own right now. 2 hours of racing. 2 hours that's perhaps told more stories than not many other 2-hour sectors that we've seen in the Tour de France in recent years. As we're looking at this story in the back with Mathieu Bourgodeau and Anthony Turgis. Max Walscheid's in here. Jack Bauer, George Bennett, Mark Hirschi, and the 2 riders from Astana, Kazakhstan. They are Gianni Moscon and Andre Zeitz. Look at that, the pedalling wounded. They're giving their all to be back and ready. But it's still a real big effort here. It's still 1 minute 25 seconds. It looked like it was budging and moving. Not budging and moving enough. As Van Aert, Simmons and Fulsang is still the trio up front. Under the French Département of Ardennes right now, the number 8. We've been up the Côte des Mazures. Another uncategorized climb to come pretty soon. And we'll be on to the only flat-ish section of the day in around 15 kilometers time. That lasts for 30 to 40k before the up and down roller coaster starts to get going once more. Average speed of 50.96 kilometers per hour. If this were to continue to the end, our friends at Pro Cycling Stats inform us that this would be the fastest stage in history in the Tour de France. Whether it continues to the end or not is another matter, given that we've had a relative settling down of things. But, well, Dan Lloyd, this has still been something truly special.
It has been. I mean, that speed will drop. As good as these 3 riders are, they're not going to be able to continue pressing on at upwards of 50 kilometers per hour average. But to put that into perspective for people that still work in miles per hour, over 30 miles per hour on rolling terrain. And yes, they've had a slight tailwind that's been helping that speed, but nevertheless, to do that for 2 hours. And I was thinking that also when looking at that group behind, really good, strong riders, chasing as hard as they can to get back onto this peloton. It's another indication of just how hard today's stage has been. And like you said, Rob, just as they were closing the gap, came down to 1 minute and 17 seconds at one point. It's now up to 1.5 minutes again. It might just be a very long chase for the whole day for them, and in the end just chasing to stay inside the time limit.
Into Charleville-Mézières. No time for sightseeing. There's been not much time for that so far. There's been time for keeping an eye on things. For Robbie McEwen, you've been watching intently. Welcome along. What's your reaction to what you've seen so far, Robbie?
Oh, well, Robbie just blew it for me. I was going to come in and say, well, not much has happened, obviously. I haven't really been following, but I've been glued to the screen from the start like everybody else has. It's buckled the wheels of this bike. They're all out of sync. Got the flywheel on one side. What a start. And apart from what's been going on at the front and the impact that Wout van Aert has had on this stage, that is just ridiculous. And, you know, the GC riders getting amongst it, Pogacar there every step of the way. But then, as you were just talking about, I really feel for the guys who are out the back now and got a day-long chase just to make this time limit on what everybody thought was a pretty innocuous stage with not much danger to it. It is anything other than that, and they're going to have such a tough day to make the time limit because the percentage for the time cut is not that big on a stage like this. So they are in real trouble, that group out the back. But, you know, here off the front, there's, you know, surprising to see the yellow jersey off the front for one. Surprising to see Jakob Fuglsang, a guy who we assume is here to focus on GC, being allowed to go up the road. But as spectacular as it's all been, and despite the situation we've now got, I think it's relatively under control because the chase is really forming behind. And I've been saying for about the last 50, 60 kilometres, I'm expecting a thinned out bunch sprint.
We're looking at Le Vieux Moulin. Jonathan Harris-Bass.
Well, thank you very much. Nice to speak to you. As you just mentioned, we've come into Charleville-Mézières, and that is particularly famous because it is the birthplace of one of France's most famous poets, Arthur Rimbaud. And the old mill that you can see here on your screens is where they pay homage to Rimbaud. It is the host of the Rimbaud Museum, so you have plenty of his poetical work stored within that rather beautiful old mill sitting there on the Meuse.
The Meuse or the Maas, as we often see at the start of the Amstel Gold Race, Maastricht, where the race starts. River that goes over into Netherlands and Belgium. Here, of course, now in France. And with just over 110 kilometres to go. Great crowds out too. I'm sure they've been watching on their GCN Plus and Discovery Plus applications. You will have not wanted to miss a minute so far. A reminder that you can come for the race and stay for the ride. Every single pedal stroke of the Tour de France on Discovery Plus, where there's something for everybody to enjoy.
Rob, if you don't mind me just very quickly chopping across you here, I want to play just this square that they're going through at the moment. Some people who've been to Paris might recognise the resemblance that it has to the Place des Vosges in Paris. And the Place des Vosges was designed by Louis Métezeau, and this particular square, the Ducal Square, here we are in Charleville-Mézières, was designed by his brother, Clément Métezeau. I just thought that was an interesting fact for everyone.
You can cut across me all day long, you can, Jonathan, with those beautiful nuggets. I tell you what, it's a nice link as well to mention the Place des Vosges, because that's where we're heading tomorrow, isn't it? Into the Vosges and up to the Planche des Belles Filles, to the Super Planche des Belles Filles. For now, though, we're on our way to Longwy. We have had quite the story developing today. And to tell you about the next couple of chapters coming up, it's time for me to hand over to Carlton Kirby.
Thanks, Rob. Gosh, all this talk about... was it Rimbaud, John, the poet?
That's right.
Right, as opposed to Sylvester Stallone's movies.
Absolutely right.
It's
yes.
Rimbaud, which is completely different. Yeah. But, you know, some poetry in that as well. And check that out. Is that anything to do with Disney?
Well, I mean, it could be, but I don't think so. I think it's probably just a more modern take on older architecture.
Yes, Walter Digné. But anyway, no, it's nothing to do with him. Today has been very much about investing and quite often misspending your efforts. Dan, it was a conundrum at the beginning of the day, and to be honest, I didn't think this was going to be the answer to that puzzle. Whether it will be by the end, they've got a gap of 4 minutes, but what a powerhouse trio we've got up front.
It is a powerhouse trio, but we've got a powerhouse peloton behind them. And so I think that the destiny of this trio is still in their hands, despite Wout van Aert being here, despite the strength of Simmons and Fuglsang alongside him. I'd be interested to know who Alpecin de Koenig are working for. I mean, if you hadn't watched the opening 5 days of the race, you'd know exactly who they're working for, Mathieu van der Poel. But he himself has said that he is inexplicably and unexplainedly not very good. by his own standards at least. I was saying to Robbie earlier when we were watching on that, or it might have been Adam, as we look at Quinn Simmons on the King of the Mountains is courtesy of Strava, so he was better than the King of the Mountains on Strava today by 3 seconds and 4 minutes ahead of the average amateur, so almost twice as quick. But yeah, going back to Van der Poel, he's just not looked himself. But I look at him and think, well, I bet there's 60 or 70 other riders in this peloton who aren't hanging around the back, who've got no more power at their disposal than Van der Poel when he's not feeling very good. That said, I don't expect him to be up there for the stage win today, so unless they've got supreme confidence in the climbing abilities of Jasper Philipsen today, I'm struggling to see exactly who they're riding for.
I think Philipsen, but like you say with Van der Poel, it's all relative, isn't it? If you have that same power at your disposal, there'd be people who are thinking, this is the best I've ever felt on the bike.
Whereas he's there thinking...
He's like, I'm having a shocker.
He's there thinking, I'm finding this hard. This is really weird.
Cycling's not meant to be hard.
No.
But I agree with you. He's flat, and I think unless he's come down with something that we don't know about, I would assume that he's flat and not completely recovered from the Giro d'Italia. Where another problem for Wout van Aert. We saw the chain off earlier. Now it's a bike change. But this is just in keeping with how it's gone the last 24 hours for Jumbo-Visma.
He is remarkable, isn't he? I mean, in so many different ways. And to be honest, the way he shirks off what would have been, I guess, a troubling situation for almost any other rider, whether it's being called back to duties on behalf of your team, his shoulders never ever drop, and I guess that comes from confidence, Robbie, that he's got so many tools in the kit box, and one of those seems ultimately his lack of panic is just amazing. He just seems to shrug off demands, whether they come from your teammates or indeed from your own bike.
Well, so far, Carlton, in this tour, he's been carrying just one tool, and it's a big old sledgehammer. It's all he's needed. He's not here to fix things, he's here to break things.
Well, I guess that may well become the law, really, as far as he's concerned, within his own team. I've been constantly banging on about this man overall. I know he's in yellow at the moment. He owns green. Green is his target. I know he can climb. I just want to know how deep he can go into a race that, quite frankly, is built for brutes as well as climbers. I just wonder whether he's that ultimate combination.
Yeah, he'd still need quite the body transformation to go 3 weeks with the pure climbers. I mean, we know he can climb. We saw what he did in Ventoux. We've seen the work that he does for his team in the mountains, and how versatile he is. But I'd assume he'd have to lose another probably 5 or 6 kilos to turn himself into a GC contender to be able to go toe-to-toe with the best climbers day to day in the high mountains. And when riders need to trim down that much, they seem to really wring themselves out so much that it lasts for a very short time and then they blow.
Going to be hearing from Mathieu van der Poel, who chatted to us before today's start.
You're still in a good mood, but you said you shed off yourself. How are you feeling today, and we're looking back to yesterday?
Not really better, but yeah, I just try again and see how it goes.
We talked yesterday morning and you didn't have the confidence, but you're looking for an explanation, or you just go on now day by day and just hope
we go on day by day and we hope it gets better, but yeah, it just, for us, we also don't know how it's going to evolve.
The Giro d'Italia, you threw in everything. We're missing that a little bit, that Mathieu van der Poel goes up the road.
Yeah, me too, especially like a stage of yesterday. It's really frustrating because that was the stage that I really love to do, and was also a stage where I could really race, but if you don't have the legs, it's impossible.
Thank you, and we hope you get back the legs.
Nice, Dan, that he's able to be an open book with us, and I guess his situation, he just thinks honesty is the best policy, quite frankly, by way of explanation. And part of that explanation is he's not really sure, but it seems to be down to fatigue largely.
Or It's one big, amazing bluff, and this is the stage he's been pinpointing in the first week of the race. Now, it must be frustrating for him and indeed for his team that he's not the normal Mathieu van der Poel doing the things that we saw at the start of the Giro and even more so at this race on the second day last year, which will always be etched into my memory in terms of what he managed to pull off that day.
You know, Dan, we spoke during the Giro about Mathieu van der Poel going to finish his first Grand Tour and what that does for a rider. It takes them to the next level, and we talked about what a scary prospect that is. People saying, well, what happened to that? He's so flat here in the Tour.
We didn't say which direction of level we were going to go to.
And particularly the time frame of how you're going to get better, and it takes you to the next level as a rider. But if you're trying to back up with another Grand Tour just 4 weeks later with how deep that he went every single day pretty much in the Giro d'Italia, it's not that unbelievable that he's pretty flat here in the Tour.
Cool game, fellas. 107.2. Longest stage of this Tour de France. Alex Kirsch, we understand, is now just abandoned. We had a DNS, of course, at the top of the day as well in Daniel Oss. Injuries notwithstanding. Ill fortune, of course, will wash over everybody. But yesterday, Jumbo-Visma, I think if you're talking about team problems, team travails, Dan, hard to think of a team who sustained more damage than Jumbo-Visma yesterday. It was dreadful.
Yeah, talk about going from absolute perfection to it all falling apart in just a couple of moments.
It was a clown car, wasn't it? Everything just fell to pieces.
It was incredible. I mean, they did really well to bring it back to the where they did for Vingegaard in particular. Wow, that's one long, strung-out peloton right now, isn't it? But yeah, it could have gone a lot worse for Jumbo-Visma when you look back at things yesterday and where it started to fall apart. And thankfully, they've got some incredibly strong domestiques for those flat, cobbled roads and managed to get Vingegaard not back to Pogačar, but not far off him by the finish line. So it was a crisis averted, I think you can say, and it leaves him in a place where he can still fight for overall victory. Whether or not you can say that for Roglic, it's a tall order now, but when you consider that Pogačar's leading margin over second place overall last year was over 5 minutes by the time we got to Paris, Roglic at 2.5, he could still be on the podium.
Robbie, Pogačar just doesn't seem to need a team. He's quite capable of looking after himself at the moment. I wonder whether that's going to be the case by the time we get to the top of Marche de Belfi and in fact deeper into this race.
Well, that's the big question, but so far so good. He's been able to use other teams. They're not there trying to do it for him, but he's just able to pop himself in the right wheels, follow the right teams who have the motivations that align with his. They have the same sort of race plan. He just says, all right, I'll follow the other favourites for now. And then when he sees an opportunity like yesterday, he leaves them behind. And I think if he can get onto the major climbs with everybody else, then he's perfectly fine on his own. Once it's really going uphill, he doesn't need anybody to do the chasing for him or shelter him. He'll be able to take care of business. He's just... you talked about all the tools that Wout van Aert has at his disposal. Pogačar is very similar. They're the two ultimate cycling handymen.
It'll be amazing to see how that battle rages between the pair of them. Indeed, Jumbo-Visma versus Pogačar, which is what we're expecting. Quiet team, I think you might say so far, but doing it, playing a sensible game and maybe a very long game. Ineos Grenadiers. We're going to be hearing from Bradley Wiggins in just a few moments' time. But that, to me, is a fascinating one, how they're going to resolve their scenario. Adam Yates going a lot stronger as well, Dan, than perhaps even he had feared.
Yeah, both in the opening day's time trial and over the cobbles of yesterday. I mean, it looked like both he and Geraint Thomas were either involved in or held up by the crash that saw Roglic lose a lot of time and saw a couple of riders, including Jack Haig, out of the race. So, yeah, Adam Yates has been performing very well, all things considered, so far.
Let's hear from Bradley Wiggins, shall we?
Yes, you join me just in front of the three breakaway trio there. We're watching Wout van Aert change his bike there. Another day in the breakaway for him. Wouldn't it be amazing if he could win again today? What a difference the sport has made now, with the yellow jerseys now going in the breakaway and a rider of the class of Wout van Aert. I was reminded this morning actually, that it's 10 years ago today that I took the yellow jersey on La Planche de Belfi. So 10 years ago, and of course, interestingly, we arrived there tomorrow, where Chris Froome won the stage yesterday. Wouldn't it be great if Wout van Aert could win a second stage in the yellow jersey? Will they get caught? We don't know. We'll see as we get further into this race now. Beautiful scenes here as we're back on the roads of France in this year's Tour de France. And with that, I'll hand you back to the coverage team.
And what a day that turned out to be. Chris Froome, of course, and Bradley Wiggins. Oh dear, there's so much speculation about what went on indeed at that time, but Bradley Wiggins into yellow, wonderful. I'm sure we'll be dissecting that day in retrospect again tomorrow as we head to Planche de Belleville, but fabulous to have Brad on our bike today, and indeed ejecting a great deal of humour as well as deep knowledge as well into proceedings. It's fabulous to have him on board. Just back to the point we were making before Brad joined us. Robbie, the lighter guys yesterday made a very good account of themselves on a stage that wasn't supposed to suit them. Quintana kind of just sailed over the bobbles, the cobbles and the bobbles. So did Yates. It wasn't so bad for some of the little guys.
It wasn't so bad. I just want to acknowledge that shot we just got of the guys who just chased their way back on. Big Max Walscheid he's had a really tough day, but they've made it back to the peloton. So that is safety. They're going to get through another day. But yes, the lighter riders really acquitted themselves well yesterday on the cobbles. Nairo Quintana was quite incredible. And I think maybe didn't get enough kudos because there was so much going on.
And his team didn't get enough kudos either.
No, they did very, very
really
well. As a team,
well.
They were chasing things down. They protected him really well, put him in position, and he himself just floated across the cobbles. Adam Yates also did a very good job, but I somewhat expected him to feel pretty comfortable on the cobbles yesterday. But yes, definitely some of the light guys, even despite his problems, Vingegaard was great.
True enough, it just shows you how almost unpredictable, and even if you predict bad news, sometimes it turns out to be not so bad after all. In fact, in the case of Quintana, as we've just heard, and I have to say Adam Yates did a great job over the rough stuff. A lot of speculation as to whether the Arenberg stage and the cobbles should have been part of the Tour de France. Dan, what's your view on it? I mean, there's many who say, well, if it's a Grand Tour, you should be taking on everything that such a race throws at you, no matter what.
Yeah, and I'm actually in agreement with that. I think the majority of people just assessing opinions on social media are against having cobblestones and, to an extent, even gravel in Grand Tours. I think a lot of people think it just puts too much luck. There's too much luck involved with it. But again, in what I was talking about on the breakaway this morning, that I think pretty much every rider over the course of their career is faced with bad luck. Some people just seem to get around it or get through it better than others. You know, you get riders that crash more than other people. I don't think that's because that they have bad luck more than other people. I just think that they can't get around it or find their way through it as well as others. So I think a test of skill set is as important as anything in winning a Tour de France or a Grand Tour, personally.
Yeah. Well, by the same token, we sometimes see riders avoid disaster very, very narrowly, and they say, oh, he was so lucky there. Well, it's actually good or bad management as well. You could look at it like that, because there are riders with an off-road background, guys like Pogacar, who's ridden mountain bike and cyclocross, got very good bike handling skills. Peter Sagan, we did see him actually come down on the cobbled stage.
Yeah.
He slipped out of one of the corners, but he's one of the guys who's often able to rescue it from what looks to be an impossible situation. And as you pointed out, Dan, there's others that never seem to be able to get out of any sort of threat to their staying on the bike, and they seem to come down.
Is this
Wout van Aert just taking a load off?
I think that's what it was.
I think he might be doing the zero offset on his power cranks.
Oh. Well, it would make sense.
Yeah, well, you don't want to get to the end of today and upload and find your data's all wrong.
No, I mean, that would be awful.
Yeah, I won the day, but where's my data?
I mean, the one thing worse than no data is bad data.
Oh dear. Église Saint-Pierre, what have you got for us? Sorry, but what have you got for us, Jono?
Well, St. Pierre's Church, which is obviously the very simple translation of this particular one. But I have to there is absolutely not one note on it. It's just written in red. I can tell you a little bit about Vrigny-aux-Bois, where it is positioned, which was became a delegated commune of the new commune of Vrigny-aux-Bois on the 1st of January 2017. So it's all slightly modern. We're about to head down to Sedan, which I can tell you lots about the textile industry in Sedan when we arrive there. But yeah, St. Peter's Church, unfortunately, one of those along the route, absolutely diddly squat about it.
Oh. I was hoping you were going to talk to me about lattice concrete and the fact that it's not designed to last for more than 30 years, but that place clearly had. But no.
No, but do tell us more about that, Carlton, because I think that will interest everyone.
I don't think I will. We've got a crosswind, only because of the way that the road meanders. We do have a wide open plateau, however. I guess that might engender a few nerves. Still waiting to find out the true story of what Alberto Bettiol was up to yesterday by attacking his own riders in the break. There was a moment today when I thought he was going to get in the break, and then EF Education Easy Post might just chase him down in punishment. It could have been round breakfast table today. They said, right, you're getting in the break, and you're going to win it for us,
and then we're going to chase you down.
Yeah, but we're not going to let Tadej Pogačar chase you down. What was going on? They were very chummy yesterday, Dan. What was happening?
No idea. No, I mean, we can speculate until the cows come home, and I don't think we'll actually really know the full story behind that one. I mean, the talk from the team, the official line, Zach Dempster passes on some information to Jakob Fuglsang here. The official line from the team was that Alberto's been sick for quite some time, not been feeling himself for months and months. It's the first time he's felt like the old Alberto Bettiol, and therefore he got a bit excited over the cobblestones. But you know, that would be potentially plausible if it weren't for the fact that we saw him in such detailed discussions with Pogačar before and after a couple of the key sectors of the cobblestones, and it was Pogačar generally on his wheel when he was drilling it on the front. So that's why everyone online's been going berserk, saying what on earth was he doing. It wasn't just riding on the front, it was also the conversations that he was having that made it look even more bizarre.
And 3 weeks ago, he's already good in the Tour de Suisse with a 2nd and a 4th place on stages.
Yeah,
so it's not the first time in a long time.
And he was really pleased with that 2nd place as well, wasn't he?
We will wait to find out how that one gets done.
Robbie just got it.
Yeah, he had a Jasper Philipsen moment, but it just reminded me of his tweet that he did the other day after Jasper Philipsen came home in 2nd place behind Wout van Aert and did that fantastic victory salute, which is a great photo in itself. Alberto Bettiol, and I was becoming a fan. And before I got a chance to sort of talk about it, he went and did what he did yesterday. But he did tweet, I've now passed the baton on to you, Jasper. You're welcome. Because Bettiol did the 2nd place celebration in Tour de Suisse.
I think this could become a tradition, couldn't it?
Yeah, so Jasper's waiting for the next person.
Can't wait, I'm sure. We've got 4 teams now working on the front cars, haven't we? We've got Alpecin-Fenix. They came up around 15-20 kilometres ago with Guillaume van Kielsbroek. Now EF Education, Easy Post and Bora Hansgrohe have joined the chase as well. So the gap's coming down.
Yeah, look at the pace. And Mark Hirschi was one of those who was trying to get in the break at the beginning of the day. So he's found himself front, centre and rear of today's proceedings as we pass by one of the best trout streams, apparently, in this part of the world. 96.7 kilometres from home. It's one of those days where I'm never quite sure when it's going to settle down. We still haven't managed to get to John's recipe yet, and it's quite a pleasant one as well. It may well be that we have a chance, John, if you're quick. 3 minutes and 33. That gap's come down to those up front. So Alpecin, Education, Easy Post, and may I say this quietly, UAE Team Emirates actually working for Tadej Pogačar today, as opposed to just watching him work for himself. John, truffles.
Exactly right, and not the sort of truffles that you let loose a pig to go and find at the bottom of a tree. These are Belgian chocolate truffles. Very, very simple to make. It just involves a bit of double cream, dark chocolate, a tablespoon of champagne or a tablespoon of cognac, some caster sugar and some cocoa powder. Very easy to break up the chocolate. Bring some cream to the boil. As soon as it comes to the boil, take it off the heat, put in the chocolate and then stir it until the chocolate has melted. Stir in the alcohol until it's combined. Put that in the fridge for a couple of hours. Take out using a teaspoon. Spoon out walnut-sized pieces roll them in your hands until a ball is formed, and then roll in either caster sugar or cocoa. You can find those on my Instagram, which is @JHB Foodie Cyclist, or you can go to Carlton's Twitter, which he'll tell you about in a second, to find the link to the recipe. Yesterday's one, which was a Flemish tart, I do also advise you to go to. Really delicious leek and cream tart with a bit of nutmeg. Really delicious. And so that was yesterday's recipe, which we missed out on. But yeah, I love a chocolate truffle.
Yes, we all do. Spectacularly so, yes. What I like about when John, Robbie, gives us a recipe is you can actually hear his mouth watering.
No, I always thought you were going to say you could hear my mouth watering, because I love my chocolate. I spent years and years in Belgium. I lived there for over 16 years. I consumed more than my fair share of Belgian chocolate. And John, I'm glad to hear that it's a very simple recipe, and I expect a batch here at our studio tomorrow.
Well, I'm in the same room as Robbie, and I can see his mouth watering. Let's go and get him a tissue quickly.
Just under 95 kilometres to go. Yeah, at Carlton Kirby, CarltonKirby on Twitter. And I will repost John's recipe today. I can tell you that Hughesy Madness, who is North American president of the Carlton Kirby fan club, thank you very much, Hughesy actually made John's leek tart yesterday and has posted up pictures, and it does look spectacular. But so much was happening, we didn't get to the recipe yesterday, so we'll put both of those recipe links up for you rather quickly. And John will be bringing us another tasty morsel every single day, which you can create rather easily. And he's being scored at home by his own kids. Meanwhile, we have an homageometer, which John is in control of. How's about this one, John? 1 to 10?
You see, I don't know if I am in control of these, because Robbie's going to chip in and go, well, actually, I would score this and then give it. I rather like that one. I think there's a good effort, there's good community atmosphere, but I'm not going to go too high too early, because I think the spokes could be more in sync. So I'm going to say a 6.5.
Robbie?
Well, I was, for the intricacy, the amount of effort put in, I'm hovering around up towards a 7.
I'm just a little bit.
Yeah, but I'm just a little bit concerned that the bikes are so small and the horse is so big. We are at a bike race, not a horse race, so 6.75.
No, it's rubbish. 3. It's the wrong colour. They've got pink. It's the Tour de France, not the Giro d'Italia.
Good Lord. Honestly, the heartbreak here, and it's not just on the stage. Oh dear. Well, we're going to be hearing from the Badger, Bernard Hinault. Sean knows all about him. In fact, Sean will be joining us in 15 Ks or so, but we'll be hearing from the Badger in a short while. Meanwhile, this looks rather an orderly chase, I must say, Dan.
Yeah, and
look at the time.
It's coming down, not rapidly, but at the rate that you would hope for if you're doing the chase, which 4 teams are now doing. So Alpes and Koenig on the front in the blue there. We've got EF Education Post, Easy Post, should I say, in the pink jersey, who are also doing some chasing. In the white jersey with the German flag colours on the front, that's Niels Pollitt of Bora Hansgrohe. And I think UAE have still got 1 rider rolling through and off as well. So 4 against 3 as things stand.
It's a bit like a Carcassonne castle, that. But anyway, here's Monsieur Hinault.
Il leur a montré qu'il était le patron.
Well, he's talking about Tadej Pogačar. He said he's shown them who's boss. The others were wondering how to put him in trouble. And, well, when you know what is waiting for them at the end of the Tour, it's going to be very difficult. The other possibility we have is that there'll be another tactic, which is picking out that moment when to attack. But you've got 2 big teams who are going to need to make that decision, Ineos and Jumbo. They need to agree on a strategy that if one team attacks, then the others mustn't go after them. You should make Tadej Pogačar go after you, and then maybe you take the turn. In that case, he could be in trouble. But if I was in his shoes, I would be very relaxed.
C'est un super moment de course, parce que c'est très dur, et il la connaît, du fait qu'il a donc gagné le contre-la-montre. Après, il a l'étape de Megève,
He's so controlled. He's going to have an opportunity on the Planche des Belles Filles, a great moment in the race. He knows how to win a time trial. There's a stage into Megève. I don't think he'll be in trouble there. The Col de Ranon is also a great climb, and the Alpe d'Huez as well. I think after Alpe d'Huez we will know who's going to win the Tour, but more importantly, who's lost it. So Team Ineos and Team Jumbo need to create an alliance, essentially, because even without his team, he's going to be safe. On flat days like today, he'll have the whole team around him to be protected, but once he comes to the mountains, he'll be on his own, and the others are alone too. If you look at what happened last year, sometimes he was alone, and other times it was a fight with all of the GC main contenders. The best rider always wins. And for me, the first mountain fight's on Friday with the Super Planche des Belles Filles. Who can win that? Well, I think he can, or he might allow Roglic 10 seconds, but he's not going to give too much advantage, because that would mean that he's in trouble.
Gosh, well, it seems the Tadej Pogacar era. I guess a third title would confirm that. Does a rider like Tadej Pogacar come along once in a lifetime? If it does, then there'll be plenty of riders, Robbie, who are saying, why did it have to be in my lifetime?
Yeah, well, there's riders who come along sort of once in a generation, I guess you could say, because there's riders around who've gone through their career not having won one of the majors, only because there was one of those once-in-a-generation riders who seemed to win them all. And it seems like Tadej Pogacar is one of those men. He's trying to win his third Tour back-to-back, and so far so good. He's looking very good. But we'll know a lot more tomorrow on the slopes of the Planche des Belles Filles, and of course when we get to the top, to the Super part of the climb on the gravel, there's gradients of approaching 24%. It's incredibly steep, but only in the last sort of 150 metres, but it is a real brute of a climb. But I'm just looking at the teams who are riding on the front at the moment, and sort of going through who they may be riding for. Alpecin, I'm assuming, is for Jasper Philipsen, trying to replace his second place victory salute photo with one going for first. Bora Hansgrohe, possibly of two riders, Danny van Poppel, if he can survive the Cat 3 and then the run up to the finish. He does climb quite well on a short, sharp one. Otherwise, maybe Max Schachmann, who's not slow at the finish if it gets really, really hard and it's quite thinned out. EF Education, I'm assuming they're riding for Alberto Bettiol. Quell the fire and the speculation there's something wrong within the team. Say, no, everything's good in. We're riding for Alberto. I mean, I think he's the best chance in the team, because Magnus Cort, normally this would be a really good finish for him, but surely he's completely fatigued after being in every break so far.
Wout van Aert leading our trio at the moment. They've had the margin cut significantly. It's down to just under 3 minutes down. It looks like a well-managed bridging of this gap at the moment. There's a lot of firepower behind them, despite the fact that there's such a strong breakaway. There's only 3 of them. But then again, the qualification for that is that one of them happens to be Wout van Aert.
Yes, but even Wout van Aert, who is 1.5 men, as Robbie described him yesterday on the breakaway, even with his might, his strength, in a 3-up break when you've got 4 teams now looking like they're willing to try and bring this back before the finish, I don't think even he is going to survive out there. The big question in my mind, which wouldn't be in my mind for any other rider in this race, is whether or not he would still have the strength to go for the stage win, having been out the front in a breakaway for what would be, let's say, 130, 140 kilometres potentially by the time they are caught, and I'm assuming at this point they will be caught. I wouldn't put it past him, still being there or thereabouts at the finish, even if he's been in the breakaway all day.
I wouldn't put it past him either. I mean, look at yesterday. An example of his powers of recovery. There was a moment where we saw him get a pat on the back for Jonas Vingegaard, who's basically saying, great job, well done, thanks for your help, as Wout was dropping back. By the time he freewheeled to the back of the group he was in, he'd recovered, he rode his way back to the front, got back on the front again. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if he cruised through and took full points at the intermediate sprint, then let himself get caught, stop making such a big effort, recovered, stayed in there and won the sprint. It would be an amazing feat but I won't be shocked if it happens.
I don't think we were shocked by anything, quite frankly, though, with that man. Yeah, it's strategy and how to deal with today. We say this every single day. I guess today it may well be more important than any. Just looking at the pace that we've had today, and it's going to be an early supper for us by the looks of things. 86.3 kilometres from home, and I always look at a long day and I think, well, there's going to be plenty of time for some stories along the way. We've been telling the story of the day, however, Dan, right from the very start, and it's been a fascinating one, many chapters.
There has been many chapters, and there are a lot more to come in this race. I mean, if you're just joining us and you haven't actually looked at the stage, the end of it has a few categorised climbs, and they come one after the other after the other. We finish at the top of the final one. So it's a real puncheuse course, as they would say in French. You know, the specialist in the short, sharp climbs, and I'm thinking of the likes of Kuznefroy. You know, he's not great on the long climbs, but he's great on the shorter ones. There are a number of riders like that, and these types of stages are brilliant because I think Rob Hatch mentioned this earlier. When you look down at the top 10 of the stage, the last time we finished here, you've got Sagan and Matthews at the front, and then a whole lot of GC favourites there as well. It's that type of stage which opens it up to all different types of riders towards the end. I mean, Robbie even mentioned Danny Van Poppel, more of a pure sprinter. On his day, maybe capable of being up there. But in the top 10 today, you could have 3 or 4 GC riders, 3 or 4 punchers, and maybe even a couple of sprinters that manage to get themselves over these climbs. And I really like that type of racing terrain that opens it out to virtually anyone.
There's no recovery days here, though, is there? I mean, every single time we talk about transfers, and you'd have to think 220 kilometres would be destined to be one of those. It's been anything but, Robbie. It's been brutal, and you wonder how much they're going to leave behind today, which is going to leave the bag empty for tomorrow.
Well, that's what we said yesterday. We thought they were leaving it all behind yesterday. They had nothing left for today, and then they started like they did. And that first hour at an average of 52.5 kilometres an hour. Second hour still they were holding for the 2 hours an average over 50. It's been quite incredible. And not just the speed, but the who's who of who's been attacking and getting in breaks. I mean, Wout van Aert has been the major protagonist today, but we've seen the likes of Tadej Pogacar getting up the front in a break. Adam Yates, Geraint Thomas getting himself split off the front as well. There's been so much action. In fact, I heard that Rob Hatch was quite exhausted after his stint. Adam Blythe, he had to go for a lay down.
I had to put my larynx in a hammock. It has been it's been quite a couple of days, hasn't it? In fact, I don't remember a moment where we have had a moment's respite. Even on the time trial, we thought, all right, that's all over when half of the field had been through. And then all of a sudden, Lampaert comes and kicks over the breakfast table. It's just amazing. Every day has had its surprises.
Yeah, you know, I do have to say, though, as exhausted as Rob was after his stint, he's got the powers of recovery commentary-wise, as same like Wout van Aert. He rolled to the back of the group and he's good to go again. I know that.
Well, we'll be having Rob back in a short while to carry us home today. In the meantime, we're just waiting to see what pans out, for goodness sake, on this open plain which we're on now. 84.3 kilometres from home, 2 minutes and 44. We've been speculating about how different each of the days have been, despite the fact that some of them are regarded as, I guess, quite similar. We expected stages 2 and 3 of this race to be more or less a mirror of themselves. And the man who really wrestled control of that, of course, was Magnus Kort, who got himself into the polka dot jersey. And then the run to Calais was brutal. Just phenomenal, with Wout van Aert coming through, and here he is again in the breakaway today, defining the day once more, as if he hadn't prior to that, finishing second in the green jersey, now in the yellow, of course, and has been in that position since day 2. Well, he's got one stage win. Could he get another one today? Well, there are teams that are designing him out of it, I think it's fair to say, and the stage is still hanging in the balance. 2 minutes and 49 is the gap, and Team UAE, and it's a strange thing to actually call them Team UAE, because it really should be one-man UAE. No disrespect to the rest of the team, but so far Tadej Pogacar has helped himself. I think he will require help deeper into this race, but when? Anyway, let's hear from Bradley.
Okay, just wonder, we're going through the peloton at this moment in time now. I'll tell you what, this tempo is on today. As you can see, some of the riders here next to me, obviously all forming their teams now at this point. And I tell you, the pace has not let up all day. This is a long stage today, but a very, very fast one. And after yesterday and with tomorrow to come, I tell you what, there's a few quiet riders in here now. Very few people talking. Everyone just happy to get through today, I think. But as I say, the temperatures aren't as warm as they have been the last few days. Certainly yesterday, and that wind is just making it a bit chillier than normal. But no problem for these riders, I tell you. Yes, I love you too, man. My man there, forget his name now, Maxime Bouet of France. Yeah, we are unable to get through there, but there's just one rider there. He took quite a heavy fall earlier, and ever since then he's been yo-yoing on and off the back. But long day today for these riders, and with that I will hand you back to the commentary teams. It doesn't look like we're going to get through.
Thank you, Brad. EF Education Easy Posts making a statement today. I presume that they just want us to talk about good things as opposed to strategic things. What do you think?
Yeah, well, possibly. And, you know, flag the fact it could be for Bettiol, who at this sort of stage is really up his alley. You know, he's a guy who gets over climbs like today, this Cat 3 right near the end of the stage. He should cruise over that, and he's got a very, very good sprint. Dan then also, and Rob sent me a message as well. They've got also another possible idea. They could be executing both ideas at EF, and that's that they're also riding for Nielsen Paulus, who was in the break yesterday. Nearly clipped away with the stage with a late attack in the final kilometre, but he's right up there on GC. It may be a thought for getting the jersey.
Yeah, I believe so. Just under 82 kilometres to go. 2 minutes and 47 is the gap. Time for to take on some snap, as they say. It is now that the Musettes are handed out. It's a difficult task. Easier for the break, so the gap may go up to over 3 minutes because the breakaway is being, of course, serviced by the cars that are close at hand. It's often a sketchy moment. They've done it. They've designed it in for exactly the right sort of time, just on a gentle rise for the riders to take them cleanly. I've seen a few occasions where some of these Musettes have gone awry, and indeed you can see Micah has taken a few here. He worked extremely well in the Tour of Slovenia, but really at the encouragement of Tadej Pogačar. In fact, Pogačar was going back for Raf Micah on a number of occasions just to make sure that he actually stayed in the frame. Pogačar acting as super domestique in that one. They even came down to a rock, paper, scissors decider one.
You can also see, Carlton, that breeze. You can see it well illustrated on those poplar trees at the top of screen. They always make it look more windy than it is. They're very susceptible to bending over even in a light breeze, but it is still quite windy. Maximum gusts up to 16 knots, which is times 1.8. So, you know, around 28 kilometres an hour gusts. But the key to not giving more time to the break through the feed is the man on the front, Niels Pollitt, took the bag, slung it over his shoulder, but kept the pressure on the pedals, even while he was, you know, swapping bidons over, old ones out, fresh ones in, putting some food in his pockets, making sure he's keeping the power going through the pedals to make sure he's not just giving them any free seconds as the peloton came through the feed zone.
Yeah, I was expecting a few. I was expecting that clock to go over 3, but didn't quite happen. We've got Sean Kelly with us. Dan Lloyd just bowing out. He'll be taking a break. You'll be hearing from Dan at the end of the day as well. Let's not forget with our post-race show. Sean, 3 up the road and 3 fine riders as well. Busy talking tactics at the moment, more than shooting the breeze. Jacobs Fuglsang, having worked with Wout van Aert, has had some bike issues so far. He chucked a chain and decided it was time to change his steed. Didn't panic, stayed with it, and he joins Quinn Simmons, of course, the aforementioned Jakob Fuglsang. It's a strong break, even though it's only 3, because I guess Wout van Aert is possibly akin to 2 riders, or at least 1.5. The chase has given it a lot of respect, Sean, because of those who are up the road, and as a result, the gap has been pared back gently, slowly but surely.
Yes, it has, and a lot of things going on today that difficult to understand. When you see the aggressive start and so many riders trying to get up the road, and some of the riders are trying to get into the breakaway was a surprise to me, and I think it will be a surprise to a lot of viewers as well who've got cycling experience. But Fuglsang up here at 120 in the GC, you would expect him, okay, wait till tomorrow, see what I can do against the other big favourites, and see what I can do in the overall standings in this race, because he is the man from Israel Premier Tech, and yeah, that's what you would expect. Wout van Aert here on the front as well. How active was he in the beginning of the stage? And eventually he goes into a three-man breakaway. With the yellow jersey, the normal thing you would expect him to do is just, stay in the peloton, watch the breakaways, not allow anybody who is dangerous to go up the road. And there's teams going to control later on, which is happening here. We see there's a number of teams riding on the front of the peloton. And, it wouldn't have to be the team of Jumbo-Visma to ride, because we all know that will they defend the jersey or not, how long will they ride in the front, how much will they ride in the front, all of that. And there's other teams that are, they're majorly hungry to get a stage win, and we can see they're the ones that's chasing. So there's a lot of things in this race I find it difficult to understand. And to go on a breakaway for Van Aert here, if he wait and it comes down to the end and it comes to a sprint, he could win the stage against the best men in this peloton. Where now in the breakaway, is he going to go all the way? Not looking good.
I wonder as well, Sean, whether that brief negotiation that he had, or a brief chit-chat, was with these guys to say, look, I'm going to be going for the green. I'm going to burn you off my wheel. We could say all save energy, just let me roll through. Do you reckon that was what it was for this intermediate sprint?
Well, I don't think for the intermediate sprint there'd be any problem that way. They won't contest it, and if they do contest it, Van Aert can take them anyway.
I think that's what you're saying.
So
don't bother.
It's a question now of what the discussion is. I don't think there's an immediate sprint. It shouldn't be a problem. It's just what's happened behind maybe, and what they're thinking at this point still with 77.4 to go. But this has been a hard day already, and we know coming into this final where it is a really difficult final. The climbs we have to get over here. This is going to be another very aggressive final.
Robbie, we're half an hour ahead of the fastest perceived schedule.
Oh, isn't that good news for us? Not so much for the riders who are suffering in the peloton, and we would have much rather been half an hour behind and maybe had an easier ride. Here's that bit of chat between Wout van Aert and Jakob Fuglsang. But I agree with Sean. There are things out here. Hang on, that little look on Wout van Aert's face almost looked like a look of resignation. Maybe it was about the time gap that they've got, in less than 3 minutes, and the idea might be starting to creep in that this is not going to be successful. I find it a moment of madness, to be honest. Wout van Aert going down the road like this in a three-man group, and even Jakob Fuglsang, he's a guy who we often talk about as a GC contender, a top 10 contender, but I just checked on his stats. He's actually only ever finished top 10 in 2 Grand Tours, 7th in the Tour de France in 2013, 9 years ago, 6th in the Giro d'Italia in 2020. Well, there he is in a good patch of form. He won the Classic Alpes Maritimes, a climbing race in France, just about a month ago, and then he was 3rd overall in the recent Tour de Suisse, always a good benchmark coming into the Tour de France. It seems absolute madness to go in a 3-man break the day before the first mountain stage in the Tour if you have any thoughts about GC. So I guess he's not thinking about GC.
I always wonder whether situations like this, it's like calling for volunteers and everyone else takes a step backwards and you find yourself out front. There were so many incarnations, Robbie, of the breakaway earlier on today. I kind of wonder whether they've almost ended up as a trio by accident.
Yeah, maybe it was just a marking move by Fuglsang. So, well, exactly. I'm here now. There's an attack going. I'll just mark it. Uh-oh, I'm in the break. They'll get Peter Sagan just getting some assistance back there between the cars. There he is. So Sagan, bad day for him yesterday. He's been looking good in this Tour, really competitive in the bunch sprints. And then yesterday, an approach to the first section of cobbles, left-hand turn, and the front wheel just washed out on him and he went down. It would have been a real disappointment for Sagan. He went from riding within the top 10 in the peloton to absolute stone motherless last of the bunch when they hit that first section. After that, he was never really in it. And then Well, to add injury to insult, I suppose, his faithful domestique and teammate and great friend Daniel Oss did not start this morning. He's out with an injury. He fractured one of his vertebrae up around his neck yesterday in what was a really, really nasty collision with a spectator. And I've seen a lot of people say, well, why don't fans stand further back? Well, it really was not the fans' fault. The Oss and a rider in his wheel were riding off the edge of the cobbles on the dirt, trying to get a bit of a smoother track because they were just off the back of a group, and it was just a really unfortunate moment where the fan was looking what was coming, but Oss was coming out of nowhere on the edge, and it was a clash of heads. And when you watch the slow-mo video, you see Daniel Oss's head snap back, and that looks to be the moment where he's done the damage. But I also really hope that the young fan is okay. It was a really heavy collision. And, Paris-Roubaix, we know, is a very dangerous race, and a Paris-Roubaix stage in the Tour is dangerous, not just for the riders, but for everybody. 200
metres, I'm just wondering, Wout van Aert does not look overly confident here that he's not going to get jumped. Jakob Fuglsang, look, they're double-checking each other. Simmons as well here. Just making sure that our agreement is going to hold firm, and out of the saddle is a bit of kidology. Just keeping it going. I was actually wondering. That's called keeping you on your toes. And they don't look overly chuffed with themselves. Oh, a little bit of a thank you there for, at least for Quinn Simmons. But Jakob Fuglsang, I'm actually wondering as well whether Fuglsang was having a chat about, well, why don't you just get out of this break and leave us with just the two of us, because you're the reason we're being chased down. To which Wout van Aert will have said, well, for goodness sake, you're only 1 minute and 20 off me anyway, so you don't think I'm going to hand you that, do you? I don't know. I'm speculating. I'm reading speech bubbles out of a comic here, Sean.
No, I don't think it's really Van Aert is the problem, although he's part of it. I think, the breakaway here, the peloton, they want to close this one down and take it down to a bunch sprint. And the teams that are riding, they must think they have somebody capable of, going for the stage honours. And when you look at the chasing riders, the teams, difficult to see where it's going to come from, because you look further down in the list of teams. There's a lot of riders here. Will be, I think, a problem for those teams that are hoping to get a stage win here and are, continuing on to set a strong pace at the front. But we could see Wout van Aert there. I think he was very cool rolling through. He was looking over his shoulder and saying, well, just be careful, someone might try to flick me. But Fuglsang came over very quickly, because I think he was losing speed. Actually, he was going so slow into that intermediate sprint point.
Yeah, Sean, I agree with it. It doesn't matter which three are off the front at this point. They're going to get chased, whether it's Wout van Aert or not. The teams back here in the peloton, they sniff the chance of a stage win. They're going to chase whoever's up the road, whether it's Wout or not. So they're probably better off with him than without him, with the power he's got. But here's the rest of the points looking to get mopped up by Fabio Jakobsen in the green.
Yeah, he's got a proper lead out as well. He's going to make sure that he gets as many as he possibly can. Let's see who's going to sniff it down apart from him.
Laporte.
Yeah, indeed, just tucked in. Let's see if any others are interested here. That's for Philipsen, just waiting for the tuck. Hasn't quite gone yet. Jakobsen, he's going to go now. But how many points is he going to master? Oh, in fact, is he going to? Ooh, he got mugged at the line.
Philipsen.
There you go. Oh, good work. Philipsen just on the throw. Alpecin having a dig.
Yes, well, Philipsen going there, but just looking at the chasing group, and maybe a question or Robbie might be able to answer. Where's the winner going to come from Bora Hansgrohe, Alpecin, De Koning? Is Philipsen capable of winning here? This is a very difficult run into the finish. I'm having problems picking out of those teams. Maybe Robbie has, a better idea who's going to, where the winner's going to come, the possible stage winner from the stage of the teams that are chasing.
Yeah, it won't be a straightforward sprint. You saw there Philipsen, he anticipated the sprint. He went early from behind, despite being behind Laporte. But, I agree, Sean. Philipsen will have to be on his best day to get over that Cat 3 and be in contention for this finish. But it's worth a try.
Time for a chat, and just pulling up. What a great day yesterday, of course, for Israel Premier Tech, and they've got another chance today. How slim it is, we shall wait and see, because the little pickup into that intermediate sprint has accounted for, what, about 25 seconds of the gap of the breakaway here. Yeah, 2 minutes and 24 it stands at, but still 70 kilometres to go. It's interesting. Could you read anything from the sign language that was coming out of the car there for the Israel boys?
I couldn't know from Zach Dempster. If I was Sim, I'd just be saying, listen, they're pegging you back gradually. You will most likely get caught, but just keep doing what the other's doing, or do the same amount as the person doing the least. And just maybe hope that Walt is so stubborn in not wanting to get caught that he'll start doing the majority of the work and just keep playing it by ear. We're out here now, so just keep rolling with it. But back to that chat about, who can possibly win this of the teams who are chasing. I agree with Sean. I think it's not a slim chance, but only a small chance that Philipsen can go with them over the Cat 3 if they're really going for it and survive to the finish and win uphill. But never say never, and I guess they've got to give it a go. EF, I think certainly Alberto Bettiol, even after his antics of yesterday, doing that huge turn across a couple of sections of cobbles with Pogacar in his wheel. Meanwhile, he had two riders up in the break. Apart from Bettiol, who I think can genuinely win this stage, they also have Nielsen Paulus in second overall at 13 seconds off the yellow jersey of Wout van Aert. Maybe they're thinking to themselves, well, if we can catch Van Aert late and he can't recover on time to stick in the bunch, we might create a gap. Paulus is not slow either. Might be able to get up there and, who knows, snatch the yellow jersey away from Wout van Aert.
I don't know if you saw the billowing spinnaker of a Musette there slung underneath Stefan Bissiger. He was taking an awful lot of wind there. That was the least aero I've seen him for quite some time there, Sean.
Yes, very much so. Did he have two Musettes?
Yeah, they were both blown up with the wind.
Yeah, our colleague Magnus Backstead would not be happy with that, and it's not certainly the aerodynamics not good.
We get to have another look at it. That looked terrible, Robbie.
Yeah, I mean, he must just feel so good. He doesn't really know. But Bissiger's got a bit of a reputation for sort of, I don't know, being a little bit ragged around the edges. Even though he's a time trial specialist, he sort of seems that sort of thing happens with him quite a bit. Of the other teams riding, Bora Hansgrohe, I said it earlier, Danny van Poppel, maybe. Max Schachmann definitely could be in the top 10 in a sprint.
It's going to be fascinating. It's down to under 2 minutes. Gaps coming down to the break, and it's partially down to a good old push that we're witnessing here. Bora Hansgrohe clearly have in mind something special today. I was actually wondering about Lenny Kamna at the beginning of the day, nice and peaky towards the end. You never know. It would be great to see the young German sort of paying back Niels Pollitt's efforts here on the front. We were speculating as to what the conversation was earlier, and it could well be that Wout van Aert said, look, I'm going to do a job up to this intermediate sprint, and then I'm done. Just trying to listen in on the effects mic here on the camera. Still couldn't pick it out. Apologies, I was talking then. We're going to be hearing from Ben O'Connor in a moment, who had a bad time. Still couldn't quite pick it out.
Yeah, we need some directional mics.
We do. Oh, dear.
Oh, this makes my mouth water. L'Abbaye de Orval, what a beautiful beer. One of the Trappists.
Let's also talk to Ben O'Connor. I'm not sure. I saw your tweet, and I think it opens opportunities. Your bad luck you had yesterday, but I think you get back in there with a big fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's not lost, and I think it just gives you another key to be more aggressive, to make sure that you get more out this tour. I'm not talking about breakaways, because I don't think that's I won't be allowed off the leash anymore. I still think I can finish close to the top 5 by the end of this race.
that sounds promising. But at the same time, yesterday we have spoken to you and your colleagues. They said you were actually held up by the team cars and motorbikes that were actually on the road because it was just like a traffic jam.
Yeah, it was horrible. I stopped completely on 2 of the sectors with the TV motorbike in front of me and then the team cars on the right. It was pretty shit, to be honest. There's no other word you can say. There was too much vehicles around, and it was a bit frustrating because every time that we made time up, you just lost a minute on the pavé because you can't see anything, and all the motorbikes are there. You know more than me, but it wasn't a good place to chase.
Well, there are some other words that could have been used, but apologies for that. Yeah, Orval Trappiste. We need to go to John. I know that John will know about the Orval Trappiste. I also know that Rob Hatch knows about it. It's one of his favourite beers as well as Robbie McEwen. Tell us about the beer, John.
Well, I'll tell you about the Abbey, which the beer is made. First of all, I'm going to tell you how it was founded. It was founded...
Was it on beer?
They were thirsty.
No, I'm going to tell you how the Abbey was founded. Because according to legend, I think this is a rather lovely legend, actually. The Countess Matilda in 1132 found her lost wedding ring on the spot. She explained in gratitude, this is a golden valley, so much of a golden valley that it's gone on to become a home of the Benedictine monks, who have then made the Trappist brothers, who follow the rule of St Benedict, who make beautiful honey sweets. They make cheese, but above all, the famous Trappist beer, Orval. Now, I've never ever tasted Orval, so I have to bow in deference to those of you who have, so you can tell us more about it.
Very distinctive bottle, a very dark bottle, and within it, Robbie, I think one of your favourite fluids.
Yeah, it is one of my favourites. Well, I'm actually on the site, so instead of putting my own words, I'll tell you it is medium-bodied, and it's got a hoppy, dry orange, semi-bitter taste. It's an amber Trappiste, and like all the Belgian beers, you must serve it in the correct glass or it's sacrilege. So it's got a sort of an open chalice-shaped glass. And the Belgian Trappist beers always taste better in the proper glass.
It's absolutely true. I don't know why or how. And this man will be asking those questions of himself as well. Primož Roglic, why did it have to happen to me? And how am I going to save my tour, Sean? A rough day yesterday for Primož Roglic. Smoother ride for him today, but he's got a lot of work to do if he's going to catch this man.
Well, it's a shame that he had the problem again yesterday, and we know the record of Primož Roglic in the Tour, the earlier days. I was gutted yesterday when he went down and he was losing time because, he is a rider. When you look at where he's come from, a ski jumper and, becoming such a great biker. And when he did come into the bike and he was, very poor his bike handling and was crashing a lot, and then seemed to, improve a lot over a 2 or 3 year period and was getting through very well. And, again, yesterday having that problems and losing that much time, it's a real killer. And when you look at the time they put into getting ready for a Tour of France, the build up, from the beginning of season, from the end of last year, all these training camps, altitude training camps, and then you lose it in that way. If you lose it, a mano against them, against the big contenders in the mountain stages, okay, that's a fair battle. But in the way it's happening again, it's a disappointing one. But that's the risk of bike racing, and you see yesterday, and we heard from Wout van Aert as well, the risk the guys were taking and the way they were going around those corners, still with 100 kilometres to go, because they were all fighting to stay in the front. So the risk, now, it's just unbelievable, the risk they're prepared to take, and that just results crashes.
Just to skip back a moment, guys. Then there were two. Jakob Fuglsang, he stopped for a nature break. He sat up. He's gone.
Yes, he has. An extended nature break, I think you might say. Took him a while, and indeed, there are just the two up front. I'm actually wondering whether that had anything to do with the conversation. Certainly, Fuglsang looked a little peeved after they had their chit-chat. He's gone. He's out of the breakaway. We are down to two. One of them happens to be Wout van Aert, the other Quinn Simmons. Minute and 48. How deep, much deeper will they go? As a duo, life is more difficult. Certainly, Robbie.
Well, life is difficult as the numbers dwindle down, and I think that was a big part of the conversation. And I guess now we know what Zach Dempster was saying to Jakob Fuglsang not worth it. You're getting caught. Try and keep what powder you've got left dry. There he is, reeled in by the peloton. So the job has just become a little bit easier for the chase.
It has. However, at what cost for Fuglsang? As we said, we thought he was almost accidentally part of a 3-men only breakaway. Maybe he was marking it out and found himself marked by the task at hand. And with the gap coming down, it's now under the 2-minute mark, 62.7 kilometres to go. Yeah, it looks like our breakaway may well be done, but Wout van Aert may well suddenly have his time trialling head on. Let's wait and see. Quinn Simmons is hoping to be equal to the task, however, Sean.
Yes, well, unfortunately for Quinn Simmons to get into this breakaway after such a difficult start, you had to be really good and you have to have the good legs. The disappointing part, I suppose, for him is the riders he's in there with. But it looks like it's a day where, you know, there's teams that were going to take it up no matter what the combination of the breakaway was going to be out front. And, you know, they're just going to close this one down and try and get it back, and they are going to get it back to a final where it's going to be a battle between the peloton really and the guys who can stay in the main peloton right to the very end of this stage. So yeah, it's as I was saying earlier, you know, when you see Wout van Aert going out in this breakaway, I was wondering what's the tactic here, because it was always going to be a difficult day, you know, to see the break maybe going away, but that's the risk you take, and now it's the answer is there. It's going to be a lot of effort for no gain, and yeah, Wout van Aert, it's just it's amazing the way he races and the way he's been racing today. I am finding it difficult, you know, to see exactly what the tactic was there. Why were they doing that? Why did he have to do that, you know, in the yellow jersey, considering that he could wait, and if it come down to the sprint, you know, he would be definitely one of the favourites if we go into the final, as the winners there up between the men out of the main peloton.
It's another conundrum for us, Robbie.
Well, yes, it is. It would be a stage that even before this tour started, I said, well, the stage to Longwy, it's got Wout van Aert and Mathieu van der Poel written all over it. We know Van der Poel is very flat, not feeling himself, but certainly Wout, he would have been nailed on to win this stage, but he's trying to go about it another way. But what I did just notice, it's like, well, his race plan has entered the next phase. Did you notice the pickup in intensity by Wout van Aert? Now that Fuglsanger's gone, little quick chat to Quinn Simmons, and the body language, the cadence, the posture on the bike, and just the level of effort that can be seen being put in by Quinn Simmons while he's in the wheel of Wout van Aert. Van Aert's now, it looks like he's taken on the attitude of, I'm not going to let you make me look silly. I'm not just going to get reeled in and go, oh, well, that was a fizzer. He is going for it from now. This is extra effort.
It's extra effort that he's putting in now, Sean, that he could well use tomorrow, and not least for himself, of course, but in backup for Vingegaard when we get to Planche de Belleville. It seems a strange one.
Yeah, it is a strange one, and you know, going out, you know, so early in the stage, and was so aggressive as well. Let's not forget, we see him there. You know, he was getting into the moves in the earlier part of the stage when the racing was hectic, and he was also attacking and pushing on the pace. And you know, I was wondering why was he doing that? If he had a free card, and he certainly has got that, but you can use it in other ways where you just follow, stay in that top 20, 25 riders, see the moves are going, and if you see the danger ones, then you're just in it pretty much immediately, and he can do that, you know, with relative ease. But the way he's went about it today, he's put a lot of hard work on himself here, with the possibility of going to the finish. Always, you know, there was that little bit of doubt where if he stay in the peloton, well, as Robbie said, he was, you know, a one which you could, you know, always pick out for a go for this stage because of this very difficult run in. And as you say, Carlton, tomorrow's another day where he will be on duty for his leader or for his two leaders, and yeah, it's a bit of a special day, and I was not expecting this sort of a race from some of the teams that, you know, have still riders capable of doing something in the GC standings, and Wout van Aert, you know, doing something himself at the end of this stage today.
We're seeing a bit of belief starting to wash over those in the chase at the moment. You can see that Groupama France-Asia also coming up to help out, man the pumps. Possibility of some rain a little bit later on. It looks like the break is not going to kick up a storm, but it's just hovering around about that 2 minutes. When we get to 23.8 kilometres from home, we come through a place called Longuyon, and we take a turn at that point, and there'll be more of a crosswind, but it looks like the wind has actually died rather than stiffened a little bit today. Still holding it just around about the 2 minute mark here as we come under the 60 k's to go, Robbie.
Yeah, well, as you talk about the weather there, Carlton, the wind at the moment around Longwy, 20 kilometres an hour, meant to stay stable throughout the afternoon. Maybe a couple of stronger gusts, but not much, and should stay dry. Just overcast conditions forecast, and then sunny into the evening. So that shouldn't be a worry for them either today. But you know, I would have thought the best tactic at the moment, you know, when it's turning out the wrong way for the situation that Wout van Aert has found himself in or forced himself into, he would have been better to do the same thing as Jakob Fuglsang. Go back and sit in the peloton, recover for 30 to 40 kilometres, eat, drink, be merry, let the legs recover a little bit, because let's face it, his powers of recovery are just ridiculous. And he still could have gone with them over the Cat 3 and fought for the finish in a sprint. But he just doesn't want to be shamed, as it were, by just being chased down, so he's going to put up a fight.
Well, as you can see as well, the terrain's just started to pitch again after a brief plateau that we've had. And it's lumpy all the way home. Consider, and not least, a terrible and almost terrifying finish for some after a long stage show.
Yes, it is going to be a very difficult one, and you know, this run in, you know, the penultimate climb is a real killer of a climb, and then the run up to the finish is a real difficult as well. And I would be concerned for the big sprinters to be able to make it, you know, to get into a position to have a run for the stage victory in the final couple of 100 metres. But yeah, Wout van Aert out in front here. If he was back in the peloton, it might be a different situation. The teams that are chasing might not be so keen to chase.
Camera retina have to work hard here. They've opened it right up so it looks like a bright day, but you can see a lack of shadows. It's almost bleaching out some of the jerseys here. A little bit of chat going on, and we're still hovering around that 2 minute margin. Goodness me, it's kind of the calm before the storm here, Sean. I'm kind of getting a little bit nervous on behalf of everybody.
Well, where's the storm going to come from?
Indeed.
Is Van Aert going to do one of these rides that you know, he done a number of days ago when he went away with 10 kilometres to go and looking like, and I was saying, like, it's going to be really difficult for him to hold off with the group of riders behind and the riders that are going to contribute from the chase to get it back together for a sprint. And he held off magnificently, and you know, it was just one of these rides that Wout van Aert is capable of pulling off and able to do. And you know, will he do something here again? We can see, you know, the advantage is not coming down at all, and that is going to be an interesting one. Will he just show to those guys, you know, how strong he is? He's with Quinn Simmons, who is also a real powerful rider, but still 60 kilometres to go with it, you know, the peloton chasing. You know, you would not give any chance here, but this is Wout van Aert, and as I said, Quinn Simmons is really up for it here today.
It certainly looks that way. They're exchanging nicely. It almost seems that the rider who is most irked, Jakob Fuglsang, has now departed the scene, of course. It leaves the duo up front, an impossible task, as you say, Sean, for just about anybody. But you never know what to put past Wout van Aert if you can get anything by him. Absolutely remarkable man. Can he pull it off today? It would be something very special.
Well, this would, sorry, Robbie, this would be another one. You know, it's just an amazing performance again from him. And we're coming to the part of the stage here where it's getting lumpy. And of course, you know, if you have the power there and the two men out in front, if they can keep on riding, you know, real strong all the way back in the peloton, we might start losing some of those riders, you know, securing the pace here on the front. And if that's the case, then if they start, you know, looking around who's going to do the chasing now when we lose some of the riders that have been chasing for many kilometres here in the peloton, that could be the scenario, and it could be the case where it could work out for the 2 men out in the breakaway.
Yeah, well, we've had a long, extended chase by 4 riders here. Guillaume van Keersbulk, the man in blue, coming through to the front now, taking over for Michael Berg. We've also got Niels Pollitt, the German champion from Bora, along with Jonas Rutz from EF. They've been chasing for a long, long time. But remember a few moments ago when we said, well, Wout van Aert is going into the next phase. He looked like he started trying harder. He's extended the gap by 15, 20 seconds since that moment. So he's really putting the pressure on this chase to really squeeze it now.
Well, the complexion has changed in terms of the chase, but the margin is being held for the time being, and that is down to this remarkable rider. No disrespect to Quinn Simmons, but Wout van Aert, is he in charge of his own destiny today? They have 54.3 kilometres remaining. It's going to be one firecracker of a finale, as if this stage hasn't had enough excitement. Time for me to step back and ask Rob Hatch to carry us over. Rob, it's going to be great.
It certainly is, Carlton. Thank you very much. And all of these supporters on the side of the road, ready to take this home as well. They've been parking up their camper vans, coming across the border from Belgium, most of them, bringing their flags, their tellies, and their fanfare. Few of them might have been wondering if this man wearing 101 would be involved. He might yet, but all signs at the moment point to Wout van Aert up the road and his great rival Mathieu van der Poel in recovery mode. But there's still time for things to change today and over the course of the rest of this tour. A reminder of who was picked today. Ilenia Lazzaro going with Mikel Honoré. There was Michael Matthews for Steve Chanel. Andreas Kron for Dan Lloyd. Mohoric was Mr. Fox pick. And Manon Lloyd going with Wout van Aert. Looks to be the best pick for now, or does it? Will they stay out? Will they be caught? It's still all up in the air. 1 minute 55. As we see plenty of possibilities from the peloton, as well as those 2 from the breakaway. Okay, let's start the build-up and earliest to the finale. And let's hear from one of the favourites. He was second here 5 years ago to Peter Sagan. He's an Aussie hero. 2 Aussie wins in a row. You never know. Here's Michael Matthews.
Can you take us through the key points and what it is all about in this final? It's a hard one.
I think the key point is actually the start, to see who is going in the breakaway, how big the breakaway is going to be. I'm sure there's a lot of tired legs today in the stage after yesterday. So, yeah, I think it's going to be an unexpected race today. It's a long day. We also got Planche de Belfi tomorrow. So, yeah, it's a bit of a transitional stage, but, yeah, a little bit harder than we were here last year, in 2017, sorry. So, yeah, it's going to be a hard one to gauge, but I'm looking forward to it.
And the final one is lactate tolerance, resilience, or?
I think it's who wants it the most. With that climate 5K to go, it's 13% for 1K. It's going to throw a few punches and see who's got the strongest legs and the biggest willpower to take the win today.
Good luck for today. Thank you.
The talk of throwing punches there from Michael Matthews. Well, if this break is caught, as it looks like it could well be, if this rhythm of catch continues, then it's not just 1 or 2 punches on that climb that Matthews was talking about. It's a big dipper finale today, Sean. We've got 4 climbs before the finish, all coming inside the last 15 kilometres.
Yes, and the penultimate climb is a real difficult one. The gradient is severe, and yeah, there'll be a soften up on the earlier climbs, but I think on that penultimate climb, it's going to really test, and the racing will be hectic at that point. And then you run into the final, and the run up to the finish, it is a real leg breaker. And yeah, for the sprinters to survive there, the real fast men, it's going to be a difficult one. And I'd not be surprised if we see somebody, maybe even the GC men, Pogacar, for example, he could be a danger one in this run to the finish. Roglic is another one who can, do something. And maybe you might see a surprise, some riders that are, and teams that have not shown at all today much, like Jan Izagirre, for example. He's a good finisher on this sort of terrain. Bardet, Mathieu van der Poel, doesn't look like he's, up to it at all, but we're always open for surprises from Van der Poel. So, the team are riding, and as Robbie has been talking about, is it for Philipsen? It has to be, but you never know with Mathieu Van der Poel what he can produce. Michael Matthews, he's a one who can, digest this sort of final. So it is going to be an interesting one. But first of all, we have to see this gap come down quite a lot. 155 at the moment. With the power here on the front of the peloton, very difficult to see the two men stay out to the finish.
I agree with that, Sean. Very difficult for those two. I'd say nigh on impossible as there's fresh horses starting to come to the front now. EF Education, they've sent another rider up towards the front to help with the chase now. Looking at the final part of this stage, guys, it is a Category 3 climb with just 5k to go. Michael Matthews just mentioned it, and the steep gradients, but it's only 800 metres long. So it's somewhat of a Tour of Flanders or one of the shorter Amstel Gold style punch climbs. So a guy like Jasper Philipsen, he can really get over this and challenge at the finish as well. It's very good for Michael Matthews, and I'm excited to see if Peter Sagan, if he's unhurt from yesterday, if he can throw it back to 2017 and win again.
And if we do throw it back to 2017, we see another glorious chateau on the hill there, walled and everything. I was very excited. I'm glad you mentioned before, by the way, to see Orval. That certainly is my favourite drop in the world. But looking back 5 years ago, Sean, you mentioned the GC guys. It was an easier run-in 5 years ago, as Michael Matthews was saying, before one final climb to the line, the climb they'll take on today. Peter Sagan, Michael Matthews were there, but look behind that, scratch beneath the surface. Third was Dan Martin. Fourth was Greg van Avermaet. Fifth was Alberto Bettiol. Demar was up there as well. And then you had Fuglsang, Thomas, Froome, Maika, Quintana, Bardet. Richie Porte was in the top 15 as well. Guillaume Martin was 16th. Fabio Aru, Alberto Contador, Rigoberto Urán, Esteban Chavez. There were more GC guys in the top 20, Sean, than sprinters, and that was on an easier finish.
Yes, well, that is, I suppose, the difficult one to pick out a winner here. Will some of the sprinters be able to, put in that big performance and get there to the run to the line where they can, just kick their sprint, meaning in the final. What will it be today? 150 metres, maximum 200 metres. But, that run up when we see to the finish where, what is it? It's about 1.5 kilometres it starts to go uphill. When you are going at, full on speed, full gas, that really hurts. And it does kick up to, quite a gradient of about, 10% in the middle of that. I would be concerned that the sprinters, will be on the limit there before we get to the sprint. But again, it depends on what way it's prepared, how many riders are in the front group, who's got teammates there. All of that is going to be vital. And I suppose, we're finishing on the Rue de la Banque. Who's got in the bank today?
And the final climb's the Côte des Religieuses. Who's lit a candle in the morning? There's a lot that needs to go right. 55, 57 k's an hour here now for Quinn Simmons and Wout van Aert. Jonathan, I'm sorry, I was talking all over that wonderful Citadel. I got that completely wrong. Far too big for a chateau, wasn't it? I'm sure that one's down in your notes, isn't it? Montmedy?
Yes, it is. Very excitingly, Rob, because there have been a couple which haven't been. The Citadel of Montmedy was something that was besieged by Louis XIV and became French back in 1659. Previously, it had been part of the Spanish Netherlands. So it's ideally situated, as we saw, up on the top of the hill as a position to be defended. And it's just stunning architecture up in this part of the world.
The Spanish Netherlands. I've just learnt something. Amazing. Must have been cold for them.
I think that's why they left.
They forgot their jackets, so they had to go home.
Hang on a minute. I'm commentating from the home studio. Maybe I better shut the window. Don't want the neighbours hearing.
Rob down there in the sunny, warm climes of Mallorca.
It is very nice and sunny today. It's a little less windy than this. Look at this. Big tailwind now. Again, those who've had to work to stay on. Gianni Moscon there at the back. André Zeitz, they were off and struggling, weren't they? George Bennett, Mark Hirschi and the rest, they must be thanking their lucky stars they were able to get back earlier. This is Olain Doorn, by the way. He's the Welsh rider at the front in the pink jersey. racing for EF Education Easy Post. And I'm just looking at this group, Sean, and there is now no rider in the chase for Alpecin de Koning.
Yeah, they just used the one, Guillaume van Kiersbulk, until this point. At the moment, nobody else coming forward. We have seen in previous days Christian Sparagli doing a fair bit of work when they've been working towards a bunch sprint for Jasper Philipsen. I'm not convinced that Philipsen can get there and be competitive, but on his very best day, yes. It just depends how the race pans out. But I tell you what, Van Aert and Simmons are putting up a hell of a fight, because when it all sort of looked to be unravelling, it looked like it was almost going to be a capitulation. They were at 1 minute and 46. And instead of giving in, they doubled down. And Wout van Aert and Quinn Simmons, you saw at the body language, they hunched over more. There was more those pained expressions on the face, well, particularly of Quinn. Wout has an incredible poker face even when he's in pain. But they pushed it out to over 2 minutes and still defending 156 at the moment. It's still going to take a whole lot of chasing to catch these two.
Sean, you speculated maybe that the longer this goes on, the more the legs might tire behind, the less resources. With Alpecin de Koning just pulling their man out there, I wonder if that's maybe the start of the possibility of that appearing.
Well, it's an interesting one, and you know, I was wondering from Alpecin de Koning who was the next guys to come forward and start riding on the front, because Van Kiersbulk, he has been riding for a long time. Maybe they decided just to put a man on the front and say to Mathieu van der Poel, look, we're riding for you today, will you wake up and get up to the front of the peloton? But it ain't happening, because he's still sitting at the very end of main peloton at this point.
The only man I was looking down at the team sheet and wondering whether there could be a possibility of riding forward would be Sylvain Dillier, who can climb a bit, who can sprint a bit, but again, in the company that they're going to keep or expect to keep at the end with the likes of Michael Matthews, etc., you do wonder whether they would have the sprint to be up there and win the stage. Are we to be surprised that there's no Bike Exchange rider in the chase, Robbie?
I am a little surprised, but I don't think it's going to be long. I think they're just holding back, waiting until it's absolutely necessary. Now, we've seen them do plenty of riding over the first few days of this tour for Dylan Groenewegen, with great success in the end. They've won a stage. But today they've definitely got the candidate in Michael Matthews. And we saw them really trying to infiltrate the breaks as well, to not miss out and not be on the back foot. This is a really good situation for them. It's getting towards the time that this chase is going to need a contribution from another team, and eyes will start to turn to Bike Exchange.
And just as you complete the phrase, Robbie, Alpecin de Koning have sent another man up.
Sparagli, by the looks.
Looks like his style, doesn't it?
Yeah. And just behind
it's
that...
it's the man I suggested might be up there. No,
okay,
it's Sylvain Dillier. There you go. So it has to be for Phillips or Van der Poel, because that's another of their fast men.
Well, hoping maybe for a miraculous turnaround by Mathieu van der Poel. And just a little bit further back as well, Peter Sagan being brought to the front by a teammate, because Total Energy have had a bit of a disaster so far. Turgis has crashed a couple of times. Yesterday went down. Bergaudot is in the hurt box today from that crash very early on, just 5 kilometres into the stage. Sagan fell off yesterday, bit of cyclocross there from one of the FDJ riders, number 90. I thought for a second it was Thibaut Pinot, but that is Duchesne.
Antoine Duchesne. Tony the Tiger, I think he nicknames himself on Instagram, the Canadian rider. Ridden on French teams for a long time. He's a Quebecois rider, a French-speaking Canadian. And look at this gap, it's creeping up to 2 minutes again. Sensational, this from Simmons and Van Aert.
Yeah, it's a chase that's possible to complete and bring them back, but no one ever said it's going to be easy. And I said it before, Wout van Aert does not want to be embarrassed or shamed by the peloton, just simply being ridden back in and them sort of looking to say, haha, made a mistake there, didn't you? He is going to make them fight for every centimetre. He's going to cause a lot of pain.
He's gone too far down the road now, Sean, hasn't he?
Yes, he definitely has. And, he might be asking the question to some other riders after the finish here this evening, did I surprise you, which he did when he won the stage. And he's definitely thrown up surprises to me, today. But the way they are riding here, and you can see, this This gap is not coming down at all, and now we're getting close to the 40 kilometres to go. So the teams that are thinking of the stage, they have to start putting men to the front of the peloton.
Well, our resident stat man's on it again. Killian Kelly tweeting away. He's prolific. He's more prolific than Wout van Aert with his wins, I think. The last rider to win 2 non-time trial or non-mountain stages in the yellow jersey, Bernard Hinault, 1979. And I know a few people might say, well, you know, you're clutching at straws, and, you know, a pretty niche stat then. We're trying to relay, as Stan de Wulf is back at the car here, trying to relay how unique Wout van Aert is as a rider.
Just seeing on Stan de Wulf's bike, they're mounted under the stem. That's actually an onboard camera, but with a built-in microphone. They've got the little, what do you call, I don't know enough about our industry to know what that's called, but the bit of fluff over the back is to stop that wind distortion of the microphone, so we can hear, well, see what's going on in the peloton, but also hear all those yells and calls that are going out between teams. So I would love to see that being compulsory for every sprinter in the Tour de France. In fact, for every race, that you must carry. It's not a choice, because those pictures would be the most incredible. But since it's not compulsory, most of them refuse to carry one because it's just a little bit of extra rate, a little bit of extra infrastructure they don't want. But gee, I'd love to see it.
Tell you what, any on-bike footage or microphones close to this breakaway a few kilometres back, when the discussions were happening with Jakob Fuglsang, Wout van Aert and the cars, would be an interesting rewatch. And of course this year the Tour de France is going to Netflix, isn't it? We're going to have a documentary or two produced afterwards. And Primož Roglič. There will have been disappointment overnight, but there's more warrior-like performance today. Of course, months of stress turned to a day of disaster for a few yesterday. O'Connor with a mechanical, Roglič with the crash, Haig crashing out, Lutsenko and Meintjes losing time. Other side of the coin though, Tadej Pogačar gaining 13 seconds, even without a lack of team support. Produced an interesting quote in the French press though this morning. Thierry Gouvenou weighing in and actually questioning Tadej Pogačar's attack at the end there, and saying that, well, I thought he looked like he was on his last legs. I thought he messed up there. He had he said if he'd have been riding for Jumbo-Visma, you know, he would have finished alone and no doubt a long way back. Dear me.
Looking for a job in the media, Thierry Gouvenou. Keep the anticipation high. Never make people think, oh, this has already been run and won. Oh, by the way, a wind muff, a wind cover, or even a dead cat. That's what that little fluffy thing's called to stop the wind distortion on the microphone.
My friends at the Cycling Podcast call it a Gianni Savio. A bit like the Italian boss's hairdo. Sylvain Dillier committed to the chase with 40 kilometres to go. Who's he chasing for, however? Is Mathieu van der Poel going to wake from his Tour de France siesta? It's lasted 5-6 days so far. Let's see how he feels. 1:48. The gap is creeping down that little bit now. It's a wonderful, wonderful knife-edged balance here, Sean Kelly. 40 k's to go. We still can't call it either way, and it's playing up to the narrative, the drama, the brilliant, brilliant episode of this 21-day soap opera that we've seen so far.
Yes, and you know, what a stage has been today, because when you look at you know, the stage here after what they've been doing the last number of days, and especially yesterday, it could have been one of these transition stages where they allow a breakaway to go away and then they're just controlled behind, and you know, nothing exciting all day until we get into that final. But this has been action packed all day, and you know, it's never dropped in any way, because with this small break of 3 riders out in front, there was always the question, yeah, can they stay out in front? Will the peloton, you know, start riding and keep them under control? And that's what's been happening, and that's what's going on. And now we're inside the final 40 kilometres, and still the suspense is there. Who is going to get this stage? Is the two out front going to be able to hold on, or is it going to come back down for a bunch sprint between, you know, the riders who are the better punchers? Will it be a sprinter? Will it be some of the guys maybe out of the GC who are, you know, capable of doing this sort of finish? This is going to be one of the days where we're going to look back at it and we'll say, from Banch to Longwy, that was an exceptional stage, and it's not dropping off in any way.
And it's the 7th of July today, and on this day in cycling history, 15 years ago, today we remember, as the start of the Grand Départ in London. Certainly all our viewers in United Kingdom will remember that. And 10 years ago, we heard Brad talking about it early on the motorbike. 10 years ago today, it was that first visit to La Planche des Belles Filles in the history of cycling. Was a yellow jersey for Brad Wiggins on the day. A stage win for Chris Froome. And if you want to read a little bit more of that, John McCleary at The Telegraph has been talking to Brad and has written an article about it today. If you'd like to read about that, check out John's article in The Telegraph. Solar-powered airport, this. Marville-Montmedy. You need blacked-out windows on the plane to land that. Just imagine the reflection coming into land there. So Wout van Aert in the yellow jersey. He's already won in this jersey at this tour, remember? Tremendous ride the other day into Calais. A little chat there with Quinn Simmons. Quinn Simmons, who has just 2 professional victories so far in his career. Nothing at this very top level. It's only his 2nd Grand Tour, but he hasn't yet won on the World Tour. His victory came at the Tour of Wallonia, just over the border, so he knows these roads. Tour de Wallonia stage last year in the general classification in the end from the 21-year-old from Durango in the USA. Reminder, if you're just tuning in, to go back, whether you watch on GCN Plus or Discovery Plus, rewind and watch this entire stage on demand, because every single pedal stroke almost has offered us something. It has been quite the day so far, and we're just getting the sign now that the gap may be starting to budge a little quicker. UAE continue to ride just behind these riders who are fully committed. In fact, it's Vegard Starkelongen who's committed in 3rd wheel. Nils Pollitt giving his all here with some monster turns, the German champion. The former Swiss champion is Sylvain Dillier. And Owain Doull, the top rider from EF Education Easy Post, is the 4th man in the chase. Sean, it's about 1.5 minutes now. Key few kilometres coming up.
Yes, definitely. And you know, the riders out in front are 2 men. They've been out there for a long time, so you know, fatigue is going to start setting in, where in the front of the peloton we've seen there is changing a bit, and you know, fresh riders, new riders coming to the front, and that is enormous. You know, on a long stage like this, after yesterday's stage, of course, you know, it is so important, and we can see the gap is starting to melt down here. And yes, the distance we have got to go, it's going to be, you know, the next 10 kilometres is going to tell us a lot what way it's going to go, but it looks like peloton, it's in the balance for them to be able to pull this one back and take it down to a finish between what will be left of the main peloton in the run to this line.
Robbie, we just saw first turn from Stefan Bissiger as well, and that could spell trouble for the breakaway.
It certainly can. I mean, it was getting to that point where the chase was going to need reinforcements, and have come just on time. And with a guy with a time trial pedigree like Stefan Bissiger, that's what's going to pull it back. And look what it is now, 1:25. It was 30 seconds more than this just 5 kilometres ago. So the chase has really ramped up. And I think when the information comes over the radio to Quinn Simmons and Wout van Aert, it'll be a little bit deflating just to know that it's come down that quickly by that much. Nils Pollitt, he just seems to be lifting the intensity with every kilometre to the German champion.
The intensity out the front here. They are climbing. Certainly not sat up. Wout van Aert will come through and take his latest turn. And this is where much more of the climbing gets that little bit harder. We're about 15 Ks away now from entering that period where we've got climb after climb after climb. The roller coaster finale, the Big Dipper, to end this fun day out at the fair. The longest stage of the Tour de France, 220 kilometers. A long way to Longwy from Binche, leaving Belgium, heading into France. Our first stage finish here for 5 years. Peter Sagan won last time. Can he double up? Will it be one of those in a bunch with it? Or can the break hold off? In the meantime, we're in Marville. Jonathan.
Yes, and it's the L'Église Saint-Nicolas, built in the first third of the 13th century. Initially a church hall, that particular one, surrounded by 6 chapels. Then they combined all of them together. A bell tower struck by lightning back in 1766 and was replaced by the wooden dome that we see there today.
Thanks, Jono.
Had something a little bit Back to the Future about it then, didn't it?
That was the reference I was about to make.
Sorry.
Get the DeLorean souped up and let's head back to the future.
1.21 gigawatts.
Well, do they
that's almost as much power as Wout van Aert.
The break?
That's almost as much power as Wout van Aert produces, isn't it? 1.21 gigawatts. That's why he was zeroing his power meter earlier.
He's too strong for it, is he? Into a new département. To the 54 we go. 1 minute and 9, and it's changing dramatically. There's a real belief behind for EF Education Easy Post here, Robbie. Either the stage win with Bettiol or the yellow jersey with Nilson Paulus. They certainly are fully committed. Mind you, there's not much lack of commitment there or concentration.
Absolutely both up there. But, you know, just down over a minute now for Wout van Aert and Quinn Simmons, as you sort of alluded to a moment ago. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll.
I like what you did there. It certainly is. And there's a climb to the top inside the final few kilometres. Now then, a bit of sustenance. They continue to ride. But for how long? I think the cars won't be too long off getting pulled out now. Are they going to be able to hang on? Certainly added narrative, drama and story. And, well, with all that's happening at the front, the fact we're coming towards the end, Sean, this possibility of a mix between GC guys, sprinters who can climb a little. Jonas Aguirre appears through the centre, you mentioned him, but also appearing left and right. The GC teams, the GC leaders, it's those nervous moments again, and that's only going to aid the chase here, Sean.
Yes, and we have seen out in front there the Jumbo-Visma car coming up, Franz Maassen, just encouraging the two out front to keep it going, keep on giving there, and they're not, you know, losing heart at all, although the gap is coming down very quickly. And yeah, we're going to see this mix now of GC teams and their domestics helping the guys to stay in front, because as you say, Rob, we're coming to the lumpy terrain and you have to be on the front. And yeah, it's going to be one of these hectic finals. And yeah, with Ineos Grenadier starting to appear here, you know, Pidcock as well is another one who has a finish on him for this sort of terrain. Just looking down, I'm trying to pick out a winner out of the teams that has been riding. Bahrain Victorious were riding a lot as well. Mohoric, can he do something? Or, you know, Dylan Tunes, he's another one who maybe on this sort of final thinks they can get something out at this stage. But yeah, it looks like there's EF Education, Easy Post, who are the ones that are really committed. They have been for a long time, and you know, now it's coming down still with over 30 kilometres to go. 110, I think we're seeing that is going to be not possible for the two breakaway guys to stay out there.
With all of this jostling for position at the front, actually, the chase has changed. We had 5-6 riders working together there, but now it's this fight for position that is the chase, really. Stefan Bissegger there in the pink jersey, Miguel Biel just behind him on the right-hand side. Then you can see Tish Benoot in the middle of them with the black and yellow helmet. Left-hand side is Jan Tratnik in the red jersey for Bahrain. And this is the lineup for EF Education Easy Post. Rigoberto Urán, of course, one of the co-leaders, alongside Nilson Paulus, who had quite the GC performance at the Tour of Switzerland. He lies second at the minute, 13 seconds off of the lead of the man who's in the breakaway. And they can now see the breakaway, Robbie McEwen. They're up the road and on the same stretch of road.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, once you know the peloton can see you, you know it's the beginning of the end. And, you know, Simmons, he has been a really good partner out here for Wout van Aert, but you see the balance of power, though. And Wout van Aert now leaving him behind.
Wout van Aert still on a march, and Quinn Simmons, one of the most powerful engines out there, has been dropped.
Well, valiant effort. I've just been reminded of what they do. Say it's a Flemish expression that translates something like, if you go in a break with Wout van Aert, you're riding yourself all the way to the abattoir.
That sounds grim, but it's exactly what's happened.
No, the slachto's at Eden.
Well, Simmons has given everything, but he is a beaten man today. Wout van Aert may well be yet, but he's trying to do what he did the other day, except this time he has 30 kilometres to survive and a whole organised peloton chasing him. Sean, I'm running out of words to talk about Wout van Aert.
Well, it's amazing, this guy. You know, he just he never gives up, even in a situation like here. And you know, as we have been talking about, will he maybe knock it off and wait for this sprint and try and get something out of the stage? Not at all. He's committed, and as Robbie said, you know, he went out there and he's not going to, you know, give it to say to the riders, okay, you know, you tried to get away but you weren't able to do it. He's going to fight all the way, and here we go. He just rides away from Quinn Simmons. And yeah, it's when you're with a rider like this, and you know, when you get into a breakaway with riders, they have so much power and they can ride for 220 kilometres, and they can ride at such a pace after doing, you know, almost 200 kilometres. It's just amazing, and they just ride away from you. Slowly the gap open, and it's amazing, those guys, the talent they've got and the power they've got, and that's what Wout van Aert is showing here today. And he's going to, you know, try and hold on, but yeah, with this chase, you know, ever so much getting faster and faster, it's looking like it's going to be impossible.
Well, it is looking quite a lot like it's going to be a sprint, and the camera is focused on sprinters. Groenewegen in second last wheel in that picture. Caleb Ewan just in front of him. Fabio Jacks a bit further forward. It's not going to be their day. We know this is such a tough finish. Caleb Ewan on his best day, maybe, but let's remember he fell off yesterday, that hay bale that had been knocked into the roadway, that then Stefan Kung also just clipped, and then Caleb Ewan straight over the top of it. He's going to be having a tough one out there today. It's more for those puncheurs, normally for the likes of Wout van Aert in a sprint, but I tell you what, he is out there saying, you will not embarrass me. He's been out there all day, and there's the great threat of him just being pulled back and it being a bit of a, what they call it when you're in between the bunch and the break and you never get there. They call it the chasse patate. It'd be something like that, but being off the front, he's determined it's not going to turn into one of those moments.
It's a 30-kilometre time trial for the moment for Wout van Aert, and he's hoping he's faster than the 172 riders still behind him.
Yep, one versus the rest. Wout against the world.
Well, single-handedly changing this sport, Wout van Aert, ripping up the rule book, taking the yellow jersey in the breakaway on the Tour de France. And he's increasing his lead. 1 minute 7 seconds now.
Well, if you were going to look at this situation with one rider against the peloton, 1 minute and 7:27 to go with a bit of climbing, if you had to choose anyone in the peloton who could do it, everybody would choose him. Everybody would choose Wout van Aert. And as I said earlier, I'll be surprised if he makes it, but I won't be shocked because we know he's just capable of so much.
Wout van Aert being Wout van Aert with 27 kilometres to go. We've almost ridden 200 Ks so far on the longest stage of this 109th Tour de France. The game phase is on. Head down. Wout against the world. Yellow jersey at the front of the Tour. Behind EF Education Easy Post has been the team most committed, I think, to riding. They can have a little bit of a whiff of a yellow jersey. And here is Alberto Bettiol riding at the front, keeping Neilson Powless safe. So maybe we are getting more of an indication as to what they are thinking.
Well, riding in front of him is better than riding behind him, if you get my drift.
Simmons is caught. The gap's at 1 minute and 10. And we now see the general classification teams bossing it. Luke Rowe on the left-hand side as Ineos Grenadiers today wear the yellow helmets. They've taken over the lead in the team classification by just a single second now ahead of Jumbo-Visma. And Arker Samsic, who rode fantastically well for Nairo Man Quintana yesterday.
Yeah, and he's tucked in there behind them, Quintana. Somewhere a bit further back. There he is. There was just one man got in between him and his team, but Quintana is absolutely there, just behind the rider in green from B&B Hotels. He's got his whole team up the front. They did a fantastic job with Quintana yesterday, and he was floating. He handles himself so well on cobbles, in crosswinds, in tricky situations. He is an all-round bike rider who's by most considered a pure climber. But he is so much more, and he's in really good form, and he's really on the up. He rode well in France in the Route d'Occitanie mid-June, and it looked like his form is really coming up at the right time coming into this tour. So I'm excited for him, and going into tomorrow, the first mountaintop finish of this tour.
And he, alongside Dani Martinez, is the great Latin American hope at this particular Tour de France. Nairo Quintana twice second. At the moment, he lies 19th, 1 minute 14 down as of 25Ks to go.
Just looking there at the peloton, we spoke about if you're going to choose one man for this job to pull it off, you choose Walt. If you're going to choose one man to chase him, it was the guy who was on the front of the Ineos train. It was Filip Ogana.
What a duel. It's the best bike race in the world. We have the best bike racers. Before we get to the end, Sean, we've seen all these nerves here with the general classification teams. I know that you had your very eagle eyes over the rule book this morning, and rather key is that there is no 3-kilometre rule today, and gaps are taken on 1 single second, so there'll be even more nervousness around the finish, won't there?
There will be. This is going to be important for the GC men not to lose any time on a relatively easy final for those riders. But, the way it's going to be raced, the mixture of teams and the mixture of riders, riders, punchers, sprinters, GC men, all wanting to be in the front. It's going to be a hectic final, and you do not want to find yourself pushed back in the final climb in 25, 30 position, because as you said, Rob, this 1 second, if there's a gap, well, then the time is taken from that gap back to where you come in, and you can lose 10, 15 seconds so quickly. So they're going to be aware of that. There's also, the possibility in this final 24 kilometres crashes, and in the earlier part, because we're still in the very earlier days, let's not forget, in this tour. So all of that is in their mind. So, there's just high tension here again today after a difficult day. Fatigue is going to be setting in. Hopefully everybody gets through without any mechanical problems or crashes, and it's a fair fight all the way to the line.
Filip Ogana, world time trial champion, still rides at the front, but only 2 seconds have been chopped off the gap.
Well, this is getting to that moment now. We've seen a concerted chase, the teams thinking mostly about stage win. Now it's becoming increasingly a battle between general classification riders' teams, keeping them in position, staying at the front of the peloton. But at the same time, that becomes the chase. We look at the intensity, look at Gunnar on the right, that just how hard he's pushing to try and keep his team in position, because it's not just about him at the front. He realises that the guys he's looking after are 5 and 6 places further back, so he can't leave them in the depths of the peloton. He's got to really try and push out the front to give them a bit of clear space, especially when you're coming into these villages where it turns, it twists, it narrows down. So it's all about keeping them safe, which means he on the front is at maximum effort.
This maximum effort down here to try and string this out with Bissiger just coming ahead of Connor Swift, who gets better and better as the years go by, the former British champion. It is rapid down racing into these towns.
Bissiger railing it up. Bissiger railing it. He took 3-4 lengths. He's actually had to wait for the Arkea rider to get back in the wheel. So this is a chase, not just at full power, but at full risk.
Into Languillon, and the gap goes just below a minute for the first time. That's the first time since Wout van Aert went on his own and extended it again, by the way. So right now it's Stefan Bissiger, the Swiss, in the pink jersey for EF. Behind him for Arcaire, that's the former British champion, Connor Swift. And then Sylvain Dillier, another former Swiss national champion. Magnus Cort still the king of the mountains, and he will hold on to that jersey at least until tomorrow.
Riders swinging out of the chase now. They are cooked. Just in a couple swing. Bissiger gone, the left of screen, gone behind. The Arcaire rider has also swung off. Now Luke Rowe coming through the middle for Team Ineos. Magnus Cort is the man just behind him in the King of the Mountains jersey. We're thinking about, actually there's no points on offer for the Cat 3 either, just first place over the top. No danger to Cort's King of the Mountains jersey. He's just working for the team. Movistar coming through as well now with Enric Mas left of screen in the dark blue.
And Gregor Mühlberger, the Austrian rider signed by Movistar at the start of last season, is the man looking after the rider from northeast Mallorca. Behind Alexander Vlasov in the middle of a trio of Bora Hansgrohe riders.
Yeah, Danny van Poppel. Van Poppel doing the work. There's this, we said about maybe a possibility his best day of getting over and doing a sprint, because he goes uphill quite well for a fast man, but looks like everything on Vlasov and Schachmann. Men overboard.
Here she again out the back. Alongside them is number 3, Miguel Biel, working all day. Vegard Stokke Longen as 2. And 50 seconds with Wout van Aert out the front. And again, Sean, another illustration of what you talked about right at the top when we were setting up the finale today. There could be men, engines falling away behind, and this could affect the chase. It could start to seesaw either way.
Yes, and we're seeing more and more that the GC teams with their domestiques helping out and keeping the leaders in the front. And they're not going to push on at 100%. They are going to fight to stay up there and be in the front end of the peloton. But if they get a time where they can, you know, take a little bit of recovery, it's not that they're really concerned about closing this one down. Where the teams that were chasing earlier on, they want to get this back together, guarantee a bunch sprint and go for the stage honours. So that's where it plays a little bit in the favour of Van Aert, but still there's not going to be a lot of downtime here at all in this final 20 kilometres.
Wout van Aert is 27 years of age now. He's from Herentals in Belgium. He has 36 professional wins on the road to his name, including 7 stages of the Tour de France. One in the yellow jersey the other day. He's won 2 stage races overall. 1 week races in Denmark and Britain. A handful of classics too. He is, of course, a former world champion on the cyclocross field. He's a superstar of the sport. And he's still out there entertaining us. As I said, changing the rules, changing what we think about the sport. Very much in the mould of the other entertainer, Mr. Van der Poel.
It never gets old, does it, watching Wout van Aert? It is the sort of spectacle we saw from Mathieu van der Poel attacking on a daily basis in the Giro d'Italia. Looks like he's paying for that this month here on the roads of France. But Wout van Aert, we've seen him win in so many different ways as well. Last year, the stage out of a breakaway over the Mont Ventoux twice. The time trial, a sprint on the Champs-Élysées. He's gone solo for 10K a couple of days ago, and now he's gone long range.
Inside the final 20 kilometres now, and we're approaching that final roller coaster finish. 4 successive climbs before an uphill rise to the finish line. And I'm starting to see now that it is mainly the GC teams and the GC men who are bossing this. The prospect of whatever finale we're going to get today is changing by the pedal stroke.
Yeah, it's that thing we just mentioned before about positioning is king, and in that case, that becomes the chase. The pure intensity of the battle to be in position makes it go so fast at the front. Multiple teams want to be in position. That becomes the chase behind Wout van Aert, and dropping down now to 40 seconds. And it's highly unlikely he's going to make it, but I still refuse to write him off.
He's still out there in front. Let's go to the front. Let's join Hannah and Bernie out on the course.
Fastest predicted schedule for today was 44 kilometers per hour. We're way ahead of that because the caravan is still coming in and the finale is approaching us. Longest stage of this Tour de France, and we're soon going to conclude with a very hard finale, Bernie. We drove that before just to see how difficult and technical it is.
Oh, they are fast, super fast, but Run in, 6Ks from the finish, left-hand turn into a wall. That's a cat-free, but it keeps dragging over the top till 4Ks to go. There's also a few speed bumps, then drops down, and they actually come close by here, but it drops down till 2 kilometers to go, and then they kick up to the final climb here, and especially here. It's about resilience and how long you can hold the lactate in it. For me, hard day yesterday, hard day today, so I think it's going to be a tough one.
We've got some narrow sections of the climb as well, steep gradient. This will be, no doubt about it, a general classification battle. There's no 3 kilometre rule. Any seconds or any gaps that open up, they will count towards that general classification.
Yes, for me, Wout van Aert is there literally on the limit. We'll see how it unfolds, but it is, I think he could lose the yellow jersey today.
Well, we need to run off the the finish line here because it's fast approaching.
Just adding fuel to the fire to what we were speculating about the EF Education Easy Post chase. 13 seconds the difference between Wout van Aert and Neilson Powless. And if the bunch is to come over, Powless finish in the group, this man gets distanced, we have a new leader of the Tour de France.
It could well be that, and that is definitely one of the tactics they'll be thinking about, trying to win the stage in its own right, but keep Powless up there and see if he can hang on. Tough day out for him yesterday, so it's no guarantee, even though he's been sitting in the bunch all day, that he'll stick with the first riders to the finish line. He's definitely going to be fatigued after being all day, 157k, but a day like yesterday, it would have felt like so much longer. It was an epic day out in the break. Will he have the legs to hang on? Tadej Pogacar, he's also hovering on GC. He could end up being the man in the yellow jersey at the end of the day. I would not also be surprised.
Everybody's still close in the meantime. Is that a smile, a grimace? Certainly not doing much smiling out the back, though. Caleb Ewan going backwards. And it still continues to bobble up. We're on the first of these 4 climbs now, Sean, and it is looking increasingly like what you speculated quite a long time ago. GC guys coming to the fore.
Yes, well, the GC teams are really going to try and get into the position on the front of the peloton, and when they start racing each other to bust the front of the peloton, the pace keeps very, very high. So it's not a case where the teams that have been chasing earlier on, the sprinters teams, let's call them, the pace is going to drop at all here. And, inside this final 20 kilometres, it's going to be, full-on racing. And we can see the advantage, coming down for Wout van Aert. And, this breakaway, when you look at it, 3 men in the front here, and he is still holding on out front. If this had been a break of 10 or 12 riders, then it would be a total different scenario and much more difficult for the peloton to control those guys. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case today. And now, as we have been forecasting, it looks like it could be, it will come down to the stage win between the main peloton, and that's what we're seeing here at the moment.
And there's a rare sight. Teeth bared by Wout van Aert, a grimace on the face. Well, you would for much less than the effort that he's put in today, Wout van Aert. It looks like he's going to be shortly caught. 900 metres to the climb at the moment, so not there yet. Plenty of riders being dropped out the back. Mathieu van der Poel, that was to expectation and in line with his interview this morning and over the last couple of days. But when we go through to the finish to look at riders who are in contention to take the yellow if Wout van Aert cannot follow the wheels. Neilson Powless at 13 seconds, Bossenhagen at 14. Both were in the break yesterday. Then it's Pogacar at 19 seconds. So if he can take bonus seconds, there's a gap in the peloton. It would see the jersey go to him if the breakaway riders of yesterday can't hang on.
And plenty of riders unable to hang on. Michael Storer, he's not had a good start to this tour, has he? Came in as a GC hope. He's dropped. There's Dylan Groenewegen. 67 out the back is Albert Torres, the first ever rider from the island of Menorca to ride the Tour de France. He's at the back, the former world track champion, with a host of others as well. There's Romain Bardet through the centre. This is Magnus Cort. He's done his job. And we are seeing the selections made. And still 19 seconds now. The difference between Wout van Aert and the rest. And as I finish the phrase, 3 more seconds are chopped off. 16, it is coming back.
At UAE, although they've had a number of riders drop, they've done their job for Pogacar today and as much as they could yesterday, but he's still well surrounded. He's still right at the front of the peloton, and he's now on terrain that he's perfectly comfortable on as well. Bora Hansgrohe done a lot of the chasing with Niels Pollitt, and they've been protecting Vlasov very well. He's also right at the front, Vlasov. And today, after a shocker of a day yesterday, really bad luck for Ben O'Connor, lost 3 minutes to the other favourites at a really badly timed puncture. He's being kept at the front by his Agi Dessert Le Citroën team. Van Aert over the top.
2 points for Wout van Aert on that category climb. In fact, 1 point. It was a 4th cat, the Montigny-sur-Cher. A single point for Wout van Aert. That's not what he came for, however, today. I just had the 4th hour of racing, by the way. Again, up at 39.4 kilometres per hour. Incredible. So, Florian Sénéchal, not far from home, on the chase on the descent with 3 more climbs to go.
Well, one of the riders that has been named by quite a lot of people as a potential stage winner today, Andrea Baggioli of the Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl team. I assume that's who Florian Sénéchal is up the front looking out for, trying to find his teammate, nurse him through, get him in a good position. He's got a pretty good kick on him.
I remember him coming to prominence a few years ago, just after the first COVID lockdown. I think we returned to racing in France on a stage there early on. Meantime, Wout van Aert. Sean, it looks as though he's going to be caught. Can we start to make sense of his action here today? I know it's been entertaining. What's your thought on it, if you can muster something?
Well, it's definitely been entertaining. What a stage it's been, and to have the yellow jersey so aggressive in the start and then going into a very small breakaway, so that has made the stage, and this long stage, it's been really exciting for all of us and all our viewers. And it's now we ask the question, Wout van Aert, will he be able to cling on here when he's caught by the peloton? It's very difficult to see because the effort he's put in yesterday, again today, to stay in there. And I think he's in his mind as well, going out like he'd done in the stage today, trying to hold the yellow jersey. I don't think that was an objective, and we can see a rider going off route there and a crash.
And a crash, trying to avoid a crash off to the right-hand side as well. Riders down, that's Reynolds, Johnson and Rensburg who's down on the right-hand side. One of the riders from Jumbo-Visma, I think it was Benoot, who was having to move as we saw it for the first time. And dearie me, not quite sure exactly who is down with him. There's a rider there from Groupama FDJ, another rider up, it's on the left-hand side. Dear, oh dear, 2 riders there from Jumbo-Visma involved.
Oh, Van Rensburg, and that was a heavy fall. That was high speed, trying to avoid it, and went off the side, and he caught the edge of the road rather than falling into the grass. So that is a really painful one. Couldn't pick up exactly who the Jumbo-Visma riders were. I had seen earlier that Jonas Vingegaard was right near the front, so it may have been one of the other slightly built riders. Valentin Madouas could have been a potential stage winner on this finish. Also got a really good kick, so that's bad luck for him, but still time to get back in contention.
Madouas getting back on there. A couple of riders with hands up and needing assistance. That was a very, very narrow escape for many, Sean.
Yes, it was, and it looked like Tish Benoot was the one who was doing a bit of off-road there, and was lucky when there's a crash like that and you have to go on off the road. You're just hoping there's no rocks there on the side and you get through when you come out at the other end. And as we talked about, sometimes you need a little bit of luck in situations, but yeah, this one now we can see it's getting very technical as well. There's a lot of turns here. We did hear, from our people on the ground there, that is a technical run in, not alone the difficulty of it. So that is going to, make everything more nervous. The riders, the GC men, they're going to be warned by their DSs. Okay, you have to be careful now. We're in that zone where it gets very technical and it also gets real difficult.
Wout van Aert about to be caught, but there's a big split behind as well here, Robbie, too.
Yeah, that crash has caused a split in the peloton, and sometimes you just have such bad luck. It was a mistake by the Jumbo-Visma riders, and it was a Wanty rider and a Lotto rider who crashed in the end. The Jumbo riders keeping it upright. But Wout van Aert, it is all coming to an end. That 5 seconds will wipe that away. They have got him.
Several riders distanced off the back, but out the front, Wout van Aert is about to be caught. The most combative rider of the day, without any doubt. He's taken the rule book, thrown it out the window, and done things his own way. Well played to the yellow jersey, more than honoured there. He's caught. He might be about to go straight out the back as well. I think he's completely out of gas. Wout van Aert may well be on his way to losing the yellow jersey.
Yeah, it looks very much like he's just ready to relinquish the yellow jersey now, Wout van Aert. There was no effort to get in at the front, to slot himself into the peloton. So it is open for whoever can hang on. At the moment, advantage Neilson Powless.
Let's keep an eye on the back of this bunch here that had split into two after that little crash, because it did look like Wout van Aert was going south at quite the rate of knots there, but single-handedly changing this sport the way we expect it to be raced, what we want to see. Wow, redesigning cycling, Wout van Aert.
Dylan van Baarle bringing Geraint Thomas left-hand side. Tish Benoot in the middle with Jonas Vingegaard on his wheel. Right in the centre, just obscured a bit, Rafał Majka, but he's got Tadej Pogacar with him. That's Gaudu from FDJ in second wheel of that team. Bahrain, well, they had a disaster yesterday. Jack Haig out of the race with a fractured wrist. And Wout van Aert, he's letting go.
Wout van Aert will relinquish the yellow jersey at the end of stage 6 of the Tour de France. Neilson Powless, who we saw there in the front of the bunch, just to the right of what we're looking at now, is the leader-elect, but we have 10.4 kilometres to go. A mighty fight, and Tadej Pogacar also sits menacingly in the white jersey in about 5th place.
Pogacar just 6 seconds behind Powless on GC. A second place on the stage would be enough to draw him alongside and take the jersey himself. That would be going into the lead early towards the end of the first week.
Just over 10 kilometres to go then. Robbie, we're going to say goodbye to you. Time for you to get up and away into the breakaway. Lots to eyes and talk about with Daniel Lloyd and with Adam Blythe and Orla Shanawi as the host and referee, maybe, for a little bit of banter and exchange of opinions after this stage. 10 kilometres remain. We have witnessed something truly remarkable today. Many things truly remarkable, we think. Wout van Aert changing the way we look at the yellow jersey. So Tish Benoot looking after Vingegaard. Caruso following the wheels on the right-hand side. Nairo Quintana has a couple of bodyguards, one of whom is Connor Swift. Sunflowers on the right. Caravanas camping out. The flag's windy. And this is all that's left of the front group. It really has whittled down now, Sean.
Yes, it has, and because of that crash, of course, we did see there was a bit of a split, and I think if you're hanging there on the end of the peloton and then there is a crash, and it looks like it wasn't Benoot I was calling, but maybe it was Kuss who went off the road, but whatever. Yeah, it's a small peloton, and it's going to be as the final now between the GC men here, and the question is, who is going to take this stage? I've been talking about it so many times, and it's still, impossible to say. Will it be some of the guys who have a bit of a sprint on the punchers, or will it be some of the guys maybe up in the GC and of the overall GC contenders? We'll know pretty quickly as we go inside now the final line. Another crash.
Oh, dear, 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 dear. Rider down from Groupama FDJ, Movistar caught up in it, and I think that might be Vlasov as well, who has an issue here for Bora Hansgrohe. Teammates hanging on and waiting for him. 1-4-2 there is Ruben Guerreiro caught up, and problems it is for the man from Groupama FDJ. And that looks like Olivier Legac. Now then, another moment of panic, and again they carry on. Kevin Genietz, pardon me, is the man who went down. Sean, this is how it happened, quite high up.
Yes, we can see here just the island in the middle of the road as well, and riders having to correct their line, maybe sliding out or touching each other, and this is what we've talked about, and this is what we have heard from the people on the ground. It is a technical run in. You have to be in the top 30 riders if you're interested in the stage or staying up there in the GC, not to lose any time. But there's no guarantee. A rider makes, a move at the last moment. You think he's going to go maybe up the right, and then he decides to go to the left, and you're on the wrong side, and you can get caught out so quickly, as we can see, all this street furniture, lots of it here in this run-in.
Another chaotic finale to another dramatic day on the Tour de France, and it's Alexander Vlasov who's in panic mode at the moment. He has two riders who waited for him with that crash. The Russian rider for Bora Hansgrohe being helped back on. Now then, Michael Matthews must be feeling good. He's got a few riders riding for him. Mohoric is caught. Vingegaard is up there and out of trouble for the moment. Nairo Quintana spotted. Alexander Kristoff riding really well to the right-hand side as well. Looking around and looking for the white jersey of Tadej Pogačar too. Counting the cost of every incident if we can. Making sure everybody's safe and okay. 96 there for Groupama's Madouas, caught up in the second incident in a matter of minutes. Pogačar at the bottom of the screen there, so he's in this front group, Sean.
Yes, well, I think we've seen most of the favourites, except for Vlasov is the one who was unlucky here in this final, and he's going to have a difficult chase getting back in, but he has a few teammates with him, which is majorly important, because that's what you need to make it back into the peloton again. And we can see it's Bike Exchange who have been taking it up, and we've seen that they have been relatively quiet all day. They held off from working on the front, and now they have got men to contribute here to keep the pace real high and get their man into the final.
It's Luka Mezgec heading on to this very, very difficult 800-metre long climb with the average gradient of 12.3%. Michael Matthews coming around him and sticking on the wheel. There is Pogačar on the left-hand side in the white jersey too. You can see that Vingegaard is on the wheel of Tiesj Benoot, who's doing a great job. David Gaudu follows well. There's Danny Martinez. He's alongside Geraint Thomas. You can also see that Nairo Quintana's there. Adam Yates, and out the back, it's just about making it back in time to the next group for Alexander Vlasov. But he's now got to get to the front, Sean, because it is all kicking off here.
Yes, well, that is the problem when you get onto the very end, and then you look up and there's a gap to the peloton, or what's left of the peloton, the big favourites, and that is a difficult one here with this final. So he's going to have to make a huge effort, but I think he should be able to do it, looking at the teammates they have, but they need to be able to stay solid there and get him up further, and then he will have to make the final move up to the front here with the favourites, the big favourites, on his own.
Romain Bardet spotted in the black on the left as we look at it now. Tiesj Benoot starting to go backwards, and Vingegaard's on his own, and it's Alexis Vuillermoz who's at the front making a move now. The steepest part of the climb, and he really is back to form. No Sagan in this chasing group for the moment, so Vuillermoz with a bit of freedom. And the stage winner on Mur de Bretagne. And looking for Rigoberto Urán on the right-hand side. Nielsen Paulus should be following as well. He is yellow jersey elect. Now we get a reaction for the first time, and it looks as though it's Benoit Cosnefroy. Brown shorts, white jersey for Age d'Isère. This is a horrible, horrible climb, this Puy Venteux. 800 metres long with a high gradient of above 12%. But Vuillermoz striking out, and now we get an attack from Tadej Pogačar. Sean, you said it'd be GC, guys. Pogačar, he can't help himself. Again he goes.
Yes, it's amazing, because, you know, you see what's happening out front. There's no need for him to do that, but he just can't help himself. And he is, you know, another rider, you know, he's just not afraid to have a go. And, you know, the rule book just totally throws it out the window.
Tadej Pogačar with David Gaudu on the wheel. You can see Pierre Latour was up there as well. Michael Matthews just struggling to hold the wheel, and that means that Ineos Grenadiers, Geraint Thomas must try to come across. Quintana made the front group. Vingegaard was there as well. This is absolutely wonderful. Over the penultimate climb of the day, it's a quick descent now and then up towards the final rise to the line. 5 kilometres remain of the longest stage of the Tour de France. Looking for casualties on this climb. There are a few of them. Edvald Boasson Hagen there, who was at just 1 second from the yellow jersey, looking like he's struggling. But it's Alexis Vuillermoz who showed to be strong. Vuillermoz not a worry in the general classification at 5 minutes and 55. And now Pogačar has a teammate or two to help him, Sean.
Yes, and we can see there on the front of the peloton, there's just a little bit of downtime. They're looking at each other, and Vilmos is still walking away. We could see Powless also being moved up there by some of his teammates. But look at the damage it has done here on this run into the finish. This is really going to, you know, put the sting in the legs before we ever get to the sprint to the line.
It's a long road now until a right turn coming up. There it was, in fact. They then start to snake up and around into Longwy. Alexis Vuillermoz taking those 2 points. But that isn't what they're looking for here. Remember, Wout van Aert distanced. He's at 3 minutes and he's on his way to losing the yellow jersey. Vuillermoz still out there. But with the rise to the line and all of those big names behind, you get the feeling that there'll be a will to chase him. And Sean, there's the splits we talked about. There's bonus seconds as well. But Vuillermoz is putting in a good dig here.
Yes, he is putting in a strong ride here, and we can see there it's Jumbo-Visma who is taking it up. I don't think the teams of GC are too concerned at the moment. They can see him just dangling out there in front, and with this run to the line, if they're thinking of the stage win with some of their riders, it's not a concern at the moment, because this run to the line is going to be a long one, a long drawn out one, as we can see. Is that Vlasov coming through?
It was Schachmann just in front of Vlasov. So you'd imagine that Vlasov still struggling just to get back on. At the moment it was kicking off there when we saw Pogačar launch. 3 kilometers to go. Vuillermoz almost done with the descending and ready to rise to the line, and look how much he's giving. He's left, he's right, he's almost into the curve, but he's out and he's ready to take on the final rise. They aren't far behind him, however, and it is Jumbo-Visma riding, and Primož Roglic isn't too far away.
No, well, Primož Roglic, you know, if he's recovered from yesterday's crash, and he's a one in this sort of run to the line, he is capable of, you know, taking the stage win. And that was always the situation, and it's still the same. We can see there GC men very much in the fight here for the stage. Also, some of the real puncher sprinters are going to be in it. But yeah, it's a one where it's proved a real difficult one. We have a lot of riders, you know, not being able to follow here that we might have been talking up at the earlier part of the day.
Tom Pidcock is on the wheel of Primož Roglic as it stands. He has to be considered one of the big contenders to take what would be just a second career win on the road at a first at this level. So the rise to the line begins, and it's Alexis Vuillermoz who takes it on first for Total Energy. 2 kilometers to go on the longest day of the Tour de France. A long way to Longwy, and we have had action since the start. Non-stop stuff with Wout van Aert attacking incessantly before being swallowed up just a few kilometers back. It's turned into a general classification day. They'll be trying to see if they can get gaps or if they can avoid others making them. The virtual GC sees Nilsen Powless in the lead, but not too far behind. Tadej Pogačar is also there. A narrow moment this, but the group has very much thinned down. Up we go, and Vuillermoz, you just feel, Sean, is hanging out there. It's going to come from behind this.
Yes, it's the guarantee to come from behind. We could see Vilmos there. He had a nice advantage, but with this run up, you know, the difficult finish, if it was on the flat, you'd give him some little chance, but here, no chance at all. And we can see they're just waiting, the teams, and, you know, he, without having to really push on the front of the peloton, he is just being swallowed up.
Rafał Majka and Brandon McNulty come to the front for UAE Emirates to look after the two-time defending champion. Pogačar is there, but whilst Matthews remains, Pidcock is there as well. There will always be danger for those GC guys. A reminder that there are 10, 6 and 4 bonus seconds on the line here as Vuillermoz is caught. Quintana, Lutsenko, looking left, you can see Yates and Thomas. Just over a kilometre to go now. The pace still being set by Rafał Majka, the Polish star. Former stage runner on multiple occasions of the Tour himself. King of the Mountains man in his day. Look out for Pidcock there. This would be a huge moment in his career as well. Behind you can see Pasquale Lon starting to lose contact. He'd be one of the faster men to look out for. Trek Segafredo lose a couple of their riders at the back as well. Looking out for Paulus in the pink jersey, and Sean, this is still anybody's with a kilometre remaining.
Yes, and we can see, the riders who have a bit of a kick on them, they're just going to wait and wait. We can see Dylan Toones there from Bahrain Victorious. He's just waiting. Lots of time here to have a go, but he's going to have to go for a bit of a longer one because he doesn't have that explosive sprint like some of the riders we have here in contention to win this one.
It's Brandon McNulty at the front who's doing his best to make sure he's right there on the right-hand side. You can see several riders moving up there. Zembrick Mas on the left for Movistar. Romain Bardet is with him, but McNulty is setting the pace as they're on the way to the finish line in Longwy. 2,500 metres of climbing over 220 kilometres today, but it's been full gas and one of the fastest stages over this distance in the history of the Tour de France. Look out for the defending champion who's there in second wheel. Right behind him is Tom Pidcock. 700 metres to go now as we come up to the point where Peter Sagan lost his footing last time we were here 5 years ago. This, though, is a much more select group. Even Caruso's losing contact at the back of this group. Yates is still there. You can see that Roglic remains in about 10th wheel as well. 500 metres to go. This is a wonderful turn being done by Brandon McNulty.
And Paulus is still there, back a bit further back in about 10th place.
Paulus, remember, primed to be the new yellow jersey. Wout van Aert has been out in the attack and lost it. Now you can see Turns on the right-hand side. He's going to try and come out and launch it, but here comes Primož Roglic. Primož Roglic through the centre. His compatriot Pogačar just behind him. Roglic then coming into the final 200 metres. Lost time yesterday, trying to get it back today, but Pogačar hits the front. Pogačar in the white jersey's there. Remember, we've also got bonuses and splits. Pogačar's going away. No one can catch him. Pogačar in the front. Matthews tries. Today Pogačar holding on, however, and today Pogačar writes the final chapter of one of the most sensational stage stories in recent Tour history. Bonus seconds with it as well. Pogačar on fire. He wins the stage, and we will have a brand new yellow jersey who should be Neilson Paulus. Is there anything he can't do? Cheers, delight from Rafał Majka behind. Roglic went for it. Pogačar pipped him at the line. And the defending champion has his first win. Some of the sprinters were there, but yet again, he was faster than them. And Pogačar might well be going into yellow as well. We will take a rain check on that.
Yes, I think that will be the case because the bonuses and what a sprint by Pogačar there, the way he kicked, and Matthews, we could see he has that punch on him in the final, but he was able to look around in the last final 10-15.
And ready to rise to the line, and look how former stage runner on multiple occasions of the Tour himself, King of the Mountains man in his day. Look out for Pidcock there. This would be a huge moment in his career as well. Behind you, this is a wonderful turn being done by Brandon McNulty.
And Paulus is still there, back a bit further back in about 10th place.
Paulus, remember, primed to be the new yellow jersey. Wout van Aert has been out in the attack and lost it. Now you can see Turns on the right-hand side. He's going to try and come out and launch it, but here comes Primož Roglic. Primož Roglic through the centre. His compatriot Pogačar just behind him. Roglic then coming into the final 200 metres. Lost time yesterday, trying to get it back today, but Pogačar hits the front. Pogačar in the white jersey's there. Remember, we've also got bonuses and splits. Pogačar's going away. No one can catch him. Pogačar in the front. Matthews tries. Today Pogačar holding on, however, and today Pogačar writes the final chapter of one of the most sensational stage stories in recent Tour history. Bonus seconds with it as well. Pogačar on fire. He wins the stage, and we will have a brand new... And at the finish there, my maths failing me very, very briefly. Paulus just 6 seconds ahead. EF Road, but on days like this, there's just nothing you can do with Pogačar, Sean. He's demonstrated in the last 24 hours that on all terrain, nobody can touch him.
No, we could see there, he was in total control, just waiting who was going to take up the sprint, and the moment that we see Roglic kicking, he was onto him immediately, and just when he came to the point where he wanted to go, just kicked off, and nobody able to just get in his wheel. And that's it's going to be another blow for the GC men. Where can we take anything from this guy? Even the sprints, he's so strong, and taking the bonifications. And for Nilson Paulus, disappointing, did everything right today. The team did a great job from EF Education, Easy Post, but against a man like this, what can you do?
The answer at the moment, absolutely nothing. Tadej Pogacar rides away. He'll exchange white for yellow, and once again he'll be on the podium as a stage winner of the Tour de France for the 7th time in his career. Perfect from Pog.
Please.
Paulus, remember, let's get some reaction to be the new yellow jersey.
Wout through, especially good effort by the whole Ineos Grenadiers team up there. And your legs.
Bonus seconds with it as well. Pogacar on fire.
But I tell you, after that start, trying to get in the break, I was thinking,
on fire.
There's no way I can contest this final. No way. But I was feeling good there. Then, yeah, Roglic went early and kind of caught me by surprise, and then I had to stall and kind of killed my momentum. But yeah, in the end, I think I did a good sprint. But yeah, I think Pogacar was the strongest there. Fair play.
A reaction on Wout van Aert on
Hey, he's playing with our balls, isn't he? He's I don't know what to say, to be honest. Taking the piss, isn't he?
Thank you for that.
All right.
Well, apologies for anybody who was offended by that. The sentiment was there. I think most would agree. He is incredible. Incredible, though, at the top of the timesheets again. Tadej Pogacar wins stage 6 of the Tour de France and is the new leader of the race. Michael Matthews in 2nd, David Gaudu 3rd, Pidcock there, who we heard from, in 4th with Quintana 5th, Turns, Vingegaard, Martinez in the top 8. Peter Sagan, winner last time, comes in almost 5 minutes down. Our times change. And when Sagan won, we didn't know really who Pogacar was. Of course, we've been waiting for the GC. We've been doing our own sums and correcting them. But now we're hearing confirmation, Sean, that the brand new leader of the Tour de France is Tadej Pogacar. Can anyone take it off him?
Well, when you look at the way he's been riding in the last number of days, where it was going to be the most difficult terrain for him, he's just in total control. When we get to the mountain stages, of course, he's going to have the advantage over, pretty much everybody. So impossible to see where anybody can take it off him. But, bike racing, there's a lot of road in between the mountains, all these valleys, and you can get into a situation where you can get isolated, but it's looking more and more difficult. But we did hear come Tom Pidcock there. He was trying to, get the words to explain about the man here, Pogacar, but also about Wout van Aert, and unfortunately the language, but sorry about that. But, those guys, they're amazed, the riders as well, the rides that some of those riders are putting in.
There you had it, a 4-second lead for Tadej Pogacar over Nilson Paulus. Jonas Vingegaard is the next in the GC at 31 seconds. 4.5 hours of the most entertaining sport you are ever likely to see. Full gas from start to finish. Wout van Aert, the instigator, Pogacar, the finisher. Stage 6 at the Tour. One that will go down in the history books.
Well, that was just breathtaking. And, well, to quote Sean Kelly, what can you do? What can you do to try and stop Tadej Pogacar? He is quite simply, at the moment, in a class of his own in every facet of the sport. Let's hear now from Bernie Eisel talking with Brad Wiggins.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's like big day yesterday, absolutely insane. Again today, from the gun, pretty much till the end. So what do you make out of it?
Yeah, I mean, the first 100 Ks on the bike, you know, they did it in pretty much 2 hours. So it was very, very quick stage. Van Aert in the breakaway had everything today. And Tadej Pogacar, we said yesterday, what can he not do? And he's just won a small uphill kick, took the yellow jersey, maybe one day ahead of what we thought he would tomorrow. But this race is really hotting up now.
We have seen Eddie Merckx today at the start line. Do you think Wout van Aert got a little bit too animated having Eddie there and